Hey, how you doing, everybody? This is DJ Shark Hitter, the after show of Johnny TV. What a show Johnny had! Oh my God, I can't believe what that girl did. Man, now he has to erase it, but hopefully he'll get it all straightened out, and he'll be able to get that run up and running. I believe that that's one of the most craziest things I ever seen on YouTube. And I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. I'm sure everyone else was shocked. I don't know if who was here to see such, who was there to see such a thing. Uh, uh, Everyone's here, and I'm glad I see everyone coming in. Thank you very much for coming over. And of course, all the shows that Johnny does comes up with a surprise. And hi, how you doing, Jan Fritz? How are you, Erica? And thanks for the others joining and watching. Don't forget to hit the like, and don't forget to subscribe. Now we're here to start off my show, and we're just going to come on. We're going to go on the chat. We're just going to read through the chat, try to get things going. How are you? Once again, hopefully Johnny will come up. I hope maybe we'll have a couple visits from Jim. Maybe Mr. X will come by and visit. Maybe they were watching. I was just shocked by that girl showing her chest. And I don't know what everyone else thought of it, but you're welcome to share that in the chat. I will drop the link for anyone that will come up when they ask if they want to come up and join me. Hi, Carol H. Thank you for coming on and visiting. I appreciate it. I'm hanging out here with Midget. Midget's under his little fort, under the pillows, keeping himself nice and cuddly. I got my cup of coffee. I hope everyone's got a cup of coffee, cup of tea, maybe having something nice. We are used to Noelle. Yes, Noelle, that's her name. I've seen Noelle a couple of times, and she's definitely not going on Johnny's channel no more. Not after tonight. I don't think we'll never see her on Johnny's channel again. Probably won't see her on my channel. I don't think she'll find her way here. She'll get lost trying to find her way. And the only way she's going to find her way is if somebody tells her. Who's going to tell her? I don't know. Maybe a troll. Maybe she's a friend with trolls. Maybe a troll put her up to it. Who knows? Do you think so? Question. That's a question. Hey, Rainbow Melon, how you doing? Thanks for joining. That's the question. Is it possible? We don't know. She could be influenced by people like that, and it looks like she could be easily influenced by trolls. I'll tell you that. That's what I'm thinking. I think somebody put her up to that. She's a nasty girl, Rainbow Melon says. Yes, maybe we should write a book about her called The Nasty Girl, Noelle. That would be funny. So Johnny was telling us about some guy that comes over to his house, and all he does is take dumps on the side of his house. Listen, Johnny, you got to catch a hold of this guy. You look like you would probably smack him around a bit, and he would definitely deserve it. I'll tell you that. He definitely would deserve to be smacked around for taking dumps on the side of your house. Taboo Man, how are you? I'm glad to see you're here. That's a great. Got a lot of good people coming in. Nobody forgot about me. Yes, the nasty Noel. So, what else we want to talk about? I want to talk about what do we think about Donald Trump and what he's talking about the war in Ukraine. He's talking about the Russian war. What do you think Donald Trump's going to do? I don't know, man. I don't know what Donald Trump's going to do. Angel Gotti's had a lot of great shows, and I like it when she does her shows. A lot of times where she just does shows right off the cuff, which is nice. Now I did this because Johnny had a problem, so I decided, you know what, this is a good time. Let's go on. Let's try to find something good to talk about. So far, I see William Brooklyn's here. Hey, William, thank you for stopping by. Don Kendick, what's up? I said your name, and hopefully that's good enough pronunciation. Tried to pronounce it the best I can. And it's good to see you, William Brooklyn. Hey, William, if you want, you're welcome to come up anytime. Don't be a stranger. Hey, Texas Granny, how are you? Thanks for coming by. I see the chat is growing. That's nice. I love it when we have more people in the chat. Marzi girl, hi, how are you? Forget about it. Marzi loves the mafia, and she's got a lot of cool things to talk about. And I would love to see. I love seeing Marzi girl come here. She's good. Jesse Roth, hi, how are you? Good to see. Oh, I love it. I love it. Just don't flash your Tic Tac, William. That's a good one. I love it. Sure, no problem. I dropped the link. Marzi Girl's coming on. Always know when she's here. Hey, Marzi Girl, how are you? Good to see you.
How you doing?
All right, I'm doing good. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
We had stuffed shells tonight. Stuffed shells.
Oh my God, I love stuffed shells.
Yeah, we had stuffed shells with meat sauce.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my wife made that.
Mm.
And it was delicious. I thought I couldn't eat them all, but once I ate the first one, I ate all 4 stuffed shells, and garlic bread.
Yeah, see, I usually put 4 on my plate because my eyes are like much bigger than my stomach. But when I smell them while they're cooking, I can't. Yeah. I mean, it's just so good. But I only end up eating 2, and then I got to take a break. Then I'll go back and eat the other 2 in a little while.
Yeah, well, sometimes you got to. Hey, yeah. Sicilian Syndicate, what's going on?
Queen of Ossian, hello, my sweetest girlfriend, and William, hello, love. Good.
Got a lot of good people coming in.
Oh, Sicilian Syndicate, stuffed shells with meatballs.
Leanne, tell them I'm on.
Leanne, get your ass up here, and you can tell us all about your fake Italian food. Just to let you know, Mark, Jim did send out a robo text
Oh, he did?
Yeah, to tell everybody you're up and running.
Oh, that's good. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I was coming over to, listen, and I was just about asleep and my phone rang and it was him.
Oh, that was
So
nice. That
I
was
told
nice.
him you were firing a show up, and he said, "Okay, I'll be over."
All right, Reaper Girl's here. We have, yeah, well, Leanne's always welcome to come up.
And she said, "No." Now, Leanne, I would like to hear your opinion of what your girl just did on Johnny's.
She said no, a lot of laughs. There's Christine Fortunato. She's done with her exercises, flexing the biceps. Christine, come on up, Christine. Don't be a stranger.
I'm great, Queen. I hope you are as well.
Don't be a stranger there, Christine.
Oh my gosh, sexy Mama Reaper. How are you, girl?
Yep.
What do I do for pizza sauce? Oh, okay. Donkey Dick wants to know, what do I do for pizza sauce? You just use the red, or do you add stuff to it? Don't they have pizza sauce out there?
I make it. I make it with the crushed tomatoes, and and then I add the spices, which is the oregano, sugar, uh, and then garlic powder, and mix that around, and then you add a little bit of tomato paste, and then you
Okay,
mix it around, and then you add it to the dough, and then you got your pizza sauce.
there you go. All right, Donkey Dick, I hope you wrote that down. Thank you for sharing that recipe with us.
All right, Christine Fortunato's on. How are you, Christine?
Hi, you guys. Hi, Mark. Hi,
Hi,
Margie.
Hi, Christine.
good to
How
see
are you?
you, Christine.
Good.
How you feeling?
Tired, but I'm okay. What's going on?
Good, good. You've been doing a lot of shows lately,
Well, I have time until I have my tutor comes, so
right?
that's why I'm she is not coming back until Wednesday. I'm not Wednesday. She's coming back on Friday, so I had time to
Oh,
do my shows today. I did a show today.
oh, okay. I see.
hmm
Well,
So
I was just wondering because you know your shows have been doing really good.
oh,
A lot of people
thank
been coming on.
thank you.
And what yesterday I had over 100.
Thank you.
Leanne, shut up.
Leanne, come up here. Come up on panel.
I'm not feeding the birds. I topped them off. I gave them fresh water. I sang them their good night song, told them I love them, and
Uh-huh.
covered the cage.
Oh, that's
That's
sweet.
it. They're done for the night.
Yeah. Animals go to sleep at night, man.
That's right. These guys are really good. Once you pull the blanket down over their cage, they are as quiet as two little mice. Two little mice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
They know. Blankets down, time to go to sleep. I just wish they would sleep in those little hammocks I got them.
Right, right.
Oh, Leanne, your panel poison? Oh my God.
No, she's
Who did
not.
that?
Texas Granny's kidding.
Nah,
Red,
she can't be.
Mark, you ever hear of red potato pizza?
No, I have not. Never ate it. Never set my eyes on it.
Reaper, is that a Florida thing,
What do
is
you
she,
add red potatoes to the pizza as topping?
or maybe she meant red tomato pizza?
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, it could be a typo.
Okay. Well, I know a full red tomato sauce, and that's what pizzerias use for their pizza.
Now, you said you use crushed tomatoes, and I
Yeah.
know you're mixing them a lot with like the spices and then the tomato paste.
Yep. And that's it.
Is there still a bit of like pieces of the tomato in the sauce, or do you manage to get it pulverized?
It's pulverized. You buy it. It's already crushed already. There's
Okay.
no tomatoes in it. They're already crushed. Yep.
Oh, she says she wishes it was. Oh, she wishes it was a Florida thing. It's a North Connecticut thing.
Oh.
And it's you eat it with bacon, broccoli, and sour cream. That actually sounds pretty tasty.
Well,
Red potato, bacon, broccoli, and sour cream.
okay. Sounds like a veggie, like a stuffed potato with all the yummy good stuff in it.
Oh, donkey dick. You're trying to warn Leanne that she's panel. Oh, you're trying to warn Texas Granny. Because Leanne already knows she's panel poison. Licking windows is right up there with no
Said the
stripping.
content.
I love
Sicilian.
Donkey Dick. He's so freaking funny.
My good friend got back to me. Sparita is old Sicilian
Oh,
dialect for wise ass. Yes,
Hmm.
it's addicting. I've had to make it to get it, and I burned burn the water.
no, Donkey Dick. Birds are real. I'm sorry, love, but they are real. These guys are. And if you don't believe me, you're welcome to show up anytime and stick your finger near them.
Thank you, Texas Granny.
They bite like a son of a bitch.
Hmm.
Idris will bite you every time you put your finger close to him.
Yeah,
Well, not my. He won't bite my daughter, but he bites me. Lulu, she hasn't bit me in a while, but
right,
when she was first getting used to me, I got bit quite a bit.
right.
And boy, they hurt. Let me tell you, they hurt. Neither of them have broken my skin, but still.
Yeah, they do hurt. Parakeets too. I've
Yeah.
had parakeets bite me before.
Leanne wants the link. Can I drop it for her?
Yeah, sure. Please.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to hear what her thoughts on her girl's behavior is.
Sure.
There you go, Leanne.
Thank you.
She's going to come up and chirp like a bird. Thank you, William. Thank you. I'm not sure if they're going to be here much longer
Hi,
or not.
Leanne.
You're so damn crazy, I swear to God.
That sounds just like it.
Let me get my beeper out so we can have them for old time's sake.
Yeah, I have to say, folks, I fixed that on my own.
Thank
And
the
then
freaking Lord.
disconnect it from the system, and there it sits on my
What's
table.
up, Willie?
So that's it.
Beep.
And I called Leanne right away. I was like,
I
"Guess
cracked myself up. So, no, I gave Noelle up for adoption, and it's all Reaper and Belle's fault. So don't blame me. That was disgusting. I knew this shit was coming. When she gets that way, boy, watch out when she starts. I think she's on something when she does that or off her meds.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
So,
I'm thinking off of them. But
well, people don't listen.
well, and the thing is, though, I mean, she lives at home with mom and dad. Now, of course, this is an assumption on my part. I would assume one of them makes sure she takes her medication. So I can't really say with confidence that her behavior is due to that. But
Yeah, well,
she's done it so many times in so many different communities that
Yeah.
thank God it wasn't my old friend's place because I warned him many times.
yes, I wonder if he is aware
Yeah.
that he just did that, but it's a learned behavior for her now.
Yeah.
But the other people that she did it for that are not in our community,
No, Reaper. She was picking on Christine, saying goofy shit to Christine. And then they started talking about her
Yeah.
to try to get her off panel. And then she went, wee, and showed her boobies.
Oh my God. She showed
nipples and
her.
all, Reaper. I think somehow the reaction she got from the other communities when she did that, I think she thought they were good reactions, and that somehow she thinks that it's okay to do that
Yeah.
because we have had so many conversations with her about not doing that. And I know she understands what people have been saying to her.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Johnny better get rid of that show. That's all I got to say because they're waiting to
Two
strike.
bloopers.
They're ready to strike anything.
I thought he said he was going to delete it.
You better.
Well,
Yeah, he's got
luckily,
to.
Reaper, luckily for Christine, she had left the panel not a minute before it happened. So she wasn't up on the panel when it happened. Thank goodness.
Yeah. What Marcy said. I think I'm slap happy. What are you using for your sauce? You said you don't get cans of tomato sauce.
I get crushed tomatoes sauce in a
Yeah.
can. Yeah, I get crushed tomatoes in a can,
Do you use paste?
and
Yeah.
I use paste,
Okay. And
and then I add the
there's
spices,
something else. There's something
like
besides paste and
oregano,
tomatoes.
a punch
No.
of oregano.
Puree.
Oh, you put puree in yours.
I
Of
never use
course.
puree.
First, you got to brown your pepperoni
Uh-huh.
and brown it in the bottom of the pot.
Okay.
Then you put your cans of stuff with, I like lots of garlic,
Mhm.
salt, and pepper.
Mhm.
I don't really, my grandma and them used to use oregano leaf, like a fresh leaf.
Yeah.
I'm not an oregano fan. I don't like that taste.
Yeah.
Um, and sugar to
Yeah.
not make it so bitter.
Right.
Yes.
Is this for pizza sauce?
No, spaghetti sauce.
Well, he was giving out his directions for pizza sauce.
Oh, duh. I told you I'm sleeping.
You are slap happy right now.
See?
That's all right.
I
Oh,
just
my
gave
God.
him my secret recipe.
Oh, now
That's
we're
all right.
all in danger. She's gonna come hunt each of us down.
All right, I'm gonna try your recipe now.
Okay. You
I
want
do the same.
you know how many do you usually cook for? Because see, I'll make a big pot
Yeah.
and I'll freeze some, but I can tell you what I use for a big thing, like 4 large cans of. I use Hunt's. I don't know if you have that there.
Yeah. We
3
do.
cans, 3 cans of puree,
Uh-huh.
2 tomato paste.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay.
Crush your garlic.
Right.
I put salt and pepper to taste.
Okay.
And then the old way that our grandma and them used to, they never wanted to waste anything. So they put water in the paste, the little paste things, and mixed it around and put it in their pot so it get all the nooks and crannies out.
That's
I do
true.
it sometimes, whatever.
That's
And then I
true.
do 2 pepperoni sticks. And I get them sliced about 1/4 of an inch.
Got you.
2 country ribs. I use that too. That gets brown first too, and that just soaks in there. And if you love pork, you can have that piece for yourself, hide it
Mhm.
so nobody else eats it.
No, that sounds good.
Now, I make my mom's homemade, and I agree with the um, crushed tomato, the puree, and the the paste. Okay, do all of that. I've never put pork or pepperoni in it. Also,
I love that
I,
taste.
I do the oregano, fresh garlic, the sugar, but we make homemade meatballs,
Oh,
and
I have a recipe for that too.
we also get sweet sausage,
Oh, yes.
and we cook the meatballs and the sweet sausage up like halfway, and then put them in the sauce, cover it,
Right.
and let them cook the rest of the way in the sauce.
See, I don't like soggy meatballs. We brown them first and then put them in the sauce.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing too, is browning them,
Ah,
and same with
all
the
right.
sweet
You put them in the
sausage.
oven for a little bit and then you brown them and then you put it in the sauce to cook the rest of the.
Right, right. Can I drop the link for Mr.
Yes, you can.
Okay, there you go, X. So yeah, so that's my mom's, which was passed down to her from her mom.
I think like if you put them, because there's a lot of people that do just put it right in the sauce. I think the meatballs come out more tender, like not tender, but mushy tasting.
Well,
Yeah.
Correct.
my
What's up?
family are big fans of
Wait.
meatball sandwiches and sausage sandwiches from the spaghetti sauce.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's my mom's always made it where, we cook the meatballs and the sausage about halfway, and then
Yeah.
add them to the sauce and let them finish cooking in there. And it just always works. Everybody's satisfied.
Hey, Jesse.
All right. Got you.
All right,
Hey.
Marzi, I got a quick question. I just got a call from a snitch of mine,
Oh,
and there's these rumors going around that you're talking to Bob behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I told you.
well, your snitch woke me up, so.
No, it wasn't
No.
from Jim. It was somebody else. You're talking to
Well,
Bob. You're having all these. What's going on? Is everything okay?
I spoke to Bob
Bob
once last
Bob
Friday.
Farrell.
I've called him
No, I
numerous.
wasn't talking to Bob.
No, Marzi was.
Oh, no.
I've been concerned about Bob. I've tried to contact him on several occasions just to check in on him. And
What did he say?
last Friday, he actually answered. And I forgot to just tell Jim this. He had a couple of questions for me about moderators being blocked. So
Who was blocked?
I looked.
Here we go, Wrenchgate.
I looked up some things for him on the computer. We talked about how he was doing. He said that he, was angry with people out there talking poorly about him again. and that he was watching a show at that moment and wanted to continue listening to it. And he shared with me about his friend passing away.
Okay. I
But
remember
that
hearing
was
about
it.
that.
That was
Well, here's what I heard, and tell me if this is true or not, because this is what I'm hearing from my snitch. That you called him up and you said, yeah, things have been rough for me too. I haven't heard from Steve. And you kept saying that over and over again. He goes, what do you need, money, Marzi? And then he
No.
offered to send you $20 via Cash App.
No, X, no.
That's what I heard.
I heard when I talked to him was about a couple of weeks, about a week and a half ago, and I thought with all the Dylan Rounds stuff we've got, which I've been holding off for him, that I might be able to, because I believe I found the guy that Dylan was in that relationship with. And I sent him a text message with the guy's obituary, because the guy's now dead. He sent me a couple of things. We talked for a few minutes, and and I'm not joking about this, and I think Leanne knows more than she's saying. Something happened between him and Leanne, because he 100% does not trust her anymore.
Marzi,
What
what
happened?
did he tell you about me?
I asked him about Leanne before we hung up. I said, what's going on with you and Leanne? He said, I don't hate Leanne. There's no problem between me and Leanne. I just am not trusting anybody right now. And I'm also just taking breaks here and there. And he did say, I went away. He said, I did go on vacation. I went to Florida and Vegas. I said, yes, I know you talked about that.
Not one photo, not any footage, no lives of him playing.
I don't think he was.
I don't know. I mean, other than that time he was out there on that little cart thing that he drove around, I don't recall him really taking pictures of anything.
Yeah, he drove around all around in that cart, and then he.
Oh yeah, I said other than that, I don't recall him any of his other trips showing pictures.
What about that twink boy he was running after in the bingo room? Remember that?
No.
Remember he sent some money to some guy, and then that guy called him.
There were no videos about that or pictures.
I thought I imagined in my head.
That was the same trip. He showed his foot with the wound on it.
Yeah.
He was tooling around in that little, I don't even know what the hell you call it. So he was on camera for that. And he had to wait in line with the other ones, and he was getting a little impatient. And that's it. I don't remember seeing any.
So the phone call was what, like 5 minutes?
Probably 10 at the most.
What did we tell you about calling people off air? It's bad.
I met Bob in person.
But this is like there's like a rule for you. I mean, I know you're older than me, but I got to school you like I'm your dad. Like this you learn that this is bad.
No.
Marzi dad
called to check on him. I worry about him. I mean, he I think is the oldest in our group. So I just want to make sure he's doing okay.
So
yeah. And he don't answer me, so I guess, like you said, Jim, he don't trust me for some reason.
He said he doesn't trust anybody right now. I don't know what that pertains to.
Maybe he got struck.
Yeah.
And, I just said to him, we'll fire up a show soon because everybody loves coming over to your channel.
That's a fact.
And, people are missing you. And he said, okay, I want to go finish listening to this live. And I said, all right, take care. And that was it.
How much did he send you?
Nothing. X, shut the hell up. Jesus Christ.
Bad, X. Bad.
Yeah. I didn't do nothing.
Put your hand out so I can smack it with my yardstick.
See, and Jim, stop saying I know more than I know, because I don't know.
Yeah, I heard there was some falling out.
He might be watching right now. Who knows?
Well, Bob, get your ass on or write a community post about what the hell I did to you, because I'm tired of getting harassed.
What about the Bellevue situation? Did you hear about that?
I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, that day I was talking to her on Johnny's and she was yelling at me. She had a couple Bloody Marys, so I was right.
Oh,
yeah.
I wasn't being mean to her. I just said, you sound a little altered state here.
Yeah,
And
I
she's right.
remember you saying that. Yeah,
I think I would say she's steady drank for the last several months. I don't buy it was one off the wagon.
well, I mean, none of us are there sitting next to her. She admitted to one.
Why
It's
does
like when you ask a chick how many guys she's fucked and she said 3, it's really 10.
why does this Chalet lady and the other lady, what's her name, Stoney? Why does their words have such impact? Like they're not even on my radar. You know, how, like you might get sometimes like, oh, Twin Mama's on, and then they give you like, you might also like this in your YouTube kind of like algorithm. I don't ever see any of their shit. I don't know anything that's going on with them. Like they're kind of nobodies, even within this.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is a great question, but one that Belle should answer. Because frankly, I don't know. You know what?
Well, maybe what she's saying is true.
Everybody's asking in the chat. Let me clear this up.
No, I don't believe that one for 1 minute.
Or has some truth to it.
Let me clear this up in the chat, guys, real quick, because there's people that are confused by this. Something happened between Bob and Leanne. Hold on. Leanne might not know what it is, but I'm telling you, when I spoke to Bob, he specifically singled her out as far as you can't trust none of these people on here. And he says, even Leanne. I don't know if Leanne was talking to somebody and offended Bob and Leanne doesn't know. And I know he told Marzi somewhat of that. He probably said her name as well. It wasn't like he said, you can't trust any of these people. Leanne did talk to somebody that Bob was not very happy about or something. Leanne, is that possible?
Maybe. Who do I talk to?
Marzi. You let
once in a while.
You let something slip out?
Like what? I have no clue. I swear, honestly, nothing that I would tell him to his face.
You did tell us behind the scenes that he was in Vegas, which prompted us to the call to the guy that really wasn't him. So you knew he was in Vegas and nobody else did.
I said that he was he said it on his show. We talked about it on the show that when Cluckers and Crazy Brat were going to go to Vegas, he was going to go.
Yeah, I heard.
He was going to be there. So it was on a show. I didn't do something behind his back.
Huh.
And if that's what it is, Jim, then he's in trouble again because that's bullshit. I said it out loud. We talked about it.
I'm not trying to cause a fight or anything. I don't know what it is, but he was a little hurt. Something that happened with you.
Well, what is it? Last time I talked to him, I was in Angel's Gotti's show.
Yeah.
He went to Vegas a week before Cluckers and Crazy Brat went. But on the show, he said he was going when they were going.
Yes.
So, and he ended up going a week early.
Well, there you go.
Do you think it had anything to do with Noel?
Noel's me saying something about him with Noel?
Well, go ahead.
No, I don't know. I told him to keep her off because she's fucking nuts.
Well,
she will get him striked, and the shit that's being said up there to her is not good.
Somebody sent me a video, a still shot of Noel's titties, even though I was on the show.
Oh my God.
I have it in my email. It's actually, her titties are worse than Betty Hayward's.
You shouldn't be looking at them.
What am I supposed to? I opened it up. What am I? I'm not staring at it. I'm not,
Well, delete it.
I'm just saying it was someone sent it to me.
Delete it.
I did.
Good. Good.
I sent it to Bob. Sent it to Jim. No, I didn't send it to anybody. Somebody sent it to me.
I never seen anything like it.
Did you see that Shark Hitter on that show where she just came up and pulled her shirt up?
Yeah,
so what else? What else we got to talk about? We're not talking about boobies. Bob, or what else, Jim? What else is your feelings about this?
It's not feelings. I'm just telling you, I had a very bizarre conversation with him. He also spoke in the same conversation about a friend of his that died.
Right.
and he was really fucked up about that because his friend was in great health and died at 76. Bob is 71. I'm under the impression that that he got some bad medical information in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I was really hurt because
Haters.
I've done a lot for him, and for him to think that he don't trust me, I have helped this man from being attacked with all these freaking goofballs coming to his house, calling these people behind the scenes. I mean, all that bullshit he went through, and then he's gonna just dish me, like not say a word. That's fucking bullshit.
Here it is, Leanne. It's not like he says, I can't trust Leanne. He's like, you can't trust nobody, not even Leanne. Kind of not like that you went and ran to Twin Mom or something, just that you have kind of like almost like you got a big mouth and you talk to everybody, you know, that kind of a thing. It was more like that.
Who's fucking everybody? Now you're pissing me off because you need to get him on here.
I know, and I'm not making this up, Leanne. I'm being dead serious here. I'm not joking. And Marzi, I know, had some of the same conversation with him.
About what?
He just says
he said I was a big mouth, Marzi.
No.
What the fuck?
What he said. He said, I don't have a problem with Leanne. I don't hate Leanne. There's no problem.
No,
and then
he said Christine.
After we talked about
right, Christine?
the show that he was watching, and that show was talking about him, he says, you can't trust anybody on here.
Yeah.
And that was it. He didn't bring Leanne's name up with that comment. Call him, Jim. He's probably awake.
I've tried to call him a million times over the last couple of days. I know he's getting the robocalls. He's just not. Oh, look who fucking came back over here. Fucking.
I like her.
I like her too. She's a nice lady.
She is the sweetest. She just
decision maker. She
don't like
fucking asshole. She went over there with the haters.
Like people fighting, Jim.
Who are we talking about?
Hold on.
Her heart is
fighting. So she goes over to Watcher of Crazy's channel, where it's a channel dedicated to talking shit. She don't like the fighting, but goes over to a channel that's only that. I don't buy that.
Who?
Yeah, I just
Kiri, the blonde lady.
Kiri. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you never phone her too?
It's hard in these streets, Jim. It's hard.
No, that's a stupid decision. Then she went over there and shit all over me for like a week and said all kinds of stuff about us that wasn't true. You know what I mean? She's a big time Lacey H fan. Or Lacey H is a dirtbag too.
You haven't said anything about any of us, Kyrie. I think you're just having a hard time with all this crap going on.
I bet it's Kiri, actually. I bet Kiri does not watch those shows that aren't about us. That Watcher Crazy does. I hear they're fucking
and you know what else, Kiri? You know what else it is? Those shows have all been blown apart, and now she's easing her way back over here. It's fucking
no, Jim.
Yeah, it's boring. It's not entertaining. She wants to be entertained by the Mr. X. She don't want to hear fucking about
exactly, X. Exactly.
She's sick of hearing Watcher Crazy.
Yes.
I'm looking for I'm being really nice. I'm doing this. I learned this from Marzi, the school of Marzi.
That's right.
X, are you home with your clean comforter now?
Yeah, Grift University.
Shut up.
Marzi. Hello?
I asked you, are you home with your clean comforter now?
Yeah, you know what? Hey, Johnny.
I miss Kyrie too.
Their dryers there work really fast, so.
Oh, Kyrie, hi, Johnny.
Johnny, what's up, man?
What's up, dude? I just wanted to say I thought I'd come over here before I go pick up my pizza, and I just want to let you guys know that I got rid of that show.
Good.
No. Good. Texas Green was worried about you, Johnny, too.
Here's the deal, though. The haters might have already clipped it. Okay.
Oh well, the perverts.
The haters already probably clipped it. So I might be getting struck. So we're gonna.
I told you don't listen.
I don't think so, man. You took it down.
It don't matter. They're out for blood. Anyway,
Hold on.
Kiri, the only reason we were talking about this in the open right here about Bob and I was asking Jim is because he will not contact me. He will not contact me whatsoever. And
Whoa,
I
whoa,
have
whoa.
no clue what I've done
Maybe
to him.
Bob went hater. Maybe Bob's going to be over there with Fumble Nuts next.
Oh, I highly doubt it.
And it
Yeah.
really hurt me.
X.
It really upset me because I've been with him forever and I would never do anything to hurt him.
Oh, here we go. I just got a text message. He's
Oh.
got a new channel. Bob's got a new fucking channel. Are you kidding me?
No, he doesn't.
It's called, Fumble Feral. Yep.
Oh my God.
You know, Leon, I thought you were slap happy. I think X is slap happy.
Yeah, he's
right
got a
now.
new channel. It's called The Three Kings. Him, Ruben, and
I just do.
Oh, yeah,
I am
Three Kings.
upset about it. It
Three
just,
Kings.
I
and
guess
then you
Bob,
keep accusing me, Jim. And
I
I
guess-
don't know.
King.
I guess Bob has just adopted 2 kids with Asperger's, and they're 7 years old.
Oh.
Twins.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah.
Oh God. So
Where did Johnny go? I want to ask him if pizza is part of.
I'm here, Marzi.
Is pizza part of your nutritious, healthy diet now?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
For tonight, it is.
Oh.
I'm only going to eat one, probably eat 2 pieces. That's it.
Okay.
Did you hear about this Sean Kemp arrest?
Remember when
Yeah, did you hear about that? He got charged.
Remember when Curie drowned a baby?
Jen, what the hell is wrong with you tonight?
who?
Nice,
Sean
Johnny.
got arrested.
Marzi, here you go. Marzi, look at this.
I know your sperm. I've seen it.
My sperm.
Yep. Take that with you when you go into the hospital for your surgery.
What happened?
I bet the doctors and nurses will get a kick out of it.
Okay, Jim.
Thank you.
Wait, what did he do?
Curie's gone. Blocked.
Oh, come on, Jim.
You'll be next, bitch.
Yeah, bitch, block me.
Jim!
Block me. Go ahead.
Just be lucky you're able to sit at the cool kids' table. Don't start
I
asking.
ain't gonna bullshit you, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
You should be lucky
Did
you're
Bob
over
change
here.
his number or something, or is
Well,
he still?
Mr. X likes her. It doesn't matter about you.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't like the fact she's not the OTT and going
But
to watch.
Mr. X
the
is smart
Okay,
because
She's never
he's
been
nice
mean
to
to me.
her.
Hey, everybody, guess who's here? Jose's here. Y'all want to say hi to him?
What happened to him? Is he gambling again?
Hey,
Tell him
Jose.
nothing.
Can
Come
you
here, come here,
see?
Jose. Come here, Jose. They want to say hi to you, Jose.
I heard Jose got like
Listen to him.
$5,000 in a settlement and gambled it away in 36 hours.
What the fuck? Don't listen to him.
Hey,
Full of shit.
BZ, what's up?
Don't listen to him.
Leanne, Bill
I
down.
have to pay my bills. What's up, guys?
Hey,
That's Jose. That's not PPZ.
Jose,
How's it going?
Oh,
there's
Jose,
somebody
what's
in
up?
here that wants you to lift your shirt.
Who does?
Taboo man.
Shark it.
Taboo man.
I'll do it for $10.
A dude.
BZ?
$10 I'll do it. If not, it's not even. Look,
Taboo, cash up Johnny $10.
No,
He'll
no.
do it.
Don't cash out me, Tim. Bud.
yeah, cash them to you. $10.
Cash out to you.
No, cash up. No.
This guy is like the palest Mexican guy I've ever seen in my life.
There it is.
He's in shape
Thanks
though.
for the
Oh, well.
Christine.
I'm not doing the cash. No.
Christine, you guys send him a cash up, Christine.
No.
Christine.
No, I'm kidding, Christine.
I'm only
Oh.
joking.
I got it. I
No,
got
I
it.
know.
I'm only joking.
I
Taboo
know.
man. He's a cool guy.
Hey, Shark Kidder, I got a picture here of Christine at the gym. I guess this was taken the other day.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Christine, is this you?
Let's see, Jeff. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Let's
Hey,
Let's see.
Shark Hitter, I got a
She's
picture of Jim
calling
too.
you out, Jim.
Bring me in.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm calling you out, Jim. Let me see the picture.
Christine, I heard. Christine, is this you on the right?
Tell him yes.
Oh my God, Jim.
Tell him yes.
Hey, Jim, I got a picture of you,
No,
Jim. Wait a minute,
you
Jim.
take
Let me see.
those-
Let me show you. It's a picture PZ sent me. All right, here we go. Let me bring it back up now. Let me bring it
All
up.
right.
Here we go.
Everybody laugh.
All right, here you go. Go ahead, send it. Go ahead, Shark Hitter. It's yours.
I can't wait to see this one.
Oh my
Hey.
God.
Where did that come from?
What the hell?
All right, Max.
Look at the dog is barking at my picture. That's
Yeah,
funny.
shit.
Where when
was
was
this
that? Can,
taken?
PZ, can you text that to me? I want to make that my avatar.
That is too
God.
funny.
Please, no.
Jim, where was that taken?
I think that was when Noelle showed her tits.
No, that,
Yeah, it
that was
probably
Angel
was.
Gotti's. That was Angel Gotti's show, Jim.
That is
Yeah.
too funny.
Oh my God.
I
It's
got to tell you guys
beautiful.
a story that Christine doesn't know about. Christine, I meant to tell you this. Did you guys hear this story? So the other day, Christine shut her show off, but she didn't leave StreamYard, and I was able to watch her in her house when she was wearing a green shirt and eating crackers, and I kept calling her, and she
Oh,
goes,
yes,
"Jim."
please don't do that.
She didn't know that I was watching her the whole time.
How?
She didn't exit out of StreamYard.
The StreamYard, I guess. I think.
The
so,
show
yeah.
her, and I thought it was still on, so I went to StreamYard, and I could hear her like getting bags of chips and drinking soda. So I said, "Let
I
me
was
see if."
drinking water.
So I
Water.
called her, and I could hear my phone ringing her, and she goes, "Jim, why are you calling? I'm not taking this call." And I was like, "Oh my God, she doesn't realize she's in the back chat and still on." So then her camera came on, and I watched her eat chips and drink soda and watch TV. And then I would text her, and she goes, "I'm not answering this guy." And then I was watching her the whole time. It was fucking hilarious.
No, is it because you guys have a computer? How do you get in back chat, like you say, and you can see this stuff? Because I
Yeah.
can't.
Yep.
If the show ends, I'm out.
Out fine. But
Why?
I was acting, I know that. But it was okay. Anyway. Well, I think there's a picture when I was doing a gym. No, I think I have an old video when I was going to the gym, and you can see me doing leg presses or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it's one of my videos.
She's getting
my
she's
channel.
getting in shape. She's walking too.
Yep.
Somebody's got to teach her how to do a turn her camera around a film.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying
What
to.
the hell is this?
E.T.
I'm
Wait a
showing
minute.
Jim something.
Is this in reference to that poor taste joke you made on
Yes.
Johnny's?
Yep. There it is. There it is, Jim.
Put that guy in that basket, you make some money.
Yes.
You ever seen that movie Basket Case?
You should just go in there and
No.
you should just go in there and start abusing the guy, hitting him with belts and shit.
Yeah, Marzi Girl, Basket Case is a horror movie about two brothers.
Okay.
And there's one normal one and there's one that's a gross one. And
Oh.
the gross brother is in a basket. He carries him. He's like a little goblin looking like mush thing. And he comes out of the basket and he just kills motherfuckers. There's like a couple sequels to this. It's like a gross little movie. It came out in the 80s.
Now the normal one is the one with the hole in the back, right?
No, the normal is just a regular guy. This is like a real movie. I'm not like there's a sequel. Erica's seen it.
I remember that.
Yeah, Basket Case. Yep.
What about Truth or Dare?
The Madonna one?
No, the other one where the guy's sawing off his leg.
Oh, no, see,
No,
I
I've never seen
can't.
that. That's 70s.
No, that
can't.
came out in the early 80s. Truth or
I'm
Dare.
not a fan of horror movies.
I start picking up in about 84, 85, like right around Gremlins.
X, I gotta tell you, and this is an honor for you.
What happened to Jim?
Your movie is the
I'm
only
gonna go take a shit.
movie I've ever seen.
You never seen any horror movies?
No. I tried to watch one with my girlfriends once and I just couldn't.
Well, I consider it an action movie, not a horror movie, but whatever. Splitting hairs here.
80s was crazy. Now you watch them back and it's like, oh my God, that's dumb.
Why did I think that was such a great movie?
I was scared. Yeah, I was scared back
I'll
then.
tell you what. Well, you got to look at the technology and what you had around and what was available. Nightmare on Elm Street is terrifying. I don't know. It looks goofy now, but some of those, dream sequences are terrifying.
Back then it was. There's the horror movies now. Them scare the shit out of me. I will never
hate that.
I
hate horror movies that use sound to scare people.
Hey guys, I gotta get going. DJ Shark Hitter, thank you for everything, bro.
Enjoy that pizza.
Bye, Johnny.
Bye, guys. You guys be good, okay?
Johnny.
Mr. X, you be good, okay?
All right. Thanks for coming on, Johnny.
Bye, Johnny.
No problem. Bye, Leanne. Bye, Marcy girl.
All right.
Bye,
chat.
Johnny.
Bye, beautiful chat. See you guys later.
I did watch that movie Nona's on Netflix. It was good. I cried.
Yeah, I got to watch the Pee Wee Herman Part 2 thing tonight.
What was that? Was it good or no?
It's a 2-part documentary series. It's on, I think, HBO. And the first half of Part 1 is slow because we talked about this on the OTT, because it's him kind of becoming Pee Wee Herman. But I mean, he's definitely had an interesting life.
Okay, so does it get into Part 2? I wonder if it gets into his weird stuff.
Yes. Yeah, like right now, he like at the end of Part 1, he just finished the Tim Burton movie. The first movie. And he's kind of like at the height of his fame.
Okay, I'd like that'd be interesting.
That might not be appropriate for you. You might not be mature enough for that.
Yeah, no shit.
When I was younger, like in the 80s, I was born in 78, so like I would only watch rated R movies. Like if I knew it was PG-13, my parents didn't care. If I knew it was R, I just assumed that was awesome, because anything could happen. There could be nudity, there could be the F word. That's how I determined if I was going to watch a movie or not.
Yeah.
That's how it should still be.
Couldn't do it. So I have to tell you guys, about an hour ago, I made an emergency appointment to see my doctor tomorrow.
Are you okay?
Well,
Marcy?
not really. Every time I close my eyes, I can't see. So
Did you just hear yourself?
I went
a bit.
checked out.
Did you just hear yourself?
I did. Don't say any more.
Yes.
I mean, isn't that horrible?
Yeah.
Every time I close my eyes, I can't see.
Every time I see Marzi, she hasn't worked.
Shut up, Max.
Hello? I've been bad tonight.
Truth or Dare came out in 1986, Mr. X.
Okay, I have not seen that.
You got to see it, man. It's funny.
Christine, it's a joke.
No.
Okay, please don't scare me like that. Please don't scare me like that.
What happens when you close your eyes?
You see dreams.
You can't see, right?
Yeah.
I saw a short on YouTube the other day, black couple, and the wife had the husband running around the house. She's like, "Oh my God, you got to take me to the hospital right now." And he's like, "What's the matter?" She's like, "Every time I close my eyes, I can't see." And he's like, "Oh my God." So he's running around, putting a shirt on, putting his sneakers on, finding the car keys. And he's asking her all these, "Are you in pain?" And she's like, No, it's just every time I close my eyes, I can't see. It was hysterical. They get all the way out to the car, and he's like, okay, so tell me again what it is, because I'll talk to the doctors and nurses for you. She's like, I've told you 50 times. Every time I close my eyes, I can't see. It finally registered with him, and he turned the car off. And he looked at her and was like, what the hell is wrong with you? It was funny as hell. It
Okay.
was so funny. You guys got to check it out. It's a short. I was dying. It was like, oh, that's something I would do.
That's good.
Leanne's
What's
quick,
bird?
though, isn't she?
What's up with the birds, Margie? Still have them or no?
Yeah, I do, but
KFC.
I was starting to say this earlier. I don't know if they're going to continue to stay here or not.
Oh yeah.
Why not? No money?
Oh no. I've got plenty for them. There was a change in occupancy at my daughter's apartment.
She got rid of that Mexican guy.
Yes, and she has an order of protection.
What happened?
She's not quite sure as to what caused him to flip out, but he took her phone from her, threw it across the room, and then put both of his hands around her neck and was choking her.
What is he? Is she dating Fumble Nuts?
Drugs?
No, wasn't that, because I asked her that, and my daughter was like,
No, I know you just set that up on a tee for me, so I had to jump
upfront
in.
and honest with me. So no, it wasn't that.
How this is the Mexican guy that was living off of her and living. Is he the father of the grandchild?
Yes, he's Puerto Rican. Yes.
Well, whatever.
Yes. And she managed to get his hands from around her neck. And luckily, my granddaughter wasn't there at the time. Every now and again, she'll go spend a weekend at his aunt and grandmother's apartment. Like, she'll just go hang out with them, and they do things with her and whatnot. And so she was there at the time. And my daughter took a couple of days, and then she called me, which was the right thing to do, because I'd have found my way to go down there and beat his ass. But she now has a therapist who has helped her. And we have, for domestic violence for women, it's called a woman's place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've been helping my daughter as well. All of those support systems helped her to get an order of protection, and she has court tomorrow. Like, it's temporary right now.
Yeah. So what happened to him? Where did he go?
Oh, he's gone.
But like, where did he go? To his mom's house on the street?
I don't know. I'm not sure if my daughter knows. The guy came to serve him. And she was there at the apartment when that happened. And she said, and my granddaughter was still at school when this happened. And she just turned to him after he got served and said, I'm leaving for an hour. You have 1 hour to get everything that belongs to you out. And she has
1 hour?
Yeah, that's all she gave him. She has one of those cameras when she was working night shift and Quinn was at his apartment for overnights. It was she had this camera on in her apartment to keep an eye on her dog, Bart, because he gets scared when he's by himself and whatnot. So she had that fired up, and she drove somewhere close by, sat and watched him for an hour to make sure he didn't take anything that belonged to her or Quinn, and he didn't. An hour and 15 minutes later, she came back and he was gone.
What did she do to prompt that?
Well, her and I have been talking about it, and I said, were you guys having an argument? And she said, Mom, I swear nothing was going on. He just got up and he grabbed my phone, he threw it, cracked her screen, which is neither here nor there. She can take care of that.
Yeah.
And then just lunged at me, put his hands around my neck. And she said at one point I couldn't breathe at all.
This sounds like some Frankenstein shit. I mean, there's
Doesn't
something.
it?
It sounds like, is he on drugs?
The only drug that I know for a fact that he does is he smokes pot.
Yeah, but people don't just stand up after smoking weed and just start lunging,
Exactly.
choking them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
She had to have done something.
why, X?
Because he got up and threw a phone and started choking something. She's not telling you something.
What would she have done to elicit that kind of response from him?
I don't know, but I mean, men just don't stand up and start throwing things and choking for no reason.
Well, at this point, this is what I'm going to say to you.
Okay.
I don't give a shit what she did. He doesn't have the right to do what he did.
I understand. I agree with you, but I'm just saying it just could be just for no reason. It just doesn't sound like you're getting the whole story. Nobody just gets up or rises up like a fucking zombie, throws a phone, starts to choke.
Maybe they were having a conversation about finances. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably something about money. He didn't want to work.
Oh, he never wants to work. That's a given. But he is working now, and he's supposed to be paying for half of everything. Half of the rent, half of
There
the
it is. Okay, so he didn't pay with his halfies, and she probably said, enough of this already. How old's the kid, by the way? Like 4 or 5?
She is going to be 9 in
9.
July.
Oh, she's way older than that. This is what we were talking about with BJ. Like after you have the first couple birthdays and you go to the Disney World one time and, the walking is over and this and that. And the next thing you know, somebody's going for the throat.
Yeah.
Like the daddy stuff is over, the holidays and all that. 1 or 2 of those have gone by. People exchange gifts. Then the real asshole comes out. I've seen this a couple times in life.
And another thing I can say is I'm very proud of her.
Yeah, she had
sure. the strength to recognize right from the get-go. This is not good. I don't give a shit if he apologizes to me, which I really don't believe he did. I don't care what he has to say. He's got to go. And she struggled going through it, but she did everything she needed to do. When she talked to me, she would say things like, I hope he doesn't get more pissed after he gets kicked out and then comes back and does something. I hope he doesn't do anything to Quinn. And my daughter, per court papers, has full custody of Quinn. He has visitation. I don't know if in court tomorrow that'll be amended or not, but I'm hoping, I'm hoping everything goes well.
Yeah.
And she has a CPS visit coming up because
Jim, that Mexican that was living with Marzi's daughter choked her.
I'm coming up. I knew it.
I just snitched.
Because of the order of protection.
Snitched.
Because of the order of protection, CPS is just coming to check Crystal, the home, Quinn, all of that, just to make sure everything is okay. So she's not concerned about that, and she has no need to be concerned about that.
Yeah.
But it broke my heart to hear that she went through that. I certainly don't want that for my daughter. I don't want that for anybody.
It's the worst.
But I'm very proud of, she stuck to her guns. She did what she had to do, and he's gone.
Did you hear how ignorant that was? I just called up in the middle of you pouring your heart out and
that was kind of ignorant.
Snitched on you and just immediately like this, just a yenta, like, hey Jim. Like somebody's going through some pain, and I'm trying. And I'm
say, Marcy, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, and it'll all be good.
No, yeah, I know I shouldn't have done that, but it's going to be better when Jim gets up here for everybody in the chat. I mean,
Well,
if the joke is over, she's okay, but we could talk about it now, you know. And
the
here's the
important
thing.
words are, I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't choke anybody. I didn't do nothing.
X.
What did I do?
You
Sorry
can
for what?
Just
I
say,
didn't do nothing.
I'm sorry, I did that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened to your daughter. But here's the thing, though. But you know, here's let's you know, as the New Yorkers say, nothing for nothing. But you know, she knew this guy was like an illegal Mexican. That's number one.
He's not illegal.
No, that's what Jim told me.
And he's Puerto Rican, not Mexican.
Well, come on. That's like saying I'm a Bohemian versus living in St. John's. I mean, come on.
Rainbow Melon, I'm not really sure what you mean by that comment, and we are to believe Marzi. It happened to my daughter. You want me to send you a picture?
Yes, please. Can you get my email, Jim Terry TV Gifts?
Wow.
Can you send it to me?
I believe you, Marcy.
No, I don't have any.
Did he take that hover cart?
No, it's Quinn's.
Yeah, but he might have taken it because he needed a ride out of there. Hello? Yeah. These are just teed up for me tonight.
Well, I didn't expect that kind of a comment from Rainbow Melon.
Rainbow Melon has been really out of control lately. I don't know if you heard about this. Wow. She bit somebody at work. This is like talking about 5-year-olds here. She just went out of control and she started biting people. She bit 3 people. Yep. I don't know if you heard about that. Jim told me about that too. Texas Granny was there.
Well, I spoke with my daughter today. She's doing well.
Good.
Like I said, she had the CPS come to visit today. She's got court tomorrow. I will talk to her at the end of the week.
This is a giant opportunity that you're just glossing over here. Why don't you go into court and go live and we'll stream it on the OTT? This is fascinating.
No.
What's the matter with you? Why?
So, you know, my granddaughter does karate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, karate, mixed martial arts. She just got her orange belt with a black stripe like a few weeks back. She has always wanted to try an instrument because she's going into the 4th grade, and that's when they really start to badger the kids, you know, with renting instruments and whatnot. First thing she wanted to learn how to play was the cello. And both my daughter and I thought the same thing. It's a beautiful instrument.
It's big, though. You got to lug it around. And
right. Well, she would probably do very well on it. However, because of this issue, my daughter is no longer on night shift. She's now working 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
So essentially, your daughter would go and work at night, and this chivato would be there all day, not working, smoking weed. Then your daughter would get home, probably have to take care of the kid, clean the place up. She's better off not with him. It's like having another kid.
Well, he is working now, but she has gone through periods like that, yes.
Yeah, of course.
And I think, I mean, other than the fact that he had his freaking hands around her neck, I think she was just at her limit with him. And then he did that, and that was a deal breaker right then and there. So my daughter can't transport her to school on the days that she's supposed to bring her instrument in because she's already at work, and Quinn's school day doesn't start till 9. So she said to Quinn, any other instrument, and she's thinking, well, you know, maybe
how about something small like piccolo?
Well, she said, you know, I thought maybe she'd go for the violin because both my daughters played the violin. And I said, or the triangle, you know, like we were just kind of laughing about it.
I'd say violin or any of those stringed instruments like that.
Guess,
I mean, I think I know something about it, obviously, but those are the hardest ones.
guess which instrument this child chose.
Bassoon.
The drum.
Well,
Ah.
I
Violin.
played the saxophone, Erica, too.
And I said to my daughter, I said, do you remember when you played soccer? And she said, yes. And I said, this is every parent. You get close to the end of the season and you pray. Please don't win. Don't make it to the championships. I don't want to have to keep bringing you out here. That's how you feel at some point.
Oh, really? I asked my mom about that a couple years ago. Did you really like going to all those baseball games? I wouldn't want to go to. She's, oh, I love doing that. So I mean, I don't know. I guess.
Whoa! What's going on here? What
So
happened?
let me re-explain the story for Marzi. The
All right,
essay
hold on, Mr. X. Before you do, let me get myself prepared for this because I always said that guy was bad news. I knew something was going on. I think there's some drugs issues over at that house. But listen, before we get into this, I want to be mature about this. I don't want to treat this as a joke, okay? So let me go ahead and change my avatar, please. I'm sorry. All right, go ahead.
Oh, Jim, I swear.
So that essay Vato, that Chief Vato she got over there, minding her own business, and apparently this man stood up like a zombie, threw her cell phone unprompted for no reason.
Yeah, bullshit.
Walked over and like Frankenstein put both of her hands around her fucking neck and started choking her.
Yeah. If you believe that story, I got some fucking oceanfront property in Kansas City to sell you.
Well, she has an order of protection, temporary. He was served, and he's no longer there.
Hold on, Marzi. Let me switch. This is disrespectful.
When
Let me
he
get
was
a white
being
girl in
served.
There you go.
You should have been there, Marzi, and gone live.
I'd have beat his ass. I would have beat his ass.
All right, well, hold on. First of all, she didn't do nothing. Not that she deserved it, but you're going to have me believe she wasn't talking to some other guy on the phone or some guy texting her.
No.
He just decided to just choke her for no reason.
I think she hasn't told me anything as to how it started. She just said, I don't know what happened.
Money.
He just did this. Yeah. But I was just telling X.
He's probably not working.
It's probably a conversation about finances.
Yeah.
He is working at the moment, but he goes on and off with jobs. And he's supposed to be paying half of everything, but he doesn't. Even when he's working, he doesn't. So it could have been her.
Half. Steve was paying half.
No, Steve was not paying anything for my daughter. I bet she probably said, listen, this bill's due by this date. I need you to give me your full amount, yada, yada, yada. And that probably started it off.
When did this happen, Murphy?
It was it was a week before last.
So 2 weeks ago. And you're telling me this happened 2 weeks ago and you have no idea what started it?
No, I've asked her. She said she's not sure. I'm not going to grill her. She's going through.
Let me tell you. So this is not good. So where was the kid at when this happened?
She was actually spending the weekend at his grandmother and aunt's apartment.
Yeah. His grandmother and his aunt lived together?
Yeah.
Trash.
Is my daughter okay? Yes, Jim. She's fine. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I don't buy the story. I think you're leaving. I would like to see. So she got an order of protection. Did the cops come that night?
Yeah, somebody came. She didn't say. She said, a guy came and served them.
No, you can't. I mean, she did the night that he choked her. He just choked her, then let her go, and then that was it.
No, she had to make him let her go.
And then this is not the first time this has happened, right?
This is the only time I know that he's put his hands on her.
And have you called him?
No.
All right, where's her brother at?
He doesn't know. She does not want to tell her brother.
Watch Her
because
Crazy just did a community post. She's Watch Her Crazy's going to call your son, she said.
I got a photo of it. Somebody just Watch Her Crazy just sent this.
Please, let's see it. I want to make sure that she's okay.
Don't be disrespectful. Please don't put it up.
Monkeys?
Whatever it is, don't put it up.
Monkeys?
Shark Kidder put it up.
Mark is being nice to me. Thank you, Mark.
Let's
Who's
see
Mark?
it.
So anyway, Jim, just to kind of wrap it up, she has a therapist. Oh. She has a therapist. She was in touch with a woman's place, which is a organization that helps women in domestic violence. They helped her navigate getting the temporary order of protection.
So she must not have called. Okay, if she had to navigate to get it, she must not have called the cops that night.
No, she didn't. She did not call the cops then. She did not.
Where'd he go? Where's he at? Where's Dad?
We don't know where he's at right now. All I know is somebody came and served him, and he just looked at her, pardon me, and she said, I am going to leave for 1 hour. You have an hour to get your belongings out of here. And she has like a pet cam, and she had turned that on earlier in the day.
Would I have loved to have watched that guy get served and have to go through that?
And she watched him as he was packing his stuff up.
Did you get called the night of the choke? How long after she got choked did you find out?
No, she called me 2 days later.
Yeah, this whole thing started with the birds and the whole fucking. They were supposed to come over and they weren't. They've been fighting for a while.
That's how we found out about this, because the birds might be going back there now that they have more room. He didn't want them.
The conversation I've had with my daughter about the birds, because she misses them something horrible, is I said to her, listen, when everything starts to settle down, if you want the birds back, it's fine with me. Yes, I love them. Yes, I will miss them. But, I know you are missing them more than I would. And she said, no, Mom, you're taking great care of them. They can stay with you. And I said, well, let's just let things settle down and then you decide. And so we left it at that. So she has court hearing tomorrow, I guess, to make it permanent protection order. And that's it.
Taboo Man asked, is this guy from Florida?
No, he's from Pennsylvania.
Remember Candace Howard said Jim yelled at a 2-year-old. The 2-year-old father streamer on Jim.
So Jim, I was just telling everyone that Quinn is going into 4th grade next year, so they're inundating the kids at her school from, those going into 4th on up with learning an instrument. And originally, Quinn wanted to learn the cello, but Crystal adjusted her work schedule now that he's gone. She's working.
Hold on. Where did they say Daddy was?
Yeah.
Your daughter comes home. Where's Daddy? He's on vacation. I mean, all his shit's gone. Why? He choked again.
Daddy moved. That's all she told her.
Daddy moved. The cover card. What about that little situation?
Wait. What is funny about that?
Daddy moved.
Mark?
No, I'm not laughing now. I'm laughing at Jim.
How about Jim, that 2-year-old Asian kid? What's his name? Ling Ling?
Ling Ling.
She goes, oh, he's going to say, the Asian mom's like, he's going to say his first words. Say, what is it, little Ling Ling? Restraining order, Jim Terry.
There's
Go
no doubt
ahead.
about it. Listen, I don't know anything.
Silent.
I'm going to tell you what I
All
think.
I know is I'm glad that your daughter is okay.
Yeah, course.
Listen. Here's the thing. First of all, you could see this guy was a putz a mile away. I mean, I don't even know how he lasted in that house this long. And number two, you could tell there's drugs in that home. There's no doubt about
I said that too.
it. Whether it's the marijuana, and then she was bringing marijuana over to Marzi, from what I understand. I heard that through the grapevine. Pills or fucking tabs or fucking.
No.
She didn't bring you edibles or something, your daughter?
Yeah, no pills, no tabs. My daughter has a medical marijuana
Right.
card.
Yeah, they all do.
She gets the
She's like 26.
She gets the marijuana to help her fall asleep.
Yeah.
That is the only drug that my daughter has brought into the home.
So did Cheech Marin.
I know he smokes pot. I don't know if he does anything.
He probably went through her edibles or whatever. You know what I mean? And listen, everybody. Oh, I just do weed. Everybody knows these people are. There's pills. There's probably meth. If he's not working, I mean, he can't keep a job. Why? It's not like he's working for Apple.
Because he's a lazy ass motherfucker.
Because he's on drugs, and I'm sure his money's going somewhere. And I'm
going to tell you what I just told X.
Yeah,
I am relieved to know that my daughter is fine. I am proud of the fact that she was able to focus on what needed to be done and get it done. Get the order of protection. And I am glad that he is gone. And hopefully tomorrow at the court case, she will get the permanent one. And then she'll at least have that as a sense of safety. And that's it. I don't think anything about this situation is funny at all.
Yeah, me either.
But I should have never told you an X because
you didn't tell me.
I just told you now because everything in my life is so fucking funny. Now, after the court hearing tomorrow, if she gets the permanent order, then she's going to, because it'll cover Quinn as well, because the temporary one does. She will sit down and have a long discussion with Quinn about what happened.
Hold on 1 second, guys. We're live on Shark Hitter Show. Ty Corbin, Marzi Girl's daughter got choked.
Got choked.
Yeah. Anyways, what are you doing tomorrow?
So we're headed out to Cherry Creek for a week to go search for Aiden Clune.
You're going up there.
Yeah, and unlike the last time, Mark, so we found his shoes last summer.
Yes.
And there's a set of tracks that are 1,500 feet in elevation, higher than where his shoes were at, and 2 miles south. And now that we have found his shoes, that tells me that's the direction he went.
So you're going to go up. Good. Okay, well, let us know. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're going out for a week, and we'll be back about the 4th or 5th.
All right, well, call in. Let us know what happens.
All right, see ya.
All right, peace out. Sorry about that.
And when you were telling us the story about your mother and the boutique in this last week, Jim, I felt horrible for her.
Should have been me.
But apparently, that's not something that, you would do for somebody else.
No, I mean, I felt horrible for her, not horrible for her. I felt horrible for me.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Anybody could see that guy was a shithead from a fucking mile away.
Gen X, because I'm stupid. That's why.
And this Puerto Rican dude or Israeli guy or what is he? Some kind of Arab?
He's Puerto Rican.
Same Puerto Rican shark hitter.
Hang on 1 second.
What do you call him?
Hold on.
And I got Rainbow Melon in the chat making all kinds of snarky comments at me about it.
Everybody could see this from a mile away.
Listen, I've told you numerous times, I don't like the man. My daughter is 31 years old. How am I supposed to get him out? I've told her.
Call has been forwarded to
numerous times.
You were enabling.
Enabling how?
2.
Hold on 1 second. Here we go.
6 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Steve, it's Mr. X here. Listen, Margie Girl's daughter got choked by that essay. Call me.
I don't
Hello?
think that was necessary.
Might get you a few bucks.
Why is this situation funny, X? Explain it to me.
Yeah.
It's actually not funny.
Okay, so why are you laughing?
Because I'm doing like what those haters say in the Angel Gotti, where I'm just like being a snitch and calling everybody. Like,
Are you
like
really are both of you really that ignorant that you can't empathize for?
I do
minutes?
empathize, but it's over. He's gone. But now we got to get the word out.
You don't empathize. You've been snickering and giggling throughout this whole story. I shouldn't have shared it. I'm a stupid ass.
No, it's not.
I shouldn't have shared it.
This is good content. This is what you want. You want honesty.
If it's good content. You've known me for 3 fucking years. And the two of you can't say, wow, Marcy.
People are saying in the chat and messaging me and saying this is why Marcy's been backdoor communicating with Bob. Getting advice. Did Bob know about this, Marcy?
No, he does not. I'm not backdoor communicating with Bob. I called him and spoke to him one time. I called several times and didn't get through.
Hold on. I'm getting another call in here. Hold on.
Go on,
Hello?
X.
Hey, hold on. Let me bring you up on speaker. Chanel? Hey, listen. Did you hear about Marcy? I'm just kidding. She's not.
I gotta say goodnight to you guys, Margie. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Thank you,
All right.
Christine. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thanks
Christine
for
knows about it.
joining us, Christine.
And again, I say to X and Jim, hopefully it never happens to a woman in your family. But when it does,
nobody in our family's dating out of work, greasy Puerto Ricans. I don't think we have to worry.
If it ever does, just know that I will feel badly for you and whoever the woman is. I won't sit and laugh and make jokes and put up stupid pictures.
I was doing a bit. I mean, we're being honest here, but we're adding some color to it. I mean, obviously people legitimately feel sorry for your daughter, but we kind of saw this coming. It's not like this guy was becoming a lawyer or anything.
Yeah,
and you two seem to forget, I've already lost a daughter.
I remember that.
And my situation with my son was getting better until Watch Your Crazy stepped in.
My fault. I didn't do nothing.
This is the one child of mine that I have a great relationship with, and somebody attacked her, and I wasn't there.
How far away are you from your daughter? Like miles or hours? Like how long would it take you to get there?
45 minutes.
She didn't even tell her for 2 days.
Because she didn't want to upset me.
I'm upset that you didn't make this entire production.
I don't even have a response for that.
Well, I mean, but the guy's gone. You could have been there with a camera documenting this case. He went chivato on you, Casey or her. You know,
no, that's not what you mean, and we both know it.
You could have been protecting her for women's rights. You can't trust that guy. You should have been over there.
I thought your daughter was taking karate classes or some shit.
She is.
They offer the parents free class for a week here and there. And she did have to get his hands off her neck. Mark, what if somebody did that to your wife? Would you be laughing at Jim?
He does that once a week.
If they did that to my wife, I would cut their arms off.
And Jim was making jokes about it. Would it be funny then?
No.
Well, there you go.
There's getting cash out.
I'm just a lowly woman, though.
No, that's not true.
I'm just a lowly woman, and I don't deserve the respect from two men that I've known for 3 fucking years.
Well, 3 years
and have done a lot for.
They love you.
and a man that I just met, but I thought we were.
He didn't laugh at all. Actually, it's 2 years and 10 months technically.
I don't deserve that respect.
Well, let me tell you why I'm empathetic to this.
Me too.
You're not.
I'm
so
not.
Don't waste your breath.
I'm not a fan. Why I have no empathy. That's what I should have said. Not empathetic. Here's why. Because I remember when your daughter turned her back on you when you needed her most, and I don't believe for a second that a Facebook message to your son set things back years. I don't think he was going to talk to you anyway. That shouldn't have been enough to deter him. It's not like you guys have been talking for 6 weeks and he's like, "Mom, you're up to your same old tricks. I'm done." He was never going to that's weak. That's a cop out.
You don't know that.
I think that this whole thing started with the fighting weeks and weeks ago when you got the birds. That's what I truly believe. Yep. I don't buy that she showed him a bill because she didn't tell you that. And he just got up like Frankenstein and started choking him. She was probably bitching at him, fiddling with the air conditioning or something. And
you keep living in your little dream world, Jim.
Guys just don't pop up out of couches, start choking people.
So you know this guy.
The daughter was.
You're friends with him. You were right there when it happened, yeah?
I don't have to be to know which way the wind blows. I've seen with
I've been around on this earth for 46 years. Now I've heard of people biting people.
Have you ever done a background check on them?
No.
Oh, maybe he has a history of this. Want me to do a background check and see if he does?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. You just keep living in the world according to Jim, and I'll just be a obedient woman and lead the panel. And you'll sit up here and make your jokes, and you've got your laughing person there with you.
Who's laughing?
Thinks that this is all fucking funny. And you have
the way you told the story was funny. The way you explained it.
I don't think the way I explained it had any humor involved in it at all.
No.
None.
They were probably either both drinking or high.
No. Mm-mm.
Well, you don't usually choke somebody and get violent if you're high. Usually, like
he might have been drinking, but my daughter only drinks when she's off on a weekend.
The daughter wasn't there, and just like Fumble Nuts, his kids were in Missouri when all that happened.
My granddaughter goes and visits his grandmother and aunt at least once a month and spends a weekend there.
Sure. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's usually when stuff like this goes down. The kids aren't there.
But you're sitting there insinuating, supposedly Quinn wasn't there.
Right.
So
she probably said, give him money. That's what Leanne says. Hey, are you going to give me some money now? I've been working my ass off. I'm out there working. I'm taking care of the kid.
I think that was it. I think that was it.
That's what Leanne said. I agree.
He's not getting any puss.
Oh.
All right. Well, thank you.
Wait a minute. No.
I think we ought to get him on the show. Yeah.
Wow. That's not how I intended that to go.
That's exactly how I intended it to go.
Leanne, I wish Leanne would come up and put in her 2 cents because I don't fully understand this.
I wish somebody would choke Leanne.
Leanne's coming up.
Okay, good. Next thing you know, the haters are Jim and Mr. X are being mean to Marzi. Newsflash. Who's that old guy?
That's Jim's dad, right?
Yep.
He looks good.
Now, Jim's dad has his hair. This guy's bald. Just like his...
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that was Jim's dad.
No, Jim's dad isn't bald.
Okay.
Run, run, run.
So, Leanne, what do you think about this? I mean, does this make any sense?
Yeah. Men are stupid.
A man is just going to stand up and start choking for no reason.
Man's behalf.
Marzi probably don't know the whole freaking story. if it would happen to somebody, it's happened to some girlfriends or something. Your kids especially ain't going to freaking tell you. They don't want you to freaking know because I have had girlfriends complain about their husbands. Well, you just listen because you know they're probably going to go back to them. And didn't you guys say that he was? I remember Jim saying he was something about she better give him or he better give her money. She's living off of, or he's living off
Yeah,
of her.
we said that. Yes, that was easy to figure out. Yes.
So she probably bitched about freaking money and said, "Hey, we can't pay our bills." And he thought, "Bitch, I'm gonna do
he
this."
went halfway Tabor.
Probably.
Halfway.
He probably controls her.
1988 Spring Hill on the panel now.
What's that?
Who?
1988 Spring Hill we have on the panel now.
That's me.
That's me. That's Jim.
Well, Jim, don't you think so? Because you used to tell her, get that guy out, because his ass is using her.
Yeah, definitely. And this started months ago. You could tell. First, it was, you need to take the birds. That was probably a fight. They obviously can't afford them. Nobody's working over there. If she's a nurse, she should be making she should be clearing $80,000 a year.
She's got to be doing something because her kids and all this stuff that costs money. There's a lot of things
for everything. That poor girl.
And I don't know this, and I'm not trying to be mean to Marzi. I know that's Texas Granny. Why didn't she? And this is just as somebody who's worked as a private investigator, and I'm not law enforcement. Why didn't she call the police when it happened? Because they were either both drunk or high. That's why. And the cops would have come there and saw that they were both obliterated, or he would have said she's drunk, or she would have said he's high, or there was drugs in the house, and that's
she ain't going to tell her. That's her mother.
No,
but
why?
You know what, you bitch. Now let me bitch at that bitch.
They did not call the police the night it happened. They waited days.
Well, yeah, because you don't want, when people are abused like that, they don't want to call because they still think it's okay. Everything will calm down. They'll be mad for a week. Now, if she gets back with him, I'm right.
Well, he's out of there now.
Well, okay, but they leave and then they come back. That's what a lot of abused women go through.
We weren't tragedy. We were having a little bit of fun at her situation and expense, but I mean,
they do this to Marzi. But Rainbow Melon, you stupid bitch, you should never fucking say the shit you say.
What did she say? What did Rainbow Melon say?
We like her. That's the lady who works hard.
I know you guys like her, and that's perfect. But she's nasty, bitch.
No.
Whatever. Stick up for her all you want because you like her, but I don't fucking like her. She's a shitster.
So how is she nasty? Explain to me, like what she says in the chat, or how she acts on panels, or the fact that she works her ass off?
The chick tries to dig at everybody. Pull up a choke photo. Can we pull up a choke? I mean, that kind of shit she says, and then she says Marcy's probably lying. She does this. The bitch blocks everybody that talks to me. She blocks Reaper. She's blocking all these people. Erica, who never freaking has done a damn thing to her. The woman's nuts. She can be your friend all she wants.
We like Erica too.
Yeah, well, I only tried to help her one fucking time, and that was it. Keep on digging.
She said,
but
why don't you
anyway,
show your face?
Marcy.
What did Rainbow Melon say?
I just told you. Marcy, send it to him. I don't know. I'm blocked. Ask Marcy. She just sent me some of the stuff she said.
I don't want people sending me shit. I don't even have my phone next to me.
Well, I just told you. Pull up a choke photo. What else she say? I just told you.
Yeah, she was joking.
Hey, Queen 83, we don't have to worry about that ever happening.
Send me the rest. People send me the rest because the bitch has me blocked and don't think that I ain't gonna say anything about her. So
this is what they call poor people problems. When people don't work and they don't have ambition because they're sitting. You know what I say about weed all the time? I don't got a problem with people smoking weed. but it makes you lazy. It makes you not want to work. It makes you tired and weak. You should wake up in the morning and want to go fucking see if you can bench 225, not wake and bake. And then it goes down.
You know, haven't you, Jim? You have said it 50 million times about these people having their girlfriends dropping them off at work and then cruising around smoking weed or doing shit all day long.
Yeah, it's like that movie Baby Boy.
Yep.
Yeah.
You seen that?
No.
I was going to say, I didn't know you liked John Singleton. Jeez.
Yeah,
No.
you could see it from a mile away. He's obviously not happy. You know,
You were the one that said it all. That's why I believed you.
Right.
Maybe you're lying. I don't know.
He doesn't even fuck her face to face anymore, you know.
This is what I say, Rainbow Melon, with it. Like, let's say Rainbow Melon works all day at a factory. She worked her ass off all day, sweaty, and she wants to relax, and she has a glass of wine or smokes a
Tell
little.
her fucking
doobie.
ass to come up here and entertain me then.
Okay, and
Don't
hold on.
bash the
So, like,
bitches
that,
on panel.
that I don't have a problem with. Like, somebody worked their ass off and they want to relax, they want to watch a movie, they want to smoke a joint, they want to, drink, as long as they don't drive, fine. But when that's all that you do and you don't work, it's a problem. It's not good.
Well, sure.
This is why I wish weed wasn't legal.
Oh, weed ain't gonna do it.
Well, it makes you lazy. It makes you laid back.
There's some people there. I know people that smoke weed that have jobs that don't affect them.
Well, now here's the thing: if he was
Now's
doing
the gummies, the gummies are good for some people too.
Smoking weed and writing jokes and being creative and all that kind of stuff. No, these guys get in there, they start pumping, they pump out a kid. The woman has to work. He's sitting there.
No, it's fucking
kid.
drugs. If you can't go to work, you're an addict. You gotta stop. Meth. You're methed up, Mr.
How you
X.
doing this back? What's up? And it could be something more. Jim could be right. It could be that they were both doing meth or something, and she doesn't want to tell her mom, and she didn't want the cops to be there. She did a Betty Hayward.
She waited a couple of days because there was probably drugs in the house. She waited a couple of days because they were probably high or drunk. You know what I mean? And he spent
It was gone. They scored some drugs.
Yeah, well, Marzi, why would Marzi come up here and tell you a fucking story? She don't want money for it.
Well,
Taboo Man. Read Taboo Man. Read what Taboo Man just said. Go ahead and put that
The
comment.
Puerto Rican guy probably snapped because he ran out of weed and the girl wouldn't give him any more money.
There you go. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. It always is. Leanne, when your husband chokes you, how do you not call the cops?
Oh my God, because Jim, I'm so afraid of him. I'm so afraid he's gonna come back and kill me one day.
I'm sorry. What I meant to say is when you choke your husband,
Yeah.
that's not call the cops.
I get an answer because he's afraid of my family. That's why he stays with me.
Remember when he ran into the door that one time?
Oh, he's
Remember
a
he ran
chick.
into the door and then came in and choked you at that Cincinnati Bengals game.
Yes. Do you remember that?
Hey, everybody.
Stone Sailor, I've been calling you. Where the fuck have you been?
Yeah, I've been taking care. I've been doing some things. I've been busy. I got some stuff that came up, but I saw that you called. You didn't leave me a message.
Well, no, I mean, we've been talking to you on panel. I want you to come on the Angel Gotti show and tell that story about SoFlo and me calling you guys and telling you about Foss wanting me to look into his daughter and shit, but nobody can get a hold of you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, like I said, I've been busy. I've been doing some stuff. I was actually recently. I worked a case too, actually.
Nice. Well, Marzi, what's going on? We're not trying to be mean, but this doesn't make any sense again. There's
Well,
holes
it
in
doesn't have to make sense to you, Jim. You just can't get over that. It doesn't have to make sense to you. But let's get a couple of things straight.
Yeah.
My daughter works.
I know.
full-time. Excuse me.
Right.
Full time. She is not a nurse. She is a CNA.
What's that?
She works nurse's assistant.
Okay, so she's making $9 an hour.
She works for the county and gets tested often She does not do meth or any other drug. She has a medical marijuana card, and she takes an edible if she's having a hard time sleeping. Remember, she used to work 11 at night to 7 in the morning. Her shift has now changed. Now
Okay.
she's working 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. And she said that she's not even using her edibles now because she works all day.
Yeah, he's
She
eating
gets
them up.
Quinn from school, and then she has things to do for herself or for Quinn. And by the time Quinn goes to bed, she's ready to collapse herself.
Doesn't sound like there's anything wrong with
So
that,
don't
Marzi. She's
sit
got
up
a medical
here.
card. I don't know.
Don't sit
what's-
up here and talk about
Oh.
my daughter like she's some lazy piece of shit on drugs. She is not. She is not.
That's not what I said.
It's not.
I've told you guys numerous times I don't like that man. And
I
I'm
know.
watching the chat, and there are questions like, why aren't they married? What business is that of any of
I mean, these are
anybody
people are
here?
going to pass judgment on these type of
Yeah,
lifestyles.
Essentially, I think what they're saying is, why isn't this guy vetted if he's not working and providing in a way that he should be?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't understand what the hell that question has to do with anything.
Well, why aren't they married? They got a
Because
kid.
my daughter didn't want to marry him, and he never proposed.
Okay,
How's
so he
that?
never
Is that
proposed.
good enough for everybody?
How old was she when she got knocked up?
Well, Quinn's going to be 9. Crystal is 31.
22?
So
No,
21.
22.
So this guy's been in her life a long time. Has she dated anybody else since the Quinn was born?
Yeah, she went on a few dates. She didn't like them. And it's
No,
not...
no boyfriends, though.
No.
Yeah.
And her and the baby daddy,
Stale.
prior to him moving in, were not hooking up. Okay? They were not hooking up. But when he moved back in, they had a few times together.
And by the way, let me say this whole thing, and this is a watcher of crazy thing that I see people spewing. Watcher crazy saying, "How could I be on drugs? Look at how fat I am. Fat people don't do drugs." Yeah, tell Chris Farley that. Okay, I mean, do I need to go down the list of? Tell John Belushi that. Do I need to go down the list of fat people that overdosed? I mean, give me a fucking break. Just because you're skinny doesn't. If you're fat, doesn't mean you're not on drugs. Okay, I mean, I can give you the laundry list of people that have overdosed on drugs that were obese. But go ahead, Marzi. Well, Marzi, here's the thing. You know, I think the problem with these things, Marzi, is in these stories, and I'm not being mean, and we're just talking out loud, it just happens to be on a show. There's always holes in these stories. There's always
there were things that I don't know. I'm sure, Jeff.
There's always shit that's up for interpretation. There's Iggy's, there's little misconceptions. Okay, so here's what I heard. Forget everything else, all the jokes. She didn't tell you for 2 days. She also didn't call the cops for a couple of days. She served him with a restraining order. She didn't call the
cops at all.
Okay, she served him with a restraining order while he was still in the house. The daughter doesn't even know. Daddy's just gone. He's never been able to work or really keep it. I mean, we've heard Steve tell us stories about the guy, and you jumped on us for reiterating those.
It's really funny because Steve doesn't know all that much about him, but whatever.
Okay. And, you know, they weren't hooking up, but he's back after 11 years. They've never really dated anybody else in the last 11 years. I don't know. There's just a lot of holes in the story. Do you know his family?
Yeah, I know them.
What are they like? Loud Puerto Ricans? Bunch of
actually, I know his grandmother and I know his aunt. His mother was not a part of his life for a very long time, but now all of a sudden is. Grandmother and aunt are very nice women, and they do enable him. He lost his apartment because he didn't want to work. I don't know how he thought his bills were going to get paid. My daughter said, fine, move in with us, but you're going to get a job and you're going to pay half of the bills. And when he decided he didn't want to work for little short stints, since he's been living with my daughter, grandmom and auntie would give him money to give to her.
What?
So they enabled
Not
him.
Marzi grandmother.
But the
Not
funny
Marzi.
thing about that situation is my daughter contacted grandmother and aunt when he got when he had to leave my daughter's apartment, and both of them said, and they have said this numerous times, well, where is he going to go? He's not coming here.
Well, where
the
is
street under a bridge.
I
Like,
have
hey,
no idea where the hell he is.
why don't you call up the
the
grandmother, his mom, and say, hey, what the fuck? Your son choked my daughter. What the fuck's going on here?
Well, I don't have their phone numbers, and I'm sure if I ask my daughter, she won't give them.
Well, I could find out. I mean, you've never done a background check on this guy?
No, we looked up Tito Santana today. I'm sure we could find out who his mother is.
What's his name? I'll run a background on him right now. I guarantee you there's drug arrests.
What database do you use, Jim? What database do you use?
Well, I'd rather not say that here on this public forum, but I have some. Yeah. I don't want to say that
when my daughter called me and told me what happened, of course, there's a million questions I want to ask her, but I didn't.
I would recommend any mother, a grandmother, to do a background check on a boyfriend, Marzi. I really would. If you're,
I just wanted to know.
Verified.
I just wanted to know when she told me if she was okay, if Quinn was okay, and what was the game plan. Because at that point in time, my daughter was out of her mind. It was a very traumatic situation for her. And she had to function. She had to still go to work. And she has a child she's taking care of. She changed her work shift so that once he was gone, she would be able to get Quinn to they call them daycares.
Is she still in the karate? Is she still doing the after school thing?
My granddaughter is.
Yeah. Okay.
And my daughter takes her. And sometimes they will give the parents free lessons for a week, like Mother's
Day. I wasn't asking for her ability to fight him back. I was asking if the money's still there, to get her daughter lessons, or if that is dried up. You know what I mean?
The funny thing about that is my daughter pays for that. He's never paid a dime for that. And I was telling X.
Is he on the birth certificate?
What?
Is he on the
birth?
Okay, so that child has his last name. So your daughter and the child have different last names.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's pure white trash.
And she has full custody of her. She was given full custody of my granddaughter several years back because she had a full-time job with benefits for my granddaughter.
I have full custody over Stone Sailor.
Whatever. But I was telling X, and I was starting to tell you that my granddaughter's school is, kind of encouraging the students to pick up an instrument, and my granddaughter finally decided on the drums.
All right, first of all,
and so my daughter is taking care.
First of all, what they need to do is they need to pull that little girl out of all extracurriculars.
No, my daughter's
no money for that. Okay, they need to put it into the bills. They need to move out of that apartment, that house, get to a gated community.
Jim, the only finances going out for the drums is to get the drum and pads that come together and get a drum music book and a pair of drumsticks. The lessons are through the school. They're free.
More free programs for these people, I swear.
They've always done it like that in Pennsylvania. You can either rent an instrument or buy one, and the lessons are free through the music teacher.
Somebody just put in the back chat, shouldn't your granddaughter play maracas since he's Puerto Rican? I don't understand what that means.
I joked with my daughter and said, you ought to encourage her to play the triangle, but And we got a chuckle out of that.
You know, you don't hear or see very many female drummers.
But I'll tell you again, I am not going to tolerate you two sitting up here trashing my daughter.
You didn't trash.
That man put his hands around my daughter's neck. At one point, she could not breathe.
Yeah, that's bad. We were trashing the guy. I have some kids living the guy.
How did she get away? How'd she get away?
I don't know exactly what move she did to get his hands from around her neck, but she was able to do something.
So he choked her. Was it in the kitchen, in the bedroom?
I don't know. I didn't ask which part.
I would ask all these questions.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, was he arrested? Was he charged?
No, they waited several days, you know what I mean, until nothing was on TV, and then they made a call.
Listen, my daughter did what she felt was right. And she focused on going to work so she could continue to bring money into her household and making sure that my granddaughter was safe.
Any marks, fingerprints, red marks?
Oh, she did.
No. Were the police called to the scene? Did they do a report?
No.
So there was no. Okay, so there was no police contact whatsoever.
No.
None.
Okay.
No.
I'd FOIA that.
So don't sit up here and focus on my daughter and talk about her like she's some piece of shit.
We're not talking about her. We're talking about the
shoes. I heard you sitting up here talking about her. She's on meth. And, you know, this is what.
Well, we were speculating on some potential.
Well, why are you speculating that my daughter's on meth? What the fuck gives you the right to sit up here and say my daughter does meth? Tell me right now.
Usually when you smoke weed, you are docile. Meth will speed you up and make you more violent, from what I understand. I heard this from
I didn't say your daughter was. I think
I'm going to speculate a bit.
We didn't say your daughter was. We said he was.
You're the new Dr. Drew, Mr. X?
Well, pretty close, yeah.
I think we said he was doing it, not her. We said he was.
No, you, Jim, were the one that said my daughter was probably doing meth. That's why she didn't call the police.
No, I said there was drugs in the
She was probably drunk. No, my daughter doesn't live like that, Jim.
Okay, so your daughter.
She
Okay,
lives
so
a
I'm going to ask you.
Fucking life.
Okay, let me get this straight. So this is the story you want us to believe, or that she told you. And
I don't give a shit if you believe it or not.
Let me tell you the story. They're there. The granddaughter, your granddaughter is not there. He gets up like Frankenstein, starts choking her against the wall. There was no alcohol, drugs, marijuana, meth, nothing involved. Somehow the choking stops. We don't know where this happened. We don't know how long it went for. Nothing, just a straight choke. And then she goes on her separate ways, goes into work for the next couple of days, calls a shelter, finds out how to do a fucking restraining order, gets him restrained and gives him an hour to move his stuff out, and then calls you and tells you. All the while her daughter knows nothing. That's about as impossible.
And her cell phone was broken too. The cell phone was thrown and broken.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's just like them. Okay, let me give you another. Hold on. Let me give you another example. 9/11 happens. 12 guys armed with box cutters defeat our multi-billion-dollar defense system, all while communicating with a guy in a cave on dialysis. Do you see how those two stories are total bullshit? I don't buy it. When somebody absolves himself of all... Now, she said, listen, I was nagging him for fucking two... Because the first thing you're going to say as a mother or as a relative or as a...
Are you okay?
What happened? What caused this?
Are you okay? And is Quinn okay? What happened?
Right. And what did she say happened?
What I told you.
He got up out of a couch and started choking her against the wall. That's bullshit.
He grabbed her phone and threw it across the room, got up, and came over and put his hands around her neck and was
she
choking her.
Texting anybody, any men?
Right.
I don't know, Jim. I didn't
Oh, well
ask.
then, yeah.
No,
I mean,
there is no other men.
Sailor, put in here, Sailor. Usually when a guy grabs a woman's phone and throws it and chokes her, what's the reason?
Well, usually they're well, it could be jealousy and stuff like that. But of course, you know, she has a suspicion maybe. But at the same time, let's go back to people that smoke marijuana don't have domestic disputes. 99% of domestic disputes are from alcohol.
Yep.
Okay, so people, you know, that smoke marijuana. I've worked, you know, in military police. I know the statistics and all that. It's never heard of. So if the whole idea that pot caused them to do that is ridiculous. All right.
Okay, so let's continue to focus on what the fuck my daughter did to cause him to act like that. And let's just gloss over the fact that man is a piece of shit and has no right to put his hands on my child.
Oh,
yeah, you're
100%.
late in the day.
We agree with
Keep
that.
going, Jim. Let me hear.
Here's what I think happened. Everybody else got their 2 cents. Let me put mine in. She probably said to him, hey, listen, are you going to pay your fucking bills? He said, no, I'm going to smoke this weed. She took the phone and threw it at him. It broke. He got up and choked her.
No, my daughter would not throw her phone. I agree with this. She probably was having a discussion with him about the finances.
Did she ask you to buy a phone for her after that happened?
No.
Okay. Just
Mr. X. Mr. X, I know you've never smoked weed, but if you ever did, you would find very fast that you wouldn't want to throw a fucking phone at anybody.
Well, what I'm saying is
smoking weed.
Let's continue to talk about the drug.
Is he a drinker? But is he a drinker? Is he a drinker? Is he a drinker?
Let's forget and let's talk about the alcohol too. And
because 99% it's alcohol.
The fact that man had his hands around my child's neck.
Oh, despicable.
We know that's the end game. How did we get there? Well, Sailor, what I'm saying is he could be high and had something thrown at him and been told to work and still got up and done something. Even if he was high, that wouldn't stop him.
I think him being on weed, high on weed, or drunk.
Or let's not speculate at all.
I mean, we don't know, but all we do know is that he put his hands on her, regardless of what she did to him. If she called him a bag of motherfuckers and everything, it's still no excuse for what the fucking guy did, you know. And whether he was on drugs or alcohol or everything.
Clearly say, Marzi, I'm sorry that happened to your daughter.
We've said that, Marzi. Now we're filling in the blanks to figure this out together.
Marzi, this is my first time even hearing this. When I first jumped into this, I thought we were debating marijuana. I'm like, what the hell did I step into? I didn't know about all this other stuff with your daughter. I feel terrible that you had to go through that.
I'm up here with a bunch of men who insist on talking about was he high or drunk, and that's what made him. I don't give a shit what made him do it. I don't care if God Almighty himself was sitting next to this man on the couch and said, I command thee to get up and choke that woman. He has no fucking right to do that to my daughter.
Absolutely.
I'm also being told while I'm up here that this whole situation is a piece of shit, Jim. When I am raised, I should say, she's 31, a strong, sensible, hardworking woman who, did not call the police, did not tell her daughter, because what if she doesn't get the permanent protection order tomorrow?
Well, she'd have got it if she called the police that night and could have proved that she was choking.
Domestic.
She has pictures. She has pictures.
I could choke myself right now on your pictures.
Marzi,
I'm used them for the first protection order, and she's going to use them again in court tomorrow. But imagine being an 8-year-old child whose mother sits you down and says, listen, your father attacked me tonight. He put his hands around my neck. I couldn't breathe at one point, but I got him off of me. and he had that's why he's not here anymore. A judge in a court said he can't be around us, but that's temporary, Quinn. Now mom has to go for a permanent protection order.
Yeah.
And what if the judge says no? Now
No,
you're an 8-year-old child, little girl, who is going to have to be around your father. You think that might fuck her up a little bit?
Marzi, she had a kid with this douchebag. You know, I mean, you can't complain about who the father is now. It's too late.
Jen, you just missed the whole point of what I said. The reason she didn't tell my granddaughter anything is just in case she doesn't get that permanent order of protection.
Oh, trust me.
Because if she tells her and the judge says no, now this child has to spend time with her father, and in the back of her fucking head,
I got you, Margie.
head, all she's going to remember is, you attacked my mother. You attacked my mother. That's really going to help a father-daughter relationship.
He's going to go to her daddy's house. First of all, he ain't going to want nothing to do with that kid if they're not together. You ain't going to see him no more. Trust me. He's not going to say, I need to see my daughter. He's going to want to see the baby mama. But even if he doesn't, here's what's going to happen. If he does see that little girl, the first thing that's going to happen when that little girl lands on his doorstep, which isn't going to happen, so you ain't got to worry about it, he is going to shit all over mommy. You know what mommy did to daddy? You know, okay. So you're not going to keep this a fucking secret. We knew this guy was dog shit a fucking year ago, and we didn't like the fact that your daughter shit all over you for him.
Right. Did I say my daughter was going to keep it a secret from Quinn? No. I said at this point, she just told her Dad doesn't live here anymore. Now, after her court hearing tomorrow, she will sit down and tell her what she needs to.
Yeah. They're not. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think your daughter's doing the right thing.
Jim.
You all that bullshit. Don't lie to your kids. Yeah, lie to your kids. Okay, if it's gonna keep them safe, fucking lie to them. There's nothing wrong with it.
Come on, cut me a fucking break. You haven't raised a child, either you or X. You have no fucking clue.
But I understand
in this situation.
I've been listening and I've been quiet, but I know people. I've been around this earth long enough, and I've been around enough drunks, drug addicts, people who don't want to work, and when there's holes in the story,
alcohol.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying any of them have any or did any of this, but when there's holes in the story, of course, it goes without saying we feel bad for your daughter and the granddaughter and all that kind of stuff. We've gone over that 50 times. We're filling in the holes in the blanks. You are in the blanks because that's what the interesting part of the story is. You got two people here who are private investigators. I'm not one of them, and they're inquisitive about this.
Who asked you to fill in the blanks? I can get those blanks filled in.
We're kind of on like a talk show here, Marzi girl. What are we going to do? Talk about the clouds? I mean, you brought it up, so we're talking about it.
But nobody's asking you to speculate on. I'm going to talk to my daughter. I'm going to talk to my daughter at the end of the week, and I will get the answers to those holes in the story.
You will fill in the holes later, is what you're saying.
But I'm not giving that information to you guys. You're going to be out of your fucking mind.
Well, because you know what
you should keep it all. Keep it private, Marzi girl. Don't nobody needs to know.
Well, it ain't going to be
understand.
Now everybody
Let's
stream is going to foil the fuck out of this. I mean, Salty, Watcher of Crazy, they're all going to fucking look into this.
And then X thinks it's so fucking hilarious. Let's call Jim live and tell him what's happening. Oh,
he's going to find out anyway. I just brought him into it before it was over.
Right about that, Marzi. That's true.
And tell Steve.
Marzi, the only thing
he might be able to help.
Marzi, the only thing. I wish she would have called the cops on him right then and there when he did it. I really wish she did. But other than that, I think you guys are, you're doing what's best for your granddaughter, and that's the most important thing.
The granddaughter wasn't even in. Hold on, the granddaughter wasn't even in town.
No, I know she didn't see it. Thank God she didn't see it.
She wasn't there.
Okay, she was. Okay,
thank God. Thank God she wasn't there.
His family lives right around the corner from my daughter. I told you this, and told you this, and told you this, and you're going to sit up here and lie
Okay, Marcy,
Marcy, you're right.
Yeah.
I've never raised any kids, but if I was in this
Me
scenario,
neither.
and I would say, here's what I would do. I would call up his fucking mom and say, what the fuck did your son do? What did you hear? What's going on? What's going on over there? He's out of there anyways. What happened?
And
I would want to know.
What the difference is right there. Right there. I'm going to stop you right there.
Please, go ahead.
If you and Jim said, well, this is what I would do, instead of sitting up there saying, oh, well, she probably wouldn't give him any of her marijuana. Oh, she's doing meth and she's lazy and doesn't like to work.
I never said she doesn't like to work. I know she's a hard worker.
There's a difference in
What's
that.
his name, Marcy? Let me run a quick background. I guarantee you there's hard.
Name. Are you kidding me?
Marcy, what's his name? Let's run his background.
Christ, that's all I need is for you to make the situation worse. No,
no. I think there's. I guarantee you, this guy. If she's known him for 11 years, I guarantee you, this is not the first time.
You just don't like the fact that me and my kids have normal lives. Normal.
No, that's not true.
Marcy.
And shit like this happens, and all of a sudden,
this isn't normal, Marcy.
Has he ever, Marcy, has your daughter told you, has he ever done this before, or was this the first time?
He's never put his hands on her before.
All right. Is he a drinker, though? Is he a drinker?
Of course.
He drinks, and so does she. But she doesn't drink until she's off on the weekend.
I gotcha. I understand.
This reminds me of BJ's new boyfriend situation.
Yep.
He sounds controlling. I mean, he kind of works. This other guy doesn't. And
how long have they been together?
I think he would like to be Mr. X. I think this asshole would like to be in control. However, I raised a tough bitch.
Good.
And she's not going to let any man tell her or make her do anything she doesn't want to do. My daughter is focused on my grandchild. And that's it. That is her life. No. She has no desire to date. So anybody in the chat who thinks this all started because she was texting some guy, no. If she wanted to get laid, then she went to this asshole and got laid.
You don't know.
We know why it started.
I know that, Jim.
It's money. It can only be money. He's not working. She got off work.
Money's a big cause of a lot of breakups, man.
You're not working. Why aren't you working? Do this, do that. He got pissed off. He started choking. So a phone got.
That's what I believe happened.
Yeah.
That's not. She didn't tell me that, and I'm not.
Mr. X, was that before or after? Then he smoked the joint after.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is, it was exasperated by potentially drinking or. Maybe nefarious.
Bad diet too. Don't forget the bad diet.
I mean, that's ridiculous. And even if she did call the cops, he'd be kept for a night, maybe two?
No, that's not true. That's not true, Marcy. They have strict laws. I'm just telling you that. And I wanted to ask you.
You know what?
Have you asked your daughter? How long have they been together?
9 years.
My granddaughter's going to be 9.
So 9 years at least. So right.
But not living together and not intimate with each other until he moved into my daughter's.
Well, how they have
how long has that been? Hold on, let me ask her. How long has that been since they've been living together in the conventional sense?
Less than a year.
Okay, so they're kind of new to each other, right? Kind of like living together full time and with the kid.
No, they're not new to each other. They grew up together.
Wait a minute, less than a year.
He was horrible to my older daughter, the one that passed on. He got my son involved in things when he was 9 years old.
Hold on, he dated the other girl too? Your other daughter?
Dated your other daughter?
He didn't date her, but he did some really nasty shit to her.
Sexual stuff?
No. Oh, he got my son involved in this.
What did he do?
He was doing
this just opened up a whole nother window here.
And then he was he was sleeping with my daughter that I still
Get a
have.
retainer, Jim. Get a retainer.
And I've told Jim and X this before, but I'm sure they're not going to believe it. Gwen is not his only child.
What?
He has done this with one other woman.
Oh, I didn't
And
know
he's
that
paying,
he had.
so he's paying child support
yes,
for another kid.
I told you
He's
that.
paying child support for another kid then, correct?
Probably
Yeah.
not paying.
No, he ain't paying no child support.
No, he is paying child support.
So let me ask you this, Margie, because you brought up something we glossed over something. They've been living together for a year.
Less than a year.
Less than a year. But a year and a half ago, when you needed a place to stay, they wouldn't allow you to come there because they said there wasn't room. But he wasn't living there at that point. But later on, she can move him in.
He moved him in, right. There was no room for Marzi, but there was room for the guy. That was always the
that
argument.
has nothing to do with this situation. Nothing to do with it. You just want to bring that up to, again, make my daughter look like a horrible person.
No, listen, hear me out. The reason we didn't like him from the beginning is because we thought the reason you couldn't move in there with her was because he was there and there wasn't enough room. Now we're finding out he wasn't even there.
You guys don't listen.
No, I didn't think that. What I said was that, and what I always knew is that there was no room for Marzi, but the guy wasn't there. Then she moved the guy in, and I'm like, well, that's fucked. Now there's room for somebody, and it's a dude. It was never he's here, there's no room. He wasn't there, and there was no room.
Right.
Hold on, Marzi. If this guy had a kid with somebody else, I don't remember you saying it. You probably told me.
I have.
Bottom line, and you're telling me he pays. If I was your daughter and he was paying child support for that kid, not contributing to the kid that he's living with, I'd be pissed. How old's the other kid?
Oh my God, Jay has got to be a teenager at this point. I
like 13 or like 19.
I'd venture to say like 14, 15.
Okay, so. And do those two children, which are half sisters, ever see each other? I guess Jay's a girl. I don't know.
No, Jay's a boy.
Does your granddaughter ever see her brother?
No, because the mother got something from the court that said she could move out of state. Now he goes once a year. It's usually around Christmas, but the state Christmas not to go and see the boy.
Well, he would have to sign off on that. They don't just let you leave the state unless.
Right. And I don't know anything about how she did that.
Okay. Well, hold on. Okay. Hear me out, Marzi. Okay. First of all, the fact that you don't want to run a background check on this guy throws up red flags everywhere. You know what I'm going to find. There's shit on this fucking guy.
I don't know what you're going to find. But all I know is you're going to start making fucking phone calls. And you're going to bother my daughter, and that's not happening.
Why would I bother your daughter? We could do this right now, and I could tell you the guy's background. You don't want his background coming out because we're probably going to see in the last 5 to 6 years he's been busted for drugs. And I'm going to like, Marzi, you didn't know he was busted for meth in 2022?
No, I know for a fact.
My daughter never told me.
No, I know for a fact he's not been busted for drugs. Nope.
Okay.
You got my word.
Was he ever busted? Was he ever busted for mopery?
What?
Mopery. You know what mopery is, don't you?
No.
That's exposing yourself to a blind person. Mopery. Look it up. It's in the criminal code.
So is there anything else?
That was the joke, Marzi. That was the joke.
My daughter, before I take my leave.
I wish her nothing but the best. And your granddaughter, and I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
Let me give
you. I really hope justice is served in that, and she gets that order and moves the hell on.
Your daughter needs to distance herself from this guy. Never go back. I think she needs to.
Don't go back.
I never go back to this guy. Don't let him back in. Get her daughter, sit her daughter down, and say, "I'm going to give full custody to the Puerto Rican grandmother, and then move out of state and start fresh."
No. Again. It's such a joke.
All right, now let me give my 2 cents in because everybody else's. I feel bad for your daughter. I'm praying for her. I've actually been praying this entire time for her.
Don't lie.
And number two, I'm kind of hurt that you've gotten a little spicy with the Mr. X during this entire exchange when I'm just here to help. That's all.
Marzi, your daughter's going to need you, so be there for her because you got to encourage her to
And I have
stay the F
intention.
away from that guy.
One more question. Now, during Christmas and birthdays, were you buying this Chivato gifts?
No.
Yeah, no more gifts.
Yeah, no more gifts. No more.
No.
Tell Steve.
I buy for my granddaughter for Christmas.
There
the
you
whole
go.
family made that decision.
He didn't expect like a little $20 so he could go get a little some rolling papers
Now,
or something.
I got one more question, Marzi. I got one more question, and please.
Well, hang on. When my son was talking to me, this was after all the rest of the family members passed away. Quinn was an infant at that time. And I said, how do you want to handle the holidays? And it was my son who said, I don't feel like you need to buy Crystal and I any gifts. And I said, well, I don't think you guys need to buy me a gift either. Why don't we all just pour it on out to Quinn? And they both agreed. And that's how we've done it ever since.
Yeah.
I don't buy shit for him. If he can't get up off his lazy 30-something-year-old ass and work a fucking job, then live under a bridge. But
Are you going to go to the court case?
Granddaughter alone.
Are you going to go to the court case?
No, I can't. I don't have a way to get there. And I'm not asking my daughter to
How
drive
about Bob comes pick you up
out of the
live
way.
stream? But remember, your daughter. If he remember, a restraining order is a piece of paper. If this guy, is she prepared? If he comes over or whatever and tries to confront her, she's got to be prepared to call 911 immediately this time. Not even, don't give him any benefit
prepared, and
okay,
even
good.
when she's awake, her door is double locked, always. And he doesn't have the key. She got the keys back from him.
Good.
That's good.
So that's as prepared as she can be at the moment. She has no intentions of going back to this man, and I believe her. I also am well aware that often women in these situations will say that, and then all of a sudden they get a soft spot.
Yeah, she would go if you had money, she'd go.
Well, that's where you come in as the mother.
Right.
And reinforce it and go, no, just like you did when she was a little girl and didn't want to brush her damn teeth. You're going to brush your teeth. You're not going back to this jackass.
I've already told her, if you have even an inkling of going back with this man, I will take you to court and I will sue for custody of my granddaughter.
There you go. Strong right there. No, that's strong. That's strong.
Life. But I'll be goddamn that child goes through it.
Jim, Rainbow Melon sent you something she wanted you to read on cat.
Beautiful.
Oh, Rainbow Melon's sitting there slamming me in the chat, and I could give two shits.
Well, I did get an email. I'm not making this up.
Marzi, honestly.
Here's what the email says. Marzi is rude to you and Jim. She's not telling the whole story. Even the chat is confused. Too many questions. We'll talk later.
Well, that's because, did you know Rainbow Melon lives with my daughter? And she's
Rainbow Melon didn't say that. That was somebody else who emailed me. That was not Rainbow Melon who said that.
And she sees everything that's going on. And whoever the person was that emailed you also lives with my daughter and sees everything that's going on. And I've already told you people, I didn't ask every fucking question. All that was important to me was, are you okay? Is Quinn okay? And what happened?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
That was it.
You're not conducting, you just want to make sure your daughter and granddaughter are safe.
You didn't ask the question. That's the big problem.
Through. And
You'll ask the questions later.
I'm going to say this for probably the 20th time. Don't email Jim or X. Say it in the chat to me.
Well, here's another question there. When you were asking some of the questions, you didn't ask the question. And the question is, can you get on StreamYard and we could talk about this on a recorded?
Oh, that's good, Jim. X. That's good. That's good. Let's go back to making fun of it.
This is just a little. I'm just trying to make
Because
a little
that's
levity in
the
the situation.
adult thing to do.
I'm trying to break it up a little bit, trying to have fun. Come on.
I mean, really. That's pathetic.
Shark Hitter told me to say that.
The two of you just don't even have an ounce of empathy for one single person.
I've been praying here for her.
That's absolutely pathetic. And it's not your parents' fault, because I'm sure they didn't raise you.
We don't have the same parents, but okay.
I know that, X. I wonder what your family would think watching the two of you sit up here and make fun of a woman who was attacked. I bet they'd be real proud.
My mom says, "What's up with all those goofy YouTube people?"
Yeah, I'm goofy.
Yes.
Probably.
What's up with all those goofy YouTube people? Why don't they all work? I'm 75 years old, still out here working.
All right, anything else you want to say about my daughter?
This is Marzi. This isn't about your daughter. This is about the scumbag.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. What did your daughter do to cause him to do that? Was she texting men? Did she find out he was cheating on her?
After we got over the, pleasantries or non-pleasantries that this guy's a piece of shit and is she okay and this and that, and we found all that out, then we wanted the more of the story. It's like, hey, somebody just got hit by a car. Oh my God, they're dead. Well, we feel bad for their family. Okay, what happened?
Why can't you be satisfied when somebody says to you, I don't know the rest of that? So that's not good enough for you. So
Marzi,
you can sit there and make it up.
Well,
Marzi doesn't have the answer to our
part of what we do here as a talk show is we talk and we're kind of speculating
and make shit up.
Well, we're not making shit up. We're trying to fill in the blank. I'm reverse engineering this.
You're sitting
These guys
there
are private investigators, not me.
That my daughter's on meth.
That was a possible, check mark that we had to check off.
No, it's not.
Oh, we
you
checked
don't
that.
know my daughter.
Yeah,
you
we checked that off. We asked the question. That's off the table.
To say, well, it's probably because she was on meth.
We asked if there were drugs.
Really?
I know each other.
Well, we were saying what could make a man aggressive enough to stand up and want to choke. Okay, we know it's not weed.
Alcohol.
That would be one. That would be one that would speed you up.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
If he threw the phone, there was something on the phone that angered him, and I guarantee.
But did he throw the phone? Marzi, is that what happened? He threw a phone.
Yeah.
He threw her phone and then he choked her. And Jenna, I love you to death. No disrespect intended. I don't care who these two do this to. I don't put up with it. You're not going to sit up there and talk about a 31-year-old woman who has a very normal life, bar this last situation, and talk about her like she's some piece of shit on the bottom of somebody's shoe.
We don't think she's a piece of shit. She's got a job. We don't think.
And my granddaughter that are in this situation.
Everybody likes your granddaughter. Nobody's ever said anything bad about her.
I'm not going to just go, oh well, they treat everybody this way. Not me.
All right, my phone has been dying. I know some people.
See you. Call you later.
Here's what people are saying. If Marzi cared about her daughter, she'd already be over there. How can this happen to her? If Marzi's such a great mom, why is she not with her daughter right now? I mean,
I didn't say I was a great mom. I said what I would do if I was there. I'm not there.
Okay, here's another one.
Now because my daughter.
I'm not going to let you talk over me. You've been doing it for an hour. I just got another text message. Just got another text message that said, "Ask Steve. He obviously knows the name of the guy. He'll give it to you." I mean, there's not one text message in here where they're all just saying there's holes in the story. This is just
all
like
right. Who are these people texting you? I'm interested.
Oh, they're in the chat.
Okay, so name them off.
Reaper.
No, it's not her.
Okay, here's this one. If Marzi's such a good mom, why is she not with her daughter right now if it's such a bad situation? Pencil.
Bob.
That's not Pencil. Who is it?
Leanne.
No, it's not Leanne.
Tessie.
Okay,
No,
here
it's
I'll
not
read.
Tessie.
I'll give you one first because this person doesn't care. Okay, I'll read it to you. It says, "Tell Marzi this is not that big of a deal. Couples fight. She needs to mind her own business. There's nothing that bad in this, and she hasn't gotten both sides. Fumble nuts."
You have like no insight.
Fumble nuts said it's not that big of a deal. You're blowing it out of proportion.
Now.
Here's how you get out of it. Call the FBI. Fumble nuts. See that? Now we're not making fun of your daughter. We're making fun of Fumble Nuts.
So tell me who's contacting you.
Everybody.
Because let me put it to you this way, and I think I heard this from somebody up on the panel.
Yeah.
If you're not going to own what you say, then don't fucking say it.
I agree.
Okay? I could give two shits about what these people are saying or supposedly texting you.
I got one right now. Let them do a background check.
The only one I know for a fact
Blue Diamond
that is slamming me right now is Rainbow Melon. And as much as I am not happy with the things that she's saying to me right now, at least she has the balls to say it in the chat.
I agree.
So you other people who are supposedly texting shit to Jim, own up.
Here's another one. Okay, I'm trying to own up to him here. Here's a text message that says, I have been accused of this kind of thing before, and I have paperwork, and I've proven it. Eric Foss.
I'm waiting.
That's a good one.
See, we're making fun of other people.
So,
no, here it is, Marzi. All right, you want me to read you one? I'll read you one. This does not seem like a cause for major alarm. Marzi is looking for attention. Signed, Orenthal Simpson.
A woman was choked. It's so fucking funny.
We're not laughing at her being choked. We're laughing at these bad men that are on the internet that have been through the bad guy's part of it. You know, we're making fun of the bad guy, not your dog.
All right, so I think I waited long enough for those who are texting you to come clean and tell me who they are. So I'm going to say this. I don't give a shit what you text to Jim and X, because you're not adult enough to reveal yourself to me and tell me your thoughts on my daughter's situation. So I don't give a shit. You know what? Text those two and email those two till your fucking fingers fall off. Unless you say it to me, I don't want to hear it.
I got another text message in. I hope this time there's going to be documentation. Mike Learmer.
And I think you men, with the exception of Sailor, need to take a long, hard look at yourself in the mirror and literally out loud ask yourself, why did I think that situation?
All right, here's a message from a woman.
Why did I feel the need to make fun of that?
Here's a message from a woman, and I will give you their name. I mean, this is very simple. Hold on, let me scroll back here. Marzi would not be acting this way if it was a white man. Signed, Jennifer Gonzalez Colon.
This guy, Jim, come on.
You know who that is? Jennifer Gonzalez Colon?
No.
The governor of Puerto Rico.
Marzi, you need
Marzi,
to.
I wish you and your granddaughter and your daughter the best. I want them, God, I really feel terrible that you had to go through this, that you guys went through this. But you guys, it's going to make you guys stronger, I think, in the end. You and your daughter and your granddaughter are going to have a stronger bond. You're going to have to rely on each other, while she navigates through this. So
I'd take the birds back.
Yep. I appreciate that, Sailor. Thank you. Anything else? from the comedian boys or the peanut gallery?
Yeah, I just want to say, Father God, please bless Marzi and make sure that her daughter is okay. Lord, we pray to you that Marzi works another job so she could take care of those birds and doesn't ask for Steve for any more money. Amen.
X, that's pathetic.
You actually, like, if you actually did a prayer, Mr. X, you would have a great voice for like a minister or something. The way you sound, like,
Yeah, I can't. I've only ever done it making fun of people. I've never done it.
Yeah, I know, but if you did it authentically, I think your voice would be great. The way you went, Heavenly Father.
$5 coming in on it. I got to read this, guys. $5 coming in on a Cash App for Rainbow Melon. Thumbs up. $5 if somebody chokes Leanne. That's really came in.
Wow.
No, I didn't get nothing. Shark here didn't get nothing. We've been working our ass off here.
Okay. Any last words?
Marzi, are you going to talk to Steve about this?
I don't give a shit if you talk to Steve about it.
No, you talk to Steve about it. He's very insightful.
Well, that's funny. I tried contacting him twice, and he doesn't call back. So apparently he doesn't want to talk.
He's working on that show.
Yeah, all right. And, it's all good.
He's working on that show. He's got a production going. I mean,
he hasn't made any attempts in like 2-3 months. I've attempted twice, and I'm not even getting a text
He's
message.
like neck deep in sand out in Glamis.
Yeah, I know. Yep, I'm aware.
You know what Glamis is?
Yes, I know what Glamis is.
It's Glamis.
It's this big sand dune place
and that's where he goes, and they drive around, and
he's been filming out there, and it's kind of rough out there. It's tough to get shelter.
Why don't you get your daughter and have her come up on the show?
Oh, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Yeah,
never.
Let me ask you some questions. We'll get to the truth. I have a feeling you're not getting over it.
So, what I told you is a lie.
Promise. Marzi, never ever do that. Never.
No, I'm not.
Marzi, I think your daughter's not telling you the whole story. I'm sure
maybe not, Jim. Maybe not. But I love how you sit up there and say, "Oh, well, we'll get to the truth." Like I'm fucking lying.
No, I didn't say you were lying, but I don't think your daughter.
Yeah, well, that's the insinuation.
I'm sure he doesn't have to think
before you talk.
I'd like to hear his side.
You just know how to twist words so that it puts in everybody's mind. Oh, Marzi's been talking to Bob behind the scenes. No, Marzi cares about Bob and his health. Marzi called Bob 3 times. 2 times, one, he didn't answer. I got his voicemail after a few rings. And the second time, it went straight to voicemail. I'm assuming he had his phone turned off. The third time, I talked with him. I just told you guys everything we talked about. But you still insist on saying Marzi's talking to Bob behind scenes. Like it's a fucking federal offense. Like I just can't reach out to a 71-year-old man who has had some health issues and just see if he's okay.
Anyway, your daughter learned her lesson and start dating white men.
Jim. That's disgusting. I mean, do you really go off shows and be proud of yourself with some of this shit? Because that's nothing but a low self-esteem.
Yeah, it's true. I heard that from Just Observing, too.
The fact that you have to make fun of people is low self-esteem.
I'm working on it.
Fuck you. And don't fucking call me tomorrow or the next day and blow my fucking phone up and then get on a show. Well, Marzi called me. Lie. I'm not interested in talking to you.
Did he choke her from the front or from behind like Andre
I
did?
don't know, Jim. I don't know.
On that Saturday night's main event during the Rumble at Battle Royal.
You need to take a long, hard look at yourself. Seriously.
Bob is in the chat right now.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bob's
Bob.
here.
Bob, did you hear? I'm committing a federal offense because I'm contacting you behind scenes. Because I'm calling to check on you.
Yeah,
And
people
see
are worried
if there's
about Bob.
anything I can do for you. But it's a fucking federal offense, according to the Not Brothers.
Dropping the link for Bob.
Be careful that make sure that's him because we've been calling him out, and that would be how I would porn bomb somebody if I was going to do it.
I'll make sure. We follow each other. I know that. He said it's him.
Mr. X, did you say Bob is going to porn bomb us?
No, because we've been having angst over Bob and where is he at and hoping he would come
I know.
up.
I'm glad that he's here.
You pretend
I'm glad
like
that he's
you're
here. I
Bob
hope he's
and come
feeling
up and
well.
porn bomb. You got to put yourself in the mind of the sicko.
I got it. Yeah.
I come to YouTube like a lot of people do to have fun, to be entertained. There was nothing fun about this shit. Nothing. I mean, it's ridiculous how you guys are.
Yeah, you guys are all fucked up.
Bring this
There he is. That's the real Bob.
Here, I got a video.
Hi,
So, Bob, tell them our big, deep, dark secret that we talk about behind the scenes.
Andre, let's try it. Wait a minute. Andre coming in now.
Oh, there we go.
Andre from behind.
We're not laughing, but we're entertaining.
Look at the look on
I remember that. I remember that. Yes.
Their childlike behaviors by bringing shit like that up. That's amazing.
That'll be the Marzi family Christmas card this year.
Marzi.
Yeah.
Why do you and Leanne let Jim and X get to you guys?
Because this is my daughter.
I know that, but Jesus.
Bob, where have you been?
They love to rile you both up.
I think they need to not be funny in certain situations.
Oh my God! It's I've been listening since when I got the robocall, and I just sit here shaking my head.
Well, I apologize. And, Tessie's making comments as well. I guess I should just go, oh, you know what? You're right. And whimper away and just get off the panel.
And Jim is right. I talked to Jim probably 2 weeks ago. Marzi, I talked to a week and a half. I don't talk to anybody from YouTube. I'm just staying away, listening, and watching.
Your health good though, Bob. You weren't in the hospital. We've heard some rumors. We've heard that you were in the hospital with a back injury again. Is that true or no?
Not at all, Jim. I've been here every day in the past month or less.
I thought it was a vasectomy.
Vasectomy, too late for that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so tell me if I'm way off base, Bob. You asked me a few questions about moderator stuff. I looked it up for you, gave you the answers. We talked very briefly about the loss of your friend, and I extended my condolences. I asked you how you were feeling. We talked a little bit about being our ages and what it's like when friends and family members that are our ages start passing away around us. And we talked briefly about Leanne.
Yes, and then you asked me for a catch app.
Bob.
Fuck. Is that true, Marzi?
No, it is not true. And Bob, I really didn't need that right now.
Come on, Marzi. You know these guys are just busting your chops. No, Marzi didn't ask for nothing. I did ask Marzi about the the mods because I looked at my YouTube studio. All my mods are gone. Not all of them. There's a couple left. And I can't figure out who's removing the people. And somebody's getting in there changing shit. That's why I privatized all my videos. And I'm not going to keep the link up there no more. Like, I used to pin it when I do come back and do a live, if I do one. And I'm not doing that shit. I'll put the link in for somebody that wants to come up, but I'm not going to pin it no more. Because I don't know how true that is, what Jim and X are saying. I tried that. I could not get on my YouTube by going through the pin. So
I have a quick question for you, Bob, and then I'm going to go, and maybe Leanne will come up, and you two can talk. When you do a show when it's over and people go to watch the replay, is your chat available, or do you hide the chat for the replay?
I don't hide nothing, Marzi.
That's it. That's how it happened. We found out a couple of nights ago because we were trying to figure out Johnny's situation. And it says, I looked up YouTube stuff, that they can get into your chat during the replay and they can go behind the scenes and block people.
It has happened to me where I've left and some of you guys stayed in my chat talking. And I don't even know how that happens because I end it. I close it out.
Right.
Then like Jim called me one night or somebody called me, says, everybody's still talking in your chat room. I go, how the fuck can that be?
Well, it's only my suggestion. Look into, as soon as you end a live, privating the chat part of it so nobody can access it.
And like I say, that other asshole Shack lady, what the fuck is with that woman? She made a gay video of me now. She said I was in her chat room. I go nowhere near that fucking idiot.
All right, well, I'm going to go. Mark, would you like me to drop the StreamYard link for you so Leanne can come up and talk to Bob?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
No, I don't think Leanne's coming up.
Bye, Marzi.
I don't think
Hi, Taylor.
Bob, is there
All
some
right.
kind of heat with Leanne? Bye, Marzi. Thank you.
No, there's no problem between me and Leanne. I told Leanne I don't trust anybody. The same exact words as I said to fucking Jim. I trust no one anymore. And
Leanne's not coming up. She's mad.
Yeah, I know she's mad, but I told Leanne on the phone that day, I don't trust anybody. And I have my reasons for it. And the more I sit back and I watch these people in other chat rooms, they sit there and they talk. Like I figured out who Norse Code was by listening to that guy, not listen to him, but watch his chats. That's Irish Rose's husband. That's who that guy is.
Who is
Really?
Who?
Norse Code.
That's Irish Rose's husband? Or
Yep,
Irish
I watched him in Fumbles. I watched him in Twin Mamas. And I watched him in Watch Her Crazy. He said that he used to smoke clove cigarettes. He has a, what do you call it? Things you have to suck on open your lungs.
Nebulizer.
Yeah, he's got one of them. He hates kids. He never had kids with her because she couldn't have any more kids. But
who is the woman? I'm sorry, this is whose husband?
Irish Rose.
I didn't even know Irish Rose had a husband. I didn't even know that
she was married.
Yeah, I never knew that guy was part of it.
She's married to a retired cop. And I've done a lot of my own research, and I found out some of my, like you guys have a computer, man. Well, I got one too. No, it's not.
What do you think about the giant show on Friday about Fumblenuts' family? It's going to be fucking huge.
Yeah. And did you see Robbie Boy moved again?
No.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. He said a new apartment. That man, he looks terrible. I'll tell you, he really showed his age the other day.
Well, he's probably not using the filters.
No, that's right. Exactly right. And go look at go on his Facebook. Look at the video.
I mean, it's kind of weird that he had that expensive of a car, that Mercedes he had or whatever, BMW had, to go do like a menial job like process serving.
Yeah,
you know,
you want to see he lives in a studio apartment now. I mean, the goddamn thing's barely wide, and like I say, you know, I saw him with no filters on. He looks like
what show was he on?
What?
What show was he on?
He was on Facebook.
Okay.
He's on Facebook and does all them little things every day, like Salty does.
Oh.
So, but I tell you, I sit and I watch this fucking Norse code guy, and I've seen his comments, and now he said I called him out on it because he uses the Patreon email address. Is that what it is? Or
Proton.me.
Yep. He's been using that, sending me emails. And that's what his fucking fat, ugly wife used to do.
Right.
So, and Jim, that guy that had the relationship with Dylan, that's old news.
Right, but there's a new guy, and I'll talk to you about it off the air because I don't want to put it. But no, there's a new guy.
Okay.
And actually, today, guys, is the anniversary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is Legal T?
Legal T?
Yeah.
I never heard of that name.
Jim, didn't you know who that was or something? Somebody mentioned that.
I thought I might get this wrong. I thought that was that woman out in California's son, daughter, whatever the fuck that thing is.
Now, Honeybee the other day says she's in her 20s.
Honeybee is, from what I understand, Honeybee is
Holaboo.
Okay, I thought it was the chick in Alaska.
No,
Emma.
Georgia girl says she's 30 years old.
She might be.
Now, what was the one Georgia girl whose uncle was nuts?
That's him. That's her. It's Georgia girl.
Okay.
She might be 30, Bob. She just looks bad.
Yeah, a lot of people look bad, including me. But
no, she might really be 30. She just looks rough.
What about Kaylee? Speaking of looking bad, any updates about her missing skull or anything like that?
Nobody mentions her. Nobody.
Well, she was in a chat apparently the other day, I heard.
Oh, I missed that. But old fat ass twin mommy came back, huh?
Yep. And Betty Hayward got banned.
Oh, I saw that. And I saw her on Twin Mama show. She wasn't too happy. I guess she got banned. But fuck
Well, she blamed it on me. Did you hear about this?
No, she blamed you?
Yeah, because I sent a letter into YouTube, and I did mention that she was a band creator. In one of the videos, she was making fun of a medical condition. But that was like April 3rd. I mean, that was like almost 2 months ago. Whatever happened more recently, and I think the people who were striking her mentioned what went down. I can't remember the don't trust somebody with three names.
Video that got her terminated was the one where she said something about a guy with never trust a guy with three firsts.
Yeah, that's the one that got her, and I didn't strike that. I don't know if the letter to YouTube did anything, but at least it did
Bob, don't be a stranger. I want you on the show Friday night. I gotta go. I gotta get some rest.
Jim, Friday nights aren't good for me. Well, let them know. You should know by now. Friday nights are no good for me. I can't.
Starting at 5:30. I'm sorry, 8:30 Pacific.
I can't.
I'm sorry, 8:30 Eastern. I'm sorry.
Our poker games, they start at 7, and I don't get home till usually 1 o'clock or 12:30, whatever. And,
yeah.
I can't.
Hey guys, I'm going to drop now too. Have a good night. All right.
Hey,
thanks for having
Taylor,
me.
before you go, real quick, any update on getting that documentation on Eric Foss? The prison stuff?
Nothing yet. I'm still waiting.
How long does that take?
For you. I don't know. I got to send them. I'll send them a follow-up email, but it usually takes. It could take between 6 months sometimes to get prison records. 8 months.
Wow.
So
okay, I didn't realize it took that long.
Yeah. So, and then, so it has to go through the channels and all that, and then they have all kinds of like redactions and stuff too, like because they can't give you medical stuff,
Sure. Okay.
So,
I
Well,
know.
we'll see. Hopefully it'll approve it, and I'll get something, and that way I could publish it. All right.
Okay.
See you guys later, man.
No.
Right.
Now, X, I heard you say you thought I got struck. I haven't gotten a strike, and my next strike goes off the 22nd of June.
Yeah, because we haven't heard, and everybody just starts speculating. You were injured again. Maybe you were in Vegas.
No,
We didn't know.
I come on, I sit and I listen and I read. I listen, I watch who talks shit about me and what they say, and I'm just sick of it all. And I don't trust anybody, and I have my reasons. I told you guys privately why. I don't trust nobody anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a smart way to go.
I don't blame you.
I mean,
I
like Dale C, but like I told Leanne last week or 2 weeks ago, something about Dale lately. Now he's lost his name 2 times in the past 3 years. And I think that's very suspicious. I've been on 3 fucking years and I've never lost the name yet.
Right. And Johnny Yarborough had a problem too, where people were blocking people and he doesn't know who did it.
Now, I've never spoke to the man. Nobody that I know of it spoke to him. He knows all the fucking haters, hotspot. He knows them all. And
yeah, I don't recall ever speaking to him myself. I don't think I've ever spoken to him.
He knows every time Toe Jam's in the room. Now, how do you know all this shit all the time? I don't trust nobody. And I just chose to go incognito. I haven't talked to anybody. Like I said, I did talk to Marzi. Jim was like 2 weeks ago.
What about Ron Tello? You talked to him?
Oh, he has to be on block because I told him he's a fucking idiot. And, and I watch what everybody says. I mean, you people, you talk shit. And then you come in here and say, oh, Bob, we love you. But I've been sitting here all fucking night reading some of these people comments. That's why I never did a membership, because I don't want to owe anybody. And Jan Fritz said earlier that I owe it to my supporters. I don't owe nothing to nobody. Nobody.
That's true.
If I don't want to fucking come on, I'm not coming on. You don't like me, then get the fuck off my subscription.
I mean, yeah, you don't have anything that says you have to come on at any time. People do, when they get used to you coming on every single night, and this could happen for anybody who's well-liked, they kind of get in that groove, and then they wonder where you're at. I don't think that's a bad thing. That means people enjoy what you do.
But, I mean, I've talked to people, and I try to do some updates on my on posts. And
I saw your updates.
Yeah.
They're pretty cool. I saw that you did like the code breaker.
Yeah, Norse code.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and like you say, he knows I know who they are now.
Did you hear the Ty Corbin call?
Yes, I heard he's going out for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I accidentally called him because I thought it was Steve's number.
Yeah, and but I think yes, it is the way I feel, Dale. Like I say, you've never spoke to me. You've lost your Dale name 2 times in 2 years. How does that happen to somebody twice? I don't get it, Dale. And you know every one of these fucking haters. I don't trust I don't trust anybody. And Watcher Crazy keeps telling me that she had private conversations with Leanne, even though I haven't talked to Watcher in probably 6 months. But that's still in the back of my mind. Once somebody says something to me once, twice, you got to wonder. And I'm sure Leanne has said things about me. I don't care. I haven't lost my mind, Leanne. No, I haven't.
Are you mad at Leanne?
No, I've said that publicly. No, I'm not mad at her. I have no reason to be mad at her. But every time I try to tell her something, she keeps telling me I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not this person. It's not that person. She likes Dale. Well, have you ever spoke to Dale? I don't think so, Leanne. It's over. Never again. No, that's fine. I mean, I don't really care. Believe me, I don't really care. And like I say, you all want to know why I don't tell anybody what I do. And if you want to believe I went to Florida for a couple days and then 4 days in Vegas, and you don't believe me, I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
Did you see the article I put up about that thing at South Point? Did you see that when you were there?
Which article was that? I've been reading
This. I think it was on the most recent XNN that I did. They have this giant kind of like half dome right across from the South Point, and everybody was wondering what it was. And it's actually like a giant studio they're building, a film studio. It's like with one of those tarps.
Construction out there, but there is so much construction. You know.
Yeah, true.
Treasure Island's being sued right now. And I think MGM's being sued because of the bed bugs.
Yeah.
And I say, I don't say nothing to nobody.
Did you win any money there?
No.
Damn it.
No.
Did you play Buffalo or?
Yeah, well, Buffalo, but I'll play them. I don't like the Huff and Puff.
You don't like Huff and Puff? That's my favorite.
I know it's your favorite, but I just. I tell you, I like Carnival. I love that.
Carnival, okay.
There's, right across from the restaurant there, the buffet.
Yeah.
Is a carousel with them. And I won a lot of money.
Yeah, I know exactly where that's at.
Yeah. And, but
I'll be out there soon. 2 months.
Yeah, I heard you say that. And, yeah, I'm always wrong on everything I fucking say. That's what aggravates me. She's saying right now, like I'm not mad at her, but every time I say something, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Trust me, I know that, and I don't want to hear this shit no more. If I come on, I come on. If I don't, fine. And Sean, if anything ever happened to me, Sean would let all you guys know through Facebook or on here. But I'm just sick of it. I really am. That's why I just sit back in the bushes with Snooks bleaching my ass, and once in a while, Twin Baba makes sandwiches for us. We sit and we watch all you guys.
That's all you can do.
I'm glad you came up.
Yeah.
What was that?
I'm glad you came up.
Well, I figure I was going to do a show, but I'm not going to do a show because I know everybody wants to strike me. So my last strike, I only have one. It's done next month. So I probably won't do a show until I'm free and clear of strikes.
Okay.
I'm just sick of it. What more can I say?
Yeah, they're going to strike you no matter what you do. If you have one or two, or if it goes back down, that's just what they do.
But,
just what they do.
Yeah.
Now they're getting struck.
And well, like I say, I don't really know what else to say, but I'm here. I mean, there's not. I shut my phone off because I have my home phone. So if my brother needs me or my nephew wants to, they all call my home phone.
So, Dale, if you talk to Watch Her Crazy, here's the problem. She's not a person that can be trusted at all. We've seen her lie about stuff. We've seen her try to hire private investigators. We've seen her, how people in her real life act around her. I mean, if you haven't learned the story about her, which I'm sure you've heard it 100 times by now, this is not, she's lied about Stripe. She's doubled down on it. There's just a lot of stuff that she's just not a person of high character. And if you talk to her, I mean, you can talk to whoever you want. You can do whatever you want, but it's like, there's nothing there. Her only existence on YouTube is to be a hater. That's it. I mean, she's trying to do something new now.
She tried to put me with this girl that died at the cop's apartment. She don't believe a word that I tell her about my job. She still don't believe I was a cop. Well, I don't really give a flying fuck with anybody. I don't give a shit.
That's what they did to me too, Bob.
Yeah, but see, what you did, Mark, is you got pictures. But you got to think way back 30 years ago, nobody had cameras. If we took pictures in our department, we brought it. We had to go back, get the camera, and come out and take pictures. We didn't have cell phones, so there isn't a lot. I have a few pictures of me in uniform, not many, but I'm not going to put them out there to prove to anybody.
Yeah, it's true.
I've been retired exactly this year, 20 years.
Wow.
And like I say, I'm sick of I'm just sick of the whole thing of everybody. And I've just had enough.
I had to prove everything.
And like you say, and I agree with Jim and X, you only need one mod because you have too many, they can go in and they can remove shit. And
We learned that the hard way. We had 4 at one point too.
Like I said, the other day I went in to check my studio. Who's gone? Land's gone. Syndicate's gone. A few other people whose names are gone. I didn't remove them. Where the fuck did they go?
Yeah.
So, well, anyway, I just wanted to come up and just say a few things. And again,
well, good. I'm glad you did.
I don't hate Leanne. I want to get away from everybody because
sometimes she gets annoying. That's why her husband sends her down to Florida.
We had great times. I had many good nights with her all the time. But just lately, every time I say something, she don't agree with me, and I'm tired of hearing her say I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm not fucking wrong. And I'm done. And I'm just done with it all. And if I want to do a show, I'll do it. I don't owe anybody nothing. And like I say, Jan Fritz says, "Oh, I owe my followers."
Dale asks, "What's wrong with Toe Jam, Bob? He gave you thousands." Well, I think
no. There's nothing wrong with. You misunderstood what I meant there, Dale. You know, every time Toe Jam's in my room, under what name he's there. I don't know it's him, but you seem to know all the haters or people like. I can't explain it right now.
I mean, the fact that, and we didn't know this about him. I mean, somebody gives you money, you don't know what kind of person they are. You don't know if they're Lincoln Kane. You don't know if they're Rainbow Melon. Or, you don't know the people who are sending you money. You just know that you like them from this chat. But, my attitude, I liked Toe Jam and talking to him and discussing. But my attitude changed, frankly, about him when I started learning that he was R-ing these women.
Yeah, but
actually assaulting these women.
He hasn't given me thousands of dollars. He's given me, maybe total, maybe 500, if that. So, I mean, look at Rainbow Melon. She used to give me money all the time, and Rhonda Hauser. But no, I never. I
hear the robocall.
Yeah, who's getting?
Oh, that was me. I was going over to robocall.
Oh, all right.
Well, yeah, I agree, Bob. You don't owe anybody anything. People it's nice to see when you're on. The reason I like when you're on is because, and I'm just going to say this because I don't want to bullshit. I like yours better than Angel Gotti's because I think I have more experience with you and Leanne, and people know when to talk and shut up, and there's a better flow, and I don't get that on Angel Gotti. So I prefer for when you to be on. But Angel Gotti's kind of a new Wild West for us. And I like hers too, but people like you more, at least from our group. I'm not saying they just like Angel Gotti. That's why they like to see you come on.
Yeah, I understand it, but like that girl Palmetta, I think that girl's fucking nuts.
She is.
She really is.
Children taken from her.
And then what's her name? Candace Howard keeps sending me shit. Fuck her too.
Well, no matter what Candace Howard says, her son murdered her husband. You can't get away from that. It's the only true life murder that we know of since we've been doing this. It happened almost 2 years ago.
Well, all right. I'm gonna go. I'll be in the bushes. Finish my sandwich, and it was nice.
Well, Bob, I haven't said anything about you that I'm aware of that's bad recently. I mean, I speculate on something, but I mean, I don't. I can only just say, "Hey, what's going on?" And I always said this too. Like, I really don't talk to. I don't know if I've ever called you one-on-one from my phone. I might have. I really don't talk to that many people on the phone unless it's something about the OTT. And many times it's emails. I think I've talked to you more on emails, but that's not because I just dislike anybody. I just don't keep this phone on me as much.
Yeah,
I just Jim calls everybody.
And but like I say, I'm to the point. Like I told Sean, I could delete it, and I could care less. You know,
Well,
I was here. I came on mainly because of the Dylan case. Now that it's over and done with, someday maybe we'll find out the God's honest truth why Jim did it. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the only question that's left in the entire thing.
Well, again, I've been reading up on his stuff again and listening to Jim's questioning and listening to Kurt talk shit. I don't believe the story of how he got shot because Jim Renner said he reached in the car and grabbed my gun. You got to go back and watch these videos. You don't realize what you missed the first time.
What about Noelle? Did you see what she did tonight on Johnny's?
Well, no, I heard it from what happened in here.
She just stood up right in the middle of the show and just pulled her shirt up.
Yeah, well, that's everybody needs to band her. I mean, so don't let her up. I'll never let her back up because I don't need that.
Well, sometimes it seems like she's okay for a while, and then like she gets kind of supercharged, and I don't know. It's weird stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of personalities out here.
Yeah,
that was funny, man.
You saw that?
Yeah,
she's done that before. She's done that a few times before. And she was upset at Bob's show, not Bob, but on his show because people were bullying her from other shows because she was doing that. And we were trying to say, don't do that.
Yeah.
All right, you two guys, X and Mark.
All right, I'll see you later, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, well, thanks for letting me up.
There he is.
Come by anytime, Bob.
All right, I'm going to take off too if you're wrapping it up.
All right, yeah, I'm going to wrap up. It was a great show. Thanks for stopping by, Mr. X.
Yeah, Margie was a good sport.
Yeah, Margie's a great human being.
Yes.
She loves her daughter and just wants her to be safe. And,
I mean, Dale, I've said some stuff about Bob before. I see that you're saying Bob has dementia and this and that. I mean, he's technically not that old. It's not like he's 90,
No.
He's young. He's technically younger than my parents. I mean, he is younger than my parents.
Yeah.
And I've said that about him too. I don't know. I can hear what Bob's saying just by like the in his voice, and I know exactly what he's kind of going through. The difference is
he's lonely.
No, I don't know. The difference that pushes us on is we have the OTT, and there's kind of like a responsibility there, and I enjoy doing this. I have fun doing this with Jim and the people that I've met over here. I like doing it. I like trying to have fun and joke and being silly and all that kind of stuff. But for Bob, it's not really about making money.
Yeah.
I mean, if he makes money, I'm sure that's good. But Jim and I have a bit more of a responsibility with the OTT monetarily. Time-wise, we have to put in. Plus, we enjoy doing it. Bob doesn't have to do that.
Yeah,
he's not responsible for going on once a week. He doesn't have to do that. And if you get to the point where it's like it's not worth it, Twin Mama wanted to go on because she wanted the extra money. Nothing wrong with that either, but she wasn't making it. Yeah, and maybe he just, maybe he's just, I think the death of Bob's friend hit him hard, says Erica. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. It could be that. And he is thinking about that. Most people do as they get older.
Yeah, and you never know. I mean, people physically get more ill, and I'm not saying that of Bob, but that could be anybody. It's weird that there's stuff that I can't eat now because it'll give me a headache. I never had that before.
Right. As you get older, things certain
like, what the fuck is this? I can't eat peanuts anymore?
Really?
Yeah. Peanuts is one of the worst ones for me. I can't eat a lot of salt anymore either. I mean, I can, but it's probably, it's going to kind of fuck me up a little bit. Jan, I'm not sure. What's that?
Does it bloat you up?
No, it just induces vertigo.
Okay.
Yeah, salt is one of the big ones. Alcohol, obviously, I don't drink, but that would be a big one. Caffeine, which I pretty much stopped. That's another big one. Sugars, I mean, like a lot of sugar, like candy. That's another big one. I mean, so anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I like to eat chicken wings. You know, I mean, it's like
KFC.
There's a KFC not too far, but man, yeah, you that stuff's, salt. Like when I go into grocery stores now, and I never did this before. Now I look at the side of the package, like how much salt is in this.
Right. That's what I do now. Salt, sugar.
Yes.
Chocolate bars. I watch chocolate bars, and certain sugars taste different now, like cereals. Now I have to have different cereal.
It happens. Well, but at least Bob kind of has a good problem. Yeah. People are bugging him to come on because they like him. I mean, I'm sure that there's hater stuff too.
That's what it is. We all like Bob.
They like Bob. He's laid back, but and I haven't always got along with Bob, but I really don't have a problem with him. I mean, I don't know if I've made some videos and done some jokes and stuff like that. That stuff's on the OTT, but and I think Leanne's kind of hurt. She wants to see Bob go on because she feels like she's kind of, more of a guest on that show and, the redheaded stepchild on other shows because of her choices in life. But she does not like that over Bob. So she wants to be able to go over there and have a good time. I think she genuinely likes Bob. A lot of people do.
Yeah. Well, right now he does his gambling thing and he enjoys it. He does cards.
Yeah, he usually plays poker on Friday. He's done that for a long time.
Down, relaxing. He likes doing that.
There's a thing where he has like a buy-in tournament, if I'm not mistaken. They get food, and he does that on Friday. That's why he's never around.
Nice thing to do.
Yeah, for XNN, I think he's got some buddies he goes with or stuff like that. But I mean, I couldn't imagine the job Bob did, like answering the phone and all that for all those years, and then like kind of a service that you do for the community or the public.
Yeah.
Then you got to come over here and deal with people that are probably worse than a 911 call. Yeah, I mean, 911 is probably pretty bad, but I mean, at least the people you're probably talking to on a 911 call are probably, I'm guessing, more times than not nice because they need help. It's a lot of. Have you dealt with that? Like a lot of jerks, a lot of assholes, a lot of haters.
Yep.
Who's coming after you?
Well, I had to do a lot of things with when things were going on with 9/11. I had to deal with things that were going on with festivals.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like crowd controls.
Yeah.
So you end up dealing with people like that. You don't know who could have a weapon. You don't know, who's on drugs and.
Let me ask you: you ever have to pull your gun on anybody?
I pulled my gun, but only a couple times, where he had to disarm somebody with a sword.
Really?
Yeah, they had a sword.
And you never had to fire your gun?
Never had to fire it.
Wow.
Was able to disarm, so. Takedown.
Wow.
But nothing was ever done alone. You always have partners.
Yeah, you got people with you. That's good.
So that's.
God, I see some of these cops in LA. Like I see the cops in LA, and I saw it in New Orleans. So I made that protocol in New Orleans. And originally, I don't know if I ever told you the story because I've told this story, but probably not to you. I had the idea of doing a documentary. Because I don't care what the haters say over the Angel God. I've always liked cops. I always looked at it like the cops are the good guys. I don't know I guess if you're a criminal, they're not. But, it doesn't mean you have to be a snitch either. But, if you got a problem, they're supposed to be there for you. That's what's, cops are, that's what I thought it was. Anyway, I was thinking about going, because I heard all this, New Orleans is very corrupt. And I was living there. And I would hear all this shit. And I was, I think, in my late 30s. And I think physically I could do it. I think I physically probably still could. But I wanted to do a documentary about me going and becoming a cop in the NOPD and I would stop it after my first day. So it's like I wouldn't tell anybody I'm doing this. I don't even know if it's legal or not. I think somebody told me it was illegal. I would try to go through the academy. It's not to expose them or just like, can I physically do this?
Right.
And then I do one day, and then the documentary ends. And then I quit being a cop. Which I don't even know if like the legalities, but that was like the general idea. Then I started meeting cops and talking to police officers, and they were saying how corrupt and what the city was like and how dangerous it was. And there was the show that was going on there that everybody was trying to get on was NCIS New Orleans.
Right.
So we just made a short film that was about people joining the NOPD. There was something called joinnopd.org. So it was almost kind of like a PSA for people to join. You know, instead of committing crime, you could become an NOPD officer, which pretty rough job, but you know, they're always hiring, basically, was the idea of it. And that little film was in the front page of the newspaper because after there was no pro police officer film, usually they're anti-police. Well, what happened was there was a guy in Baton Rouge named Alton Sterling that the cops killed. It was national news. And like literally my film came out like right after that happened. So then my film it was in the front page of what's called the Times-Picayune. I remember there was like Trump on one side and my film on the other side. And the haters have made fun of the film because it's like 7 or 8 minutes, but it was about getting footage for the NOPD and getting footage to get in front of NCIS New Orleans. And I tell you what, getting in with NCIS New Orleans was one of the hardest ones. I got one audition for that show, a callback. It was like straight to callback, which is like it's like the second level of getting closer to the job. So they said, not only you're not doing the bullshit little read, your audition is a callback. And I didn't get it, granted, but I got pretty damn close. The other person who was in the show booked NCIS New Orleans and had a speaking part on it. So it did its job.
Well, it got you credit, right?
Well, it got the other person in that television show, which that person still gets residuals to this day because of that show. I think that them made about $3 or $4 grand on it, but it didn't play cop. It was more or less like a bank teller. But Leanne wants to come up now. I thought we were wrapping it up. Now Leanne's got a turn, but anyway, so sometimes you do things for one thing, but what do you think about that as an idea of a documentary? Like you've gone through that.
You should still do it.
At 46?
Well, I think you with what you do, I think they would let you do a show like something.
I don't, you know how I watch those cop car chases and all that stuff. That's real big in LA. Like I couldn't chase anybody down in a car like that. I physically
ride along. They do ride alongs.
Like I could be the partner and not drive, but I couldn't drive around like that.
They do ride alongs.
Yeah, I know, but that's the whole thing is like, can you? What is it like for the average Joe to go through that? I'm sure that exists on YouTube. I've never looked it up, but anyway. But the thing is, I don't know about LAPD because LA is a big city. New Orleans, it was like crazy. People are getting shot. It's dangerous. It's violent. It's like it feels like you're getting up to the war. You go one day in the war, and then you're out of it. I wouldn't do that for very long, because those cops, they get things happen to them all the time. For some reason, though,
you always have the luck of coming across something.
Yeah.
Hi. I wasn't going to stay up this late, but you came out of the bushes, Bob.
Yeah, what happened? So, did he answer all the questions?
I'm totally shocked. I'm totally shocked that this is his reason. Do you remember when Jim and me and Crystal and Watcher were fighting?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So that was when Bob, as soon as you guys fought with us, he got off. He didn't want to come back on. He didn't want the fighting. So I'm thinking, why isn't Bob talking to me? I was like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't take sides. But he wouldn't answer me. I kept on trying to see if everything was okay, if he was going to take sides, whatever. So in the meantime, they're talking to me and telling me, don't just get away from Bobby. Don't care about you, all this stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, maybe you're right. And I wouldn't give up because I knew deep down that he just didn't want the conflict. So that's where he's talking the behind the scene conversations. So he is wrong. You are wrong, Bob. You were wrong about Noelle. I told you, stop talking to her like that. People are going to think you're a weirdo, or don't let her up. She's going to do shit. You were wrong, Bob. Toe Jam with Dale. Everybody knows who Toe Jam is. That's been around him forever.
I don't know who Toe Jam. I agree.
We do. We've been around with
I don't know that he's
Jam.
there.
I don't care. We've been around him. Me and Dale have been around him since the first JP YouTube. We know how he talks. We know how he does his crap. He puts little things in there that we do know it's him.
Why don't you say something to Bob in the back? Like, I think this is Toe Jam in the private chat.
For what?
Well, maybe it's his show. Maybe he don't want him there.
Toe Jam gives him money. Are you kidding me? He just told you around 500. Bullshit, X. No, he's doing his freaking paranoid shit again. Playing
I don't know. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't know. I mean, he knows what we know about Toe Jam. I'm not, I really don't have a problem.
He didn't care when he was giving him money after that. He liked everybody on there. So please. So don't try to give him the benefit of the doubt there. I didn't even mention the hotspot stuff, Bob. I don't talk about what you and I talk about. I never did, ever. Till lately when I said, well, maybe he went to Vegas. When he disappears, he goes to Vegas. That might have been one point that I said to Jim. And we talked about it on your panel, Bob. If Cluckers and Crazy Brat were going to Vegas, maybe you were going down there and you said, yeah, I might. That was it. I spent hours and hours with you fighting freaking Salty, fighting freaking that goofy broad that came on and told all these fucking stories about you. I fought them all. I talked to some fucking Mexican or whatever he was and used a translator. I mean, you are heartless. You're paranoid. I don't care if you think you don't trust anyone. That's your problem. I wish you nothing but the best. Fall right in that game. Don't be no Wrenchgate again, Bob. Your only people that can do that is your administrator and the managing mod. And if you gave me a managing mod, I have no fucking clue what I was doing with a managing mod. So I guess now, since I can't do it, I guess now Dale's the culprit. Yeah, I stick up for Dale because me and Dale get in trouble all the fucking time, and you guys don't know the truth. Jim and X add on to the Dale shit. So yeah, I do fight for him and Laura. I do.
I really don't have that
just
big
like I do, just like I fought for Bob.
Yeah, I really don't have a problem with Dale. Jim has more of a problem than me.
Well, it's all fucking putting this shit into people's head. That's stupid. That's why I
do understand what Jim's saying, though. I understand his point, but I mean, when I see Dale, I say hi to him. But I mean, I do personally think that I agree with what Bob and what Jim say. You got to have one mod that you trust and you feel like you know really well, like a Texas Granny. I'm not saying it needs to be her for every show, but somebody like that.
Okay, apparently nobody's trusted. So, Apparently, in a message to me, it wasn't even Texas Granny was trusted. I mean,
Texas,
see,
I trust
this
Texas
is
Granny.
I do too. I think she's a good mod. Others I don't trust. I
No.
trust Dale. I trust some people, and then I ain't gonna say it because then you might start picking on them.
Well, I mean, who, like Barbara Buffalo?
I ain't saying anything about that one.
I think she's a nice lady. Sometimes she gets things wrong. That doesn't mean that I don't trust her or she's not a good person, but it's like,
I
okay,
think
we already
she
have
gets.
Texas Granny. We don't need her to do
Well,
that.
I'm not saying that she's bad. I'm just saying she does get things wrong, and
Yeah.
she comes off bad in chat sometimes. And that's where I have a problem, because then everybody's noticed it and she's getting picked on for that coming off in chats wrong.
She is a nice lady, though. I mean, I have
So
spoke to her.
I'm not saying anything that she's mean or anything. Oh God,
Right.
no. I'm just saying people are taking her wrong.
Sure.
So, I mean, it really sucks. It really sucks, because by him coming up saying that, it puts what the haters do. Puts what the haters do, saying, yeah, Leanne can't be trusted. Leanne's this, Leanne's that. That was supposed to be my friend. I was supposed to be somebody that would never turn. And Bob was the one, and that's, I don't care if anyone.
To me, he just says he doesn't trust anybody.
I don't think so.
Well, that's my problem.
I don't hate nobody.
You're supposed to be the special one?
I think it was because I built it on my half. Yeah. I built it with him. I've done a lot of shit for Bob. A lot.
Jim is the one who got Bob known.
What? If you trust Jim, you can trust Jim. I don't fucking trust
No,
Jim.
I remember Bob starting.
As far as I can throw him.
I'm not about trust.
I
What
still
I'm saying
like
is
him.
I remember Bob starting and having 12 people, and Jim started helping Bob. And when Bob started a show with Ron Tello. And
it don't matter.
I remember those shows. Yeah,
well, that's awesome. So what's Jim in his ear? Jim's doing Wrenchgate?
No, Jim's not. No, but I mean, you know how Jim is too. You know, you don't want to tell Jim your information if your daughter just got choked,
Yeah, exactly. So that's what he said to Jim, and that's how I got out. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, there's times where you guys would get up there and I'd say, okay, that's it. You're going to get struck. Nuh-uh, don't play that. I mean, you guys ain't realizing it. You're not doing it on purpose, but it's sometimes when you're running a show, you're not thinking about it. And then, you got it. I ask him not to do that.
I just realize it like this, now. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I'm going to go on a show and be me. I'm going to try to censor it so the person doesn't get struck, but I'm not going to not be myself. And that includes Angel Gotti's show. I'm trying to be funny.
I agree with that, but if the other people are in the background trying to help.
If you're too much like Noel, we don't want you here, then I won't come back. But I mean, they're going to strike you anyway, so you might as well have a good time.
Okay, so when they have the channel and they have so many strikes, it's okay with you.
Well, I mean,
but not the channel owner that is making money on their self.
I look at it like this: I've been struck. I've put in my time. I've gone up and down, and that. Hey, you could call it selfish or whatever. It doesn't affect me.
Well, sure. Then I wouldn't let you up if I was having a YouTube show and making money and you didn't give a shit.
Well, but here's what I'm saying.
That's
you don't have that. Bob does.
That's
Bob
dumb
does.
to
Bob's
say.
taking that risk. You're not paying for StreamYard. You're not,
That's dumb to say, though, X.
Because you spent time on his show. He's supposed to be more loyal to you. I spent a lot of time on his show, too.
I didn't say he's supposed to be loyal to me. What have I ever asked him to do for me? Do I ask for money? No. Do I ask him for advertisement? No.
Well, you
so
want
what
to be
do
like,
I ask
you're
him
like a little
to be loyal to me? No, I didn't say he had to be loyal to me. There ain't no fucking way I said he has to be loyal to me.
I don't think Bob did anything wrong. Like I kind of understand what he's saying. I don't think it's dementia. I clearly understand what he's saying.
Oh, I'm sure you do. It gets you in there.
Well,
it gets you in there. You can't disagree the hand that feeds you when they let you come on and do what you want.
Well, then you know what they say to all these kids? You got to make yourself indispensable at a job. You got to have a value. And here's the thing. If you want to put it that way, and you're not wrong. Bob pays for the StreamYard. Bob gets a big crowd in the time. It's his show. People like him. Then you need to do that. Spend all that time, money, energy, and you could choose who you want to have.
But I'm not saying that. I never controlled him. He did what he wanted to do. Okay? If he's mad because I told him not to have no L up and do that because she's a freaking loon and he can get in trouble for a handicapped girl being on your show and doing the shit she's doing, that's so bad, X. That ain't good advice.
I don't think she brings very much on the show, and she's also a disruptor. I agree with you. Here, this is what I've realized in this, and I'm close to Jim. I've known Jim for a long time. And I have told Jim, don't do this, don't do that. And sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. But you got to let Bob do his content. You got to let Jim do his content. That's why I take a back seat when Jim does his content. And then when I do mine, he don't tell me what to do.
Okay.
You don't have a channel. You don't do this.
Do I make him do that? No, I say it. Maybe it'll help. Maybe he'll listen. Maybe he might.
Yeah, sometimes he might.
But it's okay if he don't. I'm not telling him to do what I say. I just warn him.
Yeah, I do that to Jim too.
That's all. So what's so bad about him doing his thing and everything else and me just warning him?
Well, maybe it just wore on his nerves. I don't know. I'm not him. You have to ask him that. I don't know.
So, and then to do this bullshit about his wrenches and get pissed, he should talk to people first. And maybe logic would make sense to him if he has all these things in the back of his head.
Well, you know what I'd have done? This is what I was telling Johnny Yarbrough. I told Johnny Yarbrough when he had the same issue, get every one of these people to call in. Texas Granny called in, Barbara Buffalo called in, Sugar Plum called in. Dale C did not. I left the show, then Johnny Yarbrough added Dale C. Dale C never called in and said, because if that wasn't Dale C, if that was a fake Dale C, and I don't even know what Dale C sounds like on the phone. I don't know if I've ever heard his voice.
He's called Bob before.
If I have, I don't remember. Okay. But if Dale C were to call in and everybody were to verify it's him, it's like, it's okay. But this is what I told Johnny later on. Keep Dale C on there, whoever this Dale C is. It might not be the guy that's in the chat. It could be somebody pretending it's him. If that guy is the one who starts knocking people down, then you know who the problem is.
Okay, but hold on a second. We figured out Wrenchgate. We figured out I'm not going to start that crap. People are covering it. I don't want to bring that here.
Put it in the back.
No. You'll blab. I know you just blabbed to Jim about Marzi.
Well, she's talking about it on a show.
So you blabbed Jim. But we let it go. We moved on. It's a good thing. I know it wasn't Dale. And that's how it worked out. That's why I figured out Wrenchgate. So Dale's getting the blame again. So now Bob don't trust Dale because of conspiracy theories.
So it was Graham Knott. So why would Graham Knott do that? It was Graham Knott a mod over at Bob's?
I'm not saying. We all had this discussion on Christine's. I don't want to cause trouble. I don't want to cause trouble.
We're just talking here. I mean, so what? I like Graham Knott. I have no problem with him. But why?
I know.
Graham Knott?
I'm not. Well, if you understand managing mods and admins,
Yeah, I'd like to think I know something about that. Sure.
okay, so if mods are blocked, the only people that can block them are who?
The managing mods, the higher level mod.
Exactly. Dale, are you a managing mod? Who is his managing mods?
Who are we talking about? Johnny or Bob?
You but Johnny right now.
I don't recall, but if his managing mod was Graham Knott, then yes, that would be the culprit. Or who it might not be just the Graham Knott name. We don't know if it's the actual guy or not.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know who it was, and because he told me, and
yeah,
one definitely isn't. One definitely isn't. So Dale isn't one. So Dale gets the blame because that's the innocent one. Now in Bob's, he needs to look who his managing mods are and who his admin or whatever is. Because like, read Erica's thing. Admin can block
I did see
other
it.
mods.
I mean, here's how I did it on YouTube. I understand how it works. Why not just make one person, not a managing mod, not an admin, just a moderator? That way they have no power. There you go. End of story. 1, not 4, not 5, not new Dale C name, not old Dale C name, not Graham, not some guy that you can't talk to in Australia who's a nice guy. You know, not Dale C's wife, not this person, not that person. One person that you could speak to. And if you can't speak to them, then they're not there. And they're not a person that's in control of anybody and anything. They can't do anything to anybody except for block. And when they do block people, you request from that mod, if they're going to be a moderator, that they tell you after the show who they blocked. That's what Texas Granny does.
So basically what you're saying, have one managing mod, right?
One regular moderator. You want to call it a managing mod? Just one regular moderator. One moderator that doesn't have the power to go back into chats or do anything. The average moderator, the lowest level of being a moderator. Which all they could do is post stuff. Links
and what's so wrong? What's so wrong with having lower level mods?
That's it. Well, that's the right thing to do because now they're not blocking people going into chats. And if they are blocking people, then they have to report who they're blocking and why they're blocking them.
Exactly, and that has been done.
There you go. It's simple.
There, you have your whoever's trusting enough to give them their. Whatever Erica just called a managing mod, they gave them a wrench. That better be the trustworthy ones.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not picking on Dale and Jan. I'm just hashing it out, just trying to figure it out. Because I didn't hear the Christine show, so I don't know all that information. But I mean, it makes more sense now that you're talking about this way. Sure.
Yeah, so that's why I get upset when he just came up and is like throwing all these accusations out and all this other crap. And it's not right. It's not right that he did something like this. He could have called. He could have told me. I think it would have been fair enough that he should have said this behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think everything should be done publicly.
Well, then that's your problem. So now it's my turn to say what I feel about him. And I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that. Because he was my friend.
Who is you? Why does Bob need to call you up? I mean, I'm trying to sound like a dick, but who are you? His mom? His sister? He don't owe you a call. He probably never even met you in real life.
Oh, so that's how he felt the whole time?
No, I'm just saying, like in general. Like,
well, there you go. Well, if that
I don't know how he felt.
Stupid.
I know Jim in person, so I think there's like kind of like a shorthand there. I've known Jim for 40 years.
So basically, anybody that's going to do anything for a creator or anything, as much as I did for Bob, he don't owe me shit, right?
Well, it depends on the situation. Like, I don't know all of your situation for Bob, but like sometimes things just stop working out. Like Miss T was good for a while, then it didn't work out. Then
tell me, do not go silent and have all this bullshit and people asking me, and then Jim telling a story or hearing it from somebody else. Don't you have the balls to tell me privately? What you got to say to that?
What if he doesn't want to deal with this?
Well, he already put it up there. I wasn't going to do a damn thing. How's that? I wasn't going to put this out here. I kept saying, Bob who? I don't know what's going on. So since he came up, this is why he had to deal with it in front of people. That's okay. That's the way he wanted it.
Anything that bad. All he said he doesn't trust anybody, which is a smart way to play it. Now, you think that you're on some kind of higher level friend pedestal, which I don't know what your guys' relationship is, but you've never met each other in person. You really don't know each other any more than really Angel Gotti knows MRE. I mean, I think Angel Gotti knows MRE better than you know Bob, at least in real life. So, I mean, when this shit happens to you that happened to Bob, you're gonna be sketchy about anybody. I would be.
So what now? The last sentence?
When Bob is being after what happened to Bob, him being sketchy about everybody is understandable. I don't know if you know what happened, Shark Hitter, to Bob. If you don't, let me know. I'll clue you in.
But I was the one there. You weren't doing no work. Nobody else was doing any work for him.
No, I came over his channel.
He went through hell.
I know he did. I mean, I didn't do any work for him, but he was on our shows when it was happening.
It's okay. You don't think that I put my time out because I really cared for this man, not sexually, not anything. I had a heart because I didn't want nobody to hurt him with what they were doing. That I didn't be owed a respectful fucking call or anything.
Let's clue Shark Hitter in because it's his show of what was happening. Bob started having people show up at his house to paint his house, gay prostitutes, all this crazy shit. He lives in he used to live in a retirement area, like semi-retirement area, kind of like apartments or condos or whatever you're going to call them. But it's not like there's nurses' aides running in there every 5 minutes. He had like a 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom or whatever. So what happens is somebody started calling like gay prostitutes, cabinet makers. It's like if they put his name in Craigslist or some kind of thing, and it was bad. I mean, we got a handful of shows of Bob just having people showing up to do work. Yeah, and he's like, I didn't call you. So it got real bad. That's what Leanne's talking about. So it got so bad that he had to move.
But it got so bad that Leanne was there too, Shark Hitter. Leanne was behind the scenes. Leanne was worrying about him, trying to figure out who the hell was doing all this crap. Worrying about a man that I don't know.
Yeah.
But I had the heart to do this. And you don't think he owes me a reason to call up and say, this is why I don't trust you? What he just did here on panel and said why he didn't.
I agree with you too, Jan. I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, that's not how I go about it, but
I'm beside myself that people would do that to that man.
Yeah, it's sickening.
Now, but here's the other thing too. I mean, what do they see?
He's retired, trying to live his life. He's got people doing that to him, and now,
I know it's a cliche.
Hopefully, nobody's trying to do that to him again.
Well, I think
that's another thing I was worried about because they kept threatening him to take him off. If he don't let them off there or his YouTube don't go down, then this is it. We're not going to stop. And
it was probably Salt did that because it stopped after Salty went away.
Continuously, it happened to him. I was
it
getting it
stopped after
behind the
salty.
scenes. But he don't have to be my bestie. He don't owe me. He only could have been respectful enough to call me and say, this is why. If he didn't agree with me, we would end up agreeing to disagree, just respectfully, instead of airing this bullshit out on YouTube.
I mean, you're acting like you guys were like partners or, married or, like doing a
You're
show
so
together.
full of shit, Mr. X.
Well,
You're
it's
so
kind
full
of
of
how it works. I
shit.
mean, what about this? You ever heard and I was talking about the cliche earlier. What is it? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. How do we know that? And I'm not saying this, don't take offenses, but how do we know you weren't involved in that and you're able to talk to him? That would be the best way for you to be clued into information. And I'm not saying that this is the case, but if it was, that's what the mob does. They think you're a friend and they fucking blow you away.
Is that right?
I know it's not
Well,
how that works.
I'm
So
glad you can come up with that scenario, Mr. X, but that's not true. And
I know it's
everybody that knows me is not true. So
I know,
maybe
but
that's in his little fucking pea brain, what you just said.
maybe, but that's the safest way to protect yourself. He really doesn't know you. Like I know Jim.
So he could think I'm involved in that? Then
Well,
he
I'm
is
not saying
really
he's
sick
thinking
and
that, but
demented.
wouldn't that be the easiest way to curtail it? Is just not tell anybody anything?
He didn't tell me. What the fuck did Bob have to tell me? I did it all on fucking in his shows. Bob never told me shit.
I'm saying going forward, like, hey, listen, if I don't speak to any of these people, then I won't have these problems. I could just sit in my chair, listen to these people talk, laugh, and I don't have to deal with the problems by going on shows. And I could wait to see if the strike falls off, and maybe it'll be fun again. And that includes you.
That's what he said. Yeah.
But did he say what did you say? Did he say something about not trusting me though? About
No, he just
certain
no,
things?
not specifically about you. It's just like I don't
I
trust.
think he did. That's why it came up.
Well, I took it as he just, the easiest way is not to just not trust anybody, including me, everybody.
And he just said it about Dale.
Yeah, he did.
He mentioned Dale's name and he mentioned my name.
There are some blunders that didn't look straight about Dale, and once again, I've never really heard Dale.
Why don't you ask? Why don't you ask?
We did ask.
If you had any decency.
When we were on Johnny Yarbrough show, here's my number. Call in if you're a moderator. Dale did not call in. I'm sure Bob saw it.
Well, then Bob don't have a fucking clue.
Doesn't mean Dale's a bad guy. Doesn't mean Dale's doing anything wrong. It's just, hey, this is what if you want to do this little job, even though it's a free job, and whatever it is, and you want to have this little bit of power, this is what this requires. We don't dislike you. We don't think you're a bad guy. You didn't call in, even if you're not listening. Okay, you're gone.
We heard he figured out who it was, Mr. X. But did Bob know? No. What's he do? Assume. And he says that I tell him he's wrong. Well, I have proof when he's wrong. That's it.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to hear from you that he's wrong.
Okay, well, he don't have to. He already he should have called me and told me that.
No, he doesn't owe you a call. Who is you? He doesn't owe you a call. You're not part of that. Why? Because
it was okay when I was a part when he was attacking you guys. You guys were attacking him, right? I wasn't a part of that. I should have never
I know you were a part of that.
Oh, well, I shouldn't have been, right?
Well,
that's what you're saying.
You needed a place to go.
I didn't need a place to go. I was with Bob. Don't hand me all this bullshit. You're going around in a fucking circle. You're going around in a fucking circle.
I'm trying to politely get to, is it feels like you're giving yourself a higher sense of value than yeah, maybe you deserve that. I don't know. That would be up to Bob. But the safest thing to protect himself is just to get out of the game. I think that's what he's saying.
If he listens to you guys, then he's nuts.
Well, I think that we're the most successful at it. So,
yeah. So what, Bob's going to be a new fucking YouTube star? He's going to be a next YouTube star?
No, but I think, no, he's not. I don't think he's trying to be a next YouTube star. But
well, that's what you're saying. We're the most successful at it.
I'm not successful at it. You guys are all older than me. What I'm saying is I'm older than all of you in doing this. More hours, more time, more experience, more dealing with the haters. And you got two of us with me and Jim, too.
Who
So
you don't think we all deal with haters just
not
because
you
you
don't
have a
deal with haters.
platform?
You do not deal with haters at the level Jim or myself or Bob do. In
Okay,
fact,
do we
me and
clear?
Jim
Do
deal with
you
haters.
clear your name? Hold on. Do
Go
you
ahead.
clear your name?
Yes, continuously.
Okay, so do we. So do I.
Leanne, come, please. I'm trying to be nice to you. Don't make me break this down further.
Oh, please break it down.
Okay, I'll give you an example. You don't have a children's book out there that somebody's going to go write a negative review out there about you. You don't even have a show.
Did I even? That doesn't matter. You don't matter to me. You're breaking it down for you.
I'm telling you, but I have way more to lose than you. I'm more out there than you. I have more experience
Okay,
in
you
this than
win.
you.
You're the best.
No, I'm
but
not
it
saying
doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about
Bob
you.
wants a piece of
I'm
advice.
talking about me.
Okay.
You get it?
Go ahead, please. Yeah, go ahead. Talk about yourself.
I fight for myself. I don't have to fight for you. You fight for yourself.
Well, let's talk about
exactly.
What are you fighting for? You're a lady who lives in Ohio. You don't really have anything out there that can be really that damaging on you. Your kids aren't fuck ups or anything. You're not a drug addict. You're not getting arrested for who
I am, the lies that people tell. Yeah, I do.
Really
That's my personality. The people that I like, that I will stick up for. Yeah, I do.
You're still married,
it's my
you got
makeup.
a husband, your kids seem well
It's
adjusted.
my makeup, Mr. X. It's who I am. Sorry.
There's really
so
nothing
don't down my part on why I do the things that I do.
What I don't I don't think we're communicating. What I'm saying is you don't have anything out there that is damaging about you or that's something that could be damaged. I'm giving you compliments. It seems like your family's pretty well adjusted. You have a husband. He seems like a decent guy. We've talked to your kids before. They seem like, they don't look like they're meth mouthed or anything like that. They seem like they're well adjusted kids. You don't have anything bad. So you don't have anything they could really take, nor do you have any intellectual property out there or Jim Terry music that's out there that they could walk into.
I understand all this. You're going in a circle.
And you're not going in a circle. You're not the center point like I am of finance either. You have no financial responsibility in this scenario. I have more financial responsibility than everybody.
You win the popularity contest. Okay,
it's not a popularity contest, but what I'm saying is this is where I think Bob is wanting to get away from you, because you're not understanding this simple thing. The simple thing is, personally, I got a lot to deal with, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You don't have to deal with any of these things. So if somebody calls Leanne a lie, whatever it might be, it doesn't really affect
if somebody
anything.
calls Bob a pedo, he's got a lot to lose. I don't think nobody's going to do nothing to him.
He does have a monetized channel. You don't.
And so that's the difference.
Yeah,
that's the difference. Okay.
Yeah, that's a big. You don't have a monetized channel. Now, if you were the host of the channel and you were the center point of the channel, like Twin Mama was trying to be, then you would be able to say that. You're not paying for streaming.
I can understand that. I can understand your point there. Now, how come I couldn't deserve the respect to be told this behind the scenes? When I helped him and all this other crap.
Well, that's a question you'd have to ask Bob, but
that's my point. But once you come up, hold on. Once you come up and you say, I'm not trustworthy, or I'm not this, Dale's this, he knows the haters. Dale's a fucking mod. What can he do to anybody? What can I do to them but talk back and say what I have to say when I think they're wrong? I go on panels to help the YouTube people when they have nobody up there to talk, when they need a conversation.
This last 20 or 30 minutes by Bob not talking to you, he doesn't have to deal with this. That makes sense?
So
I deserve a call. No, you don't.
Oh, I think
probably you do. Probably you do. I understand what you put into it, but in the bigger scheme of things, not really. You're not an employee. Let's say you worked at a Fortune 500 company. Leanne, you're fired. Gone. What about all those weekends I worked?
No, I would have walked away. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I took it differently than Bob would have. And he could have told me that in the beginning. This is my channel. I'm not going to do anything. If you want to, we're not going to talk to each other. You're just a mod. That's it. Period. Amen.
Well, I think what happens, and I have experience in this too, you get friendly with people, you like people, you're having a good time, then things get rough and you want to get away from it.
What rough did I cause him?
You didn't cause anything rough. It's just all of this is rough. And if
Well,
you did
sure.
this, like we do this, you would know it. You have not gotten the wrath. Bob, myself, or Jim has gotten. Jim's number one by far, and I'm a distant two, and Bob's somewhere in there too. I don't know where he's at ranking wise, but stuff that happened to him is pretty bad. You know.
Well, I think it's just that I deserved him to answer me back, not be a chicken ass, not tell me behind the scenes of how he felt, and I would have never ever said anything. I would say you need to ask Bob. But for a month now, it's been not knowing, people asking me constantly, people saying shit to me. Yeah, I think I owed it. I was owed that. I don't care what we'll agree to disagree, X. You can say whatever you say from a business aspect, but I don't think it's a business aspect as it is with Bob than you.
Maybe not. I don't know.
And you
Bob
need your mods. And you need your mods to welcome people, to make them feel comfortable. You need to build a rapport with people that are in the chats.
Yeah.
So, come on.
Yeah, I know. That's why when I did YouTube with Jim early on, I answered every single comment for months and months and months, even haters' comments. There wasn't one comment that didn't have a reply, so I can learn who everybody was and see the people who were nice and mean. Eventually, things changed, though. I started blocking those comments after a while. I started deleting them. Then it went to the level, you weren't like this at the beginning. Now I'm at the level where I don't even allow comments at all when I was on YouTube. No comments.
Well, I think that we have changed because you haven't seen the comments Dale blocked. You haven't seen the comments that we blocked.
You're right.
Exactly. You haven't seen the bullshit that we've blocked in Bob's, or I would run my mouth on his panel when somebody would do something to him. So that's a YouTube. So that's where I don't think you're right about that.
I guess. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes with Bob, but I understand why he feels the way he feels. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I understand the way he feels, why he feels. I mean, I don't know anything about his situation. I don't talk to Bob off air. I haven't always gotten along with him. I don't dislike him. Just saying I understand, because you walk into this and then you got a lady who's a nice lady. You're not, there's nothing wrong. And you're going to say, hey, you owe me a phone call. You know how many WWE interviews I watch with the guys who are the performers, like, man, they should have done this.
So basically, you know what?
And the circus
it would have been something a nice, normal person would do if you had the relationship I had with Bob.
You would think so, yes, but it got to that point for him, it seems like.
Well, why didn't he? That's my point. That's my point. If he didn't like it, why didn't he tell me?
Maybe 6 months ago, that would have been different. Maybe a year ago, maybe before a back surgery before. I don't know. I don't know everything's going on in Bob's life. Maybe before a friend doesn't pass away, but now he's like, you know what? Fuck this.
Well, sorry. I think I'm right and you're wrong. Let's agree to disagree, because that's what I would have done to have the courtesy to say to him if I've been with him for this long. I don't want nothing from him. I never wanted a penny. I did it my whole time, and I was the one that helped him. I was close to him. I knew what you guys were trying to pull with him. What he didn't, did I back down? No. I knew what the haters were trying to do. So you call that an unloyal person?
No, I never said that.
No.
What I'm saying is Bob's gotten to the point where he needs to
think
look at
Bob's
it like
real.
anybody could say anything to him at any point. Somebody could be friends today and not friends tomorrow. That's how it goes.
That
And
would have been
personalities change.
perfectly fine if he would have explained this.
All right. People
Yeah.
talk about me talking about the same thing over and over again. We're kind of going around in a circle here.
I think, Bob, you're a chicken ass and you should have said something to somebody and not play games because that's what you do. Sorry. That's my final word on it. I wish you nothing but the best.
So what
How's
happens
that,
if Bob
X?
goes live again? You're not going to go over there?
Hell fucking no. Are you kidding me?
I'm assuming you're not, but I wanted to ask.
Oh, heck no. No, sorry.
So
And
Bob
that'll
goes
be
live,
good.
you'll
So-
never go over there again.
No, hell no. Not to get a courtesy of a call behind the scenes of saying this stuff. Are you kidding me?
Maybe Bob's going through something, and like you're like making it like, hey, I'm able to call, but you think about like we were kind of joking with Marzi, and you got to think about her
God,
daughter
here we
and
go.
her scenario and how they feel, and we're kind of being rough with her, but like maybe Bob's going through something, and he don't want to take your call.
But he could take Jib and Marzi's call.
I don't know.
There, you're stopped again.
Well, I don't know if Jim has spoke to them. I don't know if Marzi. I don't know.
He just told you who he talked to.
Yeah, what, 3 weeks ago?
He didn't. He just talked to him the other day.
He said Jim three and a half weeks ago and Marzi 2 weeks ago or something like that.
Bob has been on. Okay. I'm tired of going in circles with you. You don't know what has gone behind the scenes. You have no clue. Bob should have called me.
Why don't you enlighten me then, since you're not going to go over there? Why don't you, instead of talking around it, what have you done that put you in this position? Why don't you tell me about it then? Make it interesting. What have you done that deserves a phone call?
What would I have done?
What have you done that you're behind the scenes that I don't know about?
Oh, texting him. I text him. I'm like, is everything okay? For weeks.
Well, no, I'm talking about the haters.
I called. I'm like, what did I do? Please tell me.
The hater stuff that you helped with behind the scenes. That's what I'm interested in. What did you do that warrants this? Not just the stuff where you're trying to catch up with him in the last couple of weeks. You did all this work for him in the last couple of years. What did you do?
Yeah.
What is it? What did you do to help him, to save him?
I think I just told you all that.
No, some of the stuff you didn't say. You said, I don't even know it all, is what you just said. So I'm trying to understand what it is that I don't know.
No, how me and Bob talk behind the scenes, Mr. X. That's what I mean.
Okay.
You have no clue.
What do you guys talk about behind the scenes that I have no clue
You
about?
think I'm going to freaking say anything?
That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, hell no. I don't rat or tell anything that somebody
No, you're not
that
going to go over there anymore. What's the difference? What I'm trying?
I'm not that kind of person with somebody
not that I need
I've
to
known.
know what it is, but I need to know what I don't really need to know anything really. But I'm trying to understand what your value is here. It sounds like a girlfriend.
Apparently,
it sounds like hey, listen. I don't want to talk. I like you, but I just don't want to talk to you every day. You're kind of nagging me. I want to be quiet. And then here you are. You sound almost like a jealous girlfriend. You're like, well, I did all this stuff for you. And I'm like, I just want to be.
I sound like a jealous girlfriend. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I have a
behind the scenes. I'm a guy third party who doesn't know, and I'm like, what is it? I'm not gonna tell you.
Exactly. Bob knows. That's all that needs to be known. Bob knows. You think I'm going to run my mouth of the stuff?
I know the situation with Bob's moving. I know all about that. You know, I understand. Jim has told me about that. I mean, I'm aware of it. I don't talk to Bob every day. I've been on the phone 3 ways with him. I've never called him, I don't think, but I'm aware of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. So what else? I mean, you think I'm going to keep on saying things that we've talked about? No. I will never do that. I'm not like that kind of person. And you guys should know that.
Okay.
I would never do that.
Okay.
Ever.
But I guess I won't understand.
I have that much respect. How's
I
that?
don't understand them. And if you're not going to be over there, I mean, Bob's not saying that he's got a problem with you or you can't come over there. He's just.
What the hell would I go over there for what he just said? What the hell would I go over there? He made it loud and clear, dude. I mean, did you? I
did hear it, but there's obviously some part of it, which I can't get out of you, and he's not here anymore, that he was nagged about that you won't discuss.
I just did what he said on live, what he discussed, that I didn't agree with him about Dale. Of course I didn't, because I've been around and I've known. Saying about Toe Jam, we've been around Toe Jam forever. He gives away his little secrets when he starts sending all this money to Johnny, and he sends money to Bob, and he sends money to Angel. We know.
I think you want to protect this little troop of people that are like
friendly
with Jim Terry, but they're not really a troop. Friendly with Jim Terry, but not OTT members. Frankly, people who are
Bob an OTT.
Well, last I checked, he was. I don't know. I don't look every single day.
His YouTube channel, Mr. X, is his an OTT?
No.
Okay.
What I'm saying
There's
is
the difference.
you have a little clique of people that I'm saying that you're a clique, but just a group of people that are on this fringe. They're not OTT members, but they're cool with us enough that they're not saying hater stuff, but there's some stuff that's not fully trusted about them.
Like
and you're okay with them, and Bob isn't.
Like what? Because Dale has another name, and he had a computer, which he came right out and said, and Laura said it, and then all of a sudden, he says, she asked me to tell everybody on my community page.
This is my channel. This is what I think, even if he's wrong. Too bad. You're agreeing with these people. You're not, sticking with Bob.
Do I owe him anything? Right?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
There you go. You just contradicted yourself again.
But he doesn't owe you a phone call either.
Yeah. Well, in your mind, sorry.
You're the one complaining about it, not me.
No, he's the one that was complaining about it, and I'm answering him.
Okay. Well.
So, I don't know where you're going to get with that, because it's the way I feel.
I just think, here I am talking an hour about something that's not even my scenario. I can feel for Bob's situation because I've gone through.
So can I. Oh, hell, the man's been through hell.
You're overinflating your importance again. I think that's the problem here. You are not at the level of hatred. You should feel lucky that you're not. So take that as a blessing. Take that as a compliment. You're not at the level of hatred of me or Jim or Bob. It's not even close. You don't deal with the stuff we deal with. You do not. It's not. You don't have a channel. You're not making money. You don't have. I've said this before. You don't have books out there. You don't have movies out there. You don't have anybody who can contact anybody. Anybody who's
tell me what Bob's got to do. He's going to lose his channel because he has me on it.
No.
Maybe it might be you two that's on it that he might lose his channel.
Maybe.
Why do we have the hatred? Why would I be one to cause all that because I don't have a channel?
Well, no. Why do we have the hatred? Good question. Why does Bob have the hatred? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can answer that very easily. Part of it is the association with Jim Terry and subsequently me. I mean, I'm kind of part of the Jim Terry thing. So let's just say Jim Terry specifically. And the other part of it is his involvement and interest, him being Bob, with Dylan Rounds.
Okay, but I don't think a lot of it was Dylan Rounds in the beginning or in the end. I think it was the Dylan Rounds of what happened with Wild Irish Rose, who he thinks is Norse.
Well, I don't know all the people Bob spoke to, but it's on the OTT, and it's very clear when Jim was interviewing Justin Rounds. And I can pull it up if you want to hear.
I was there. He didn't want nothing to do with Bob at that time.
He motherfucked Bob. Out of all the people he can motherfuck, Salty Pancakes, Doug Hutton,
he had you on his panel running the mouth. Are you crazy?
Well, no, he was putting up pictures. Bob was putting up pictures of Dylan. Bob was sending money in to try to, do the right thing. And Bob felt it was the right thing about the Dylan Rounds legacy and the farming or whatever it was. Not legacy, but the farming part. And they just didn't want anything to do with him. that part of that is with Jim because of Jim. And part of that is because Bob wants to pick the friends he wants to pick.
Exactly.
And I don't, and I'm sure the other part of it is the part that I don't know that nobody will give me is that Bob is interested in this case to a point, or was, that he was talking to all these people, getting his information from maybe Shaq Lady, even if it was wrong, that fucking Corey lady, Irish Rose, and all, we don't know who all those people are. So that probably,
but I was behind there trying to say, come on. I went against him at that time with you guys, because then you got the call and I was worried about him. And I said, don't believe this nut job. And that's when you two took over and
you're talking about the Corey.
What's her name? Wild Irish Rose, the nut job.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got the threats to stay off Bob's, or we're going to take the channel down.
Yeah, that didn't work for them.
I mean, do you see? There's a lot of stuff that you don't know, and I don't want to get into.
Right.
So that's why I think I deserved a phone call, at least, just to say something and not have sit there for 2 weeks and a month and say, what the fuck did I do?
Maybe so. Maybe so. I mean,
that's all.
You heard it from Bob. Yeah. I don't know.
That's maybe it. So. That's all. That's all I had to say. So that hour of you going back and forth with me.
Well, I'm what I was trying to get out of this hour of going back and forth with you.
That I'm not important, that I don't matter. I don't have a channel.
Not that, is I think that you overinflate your sense of worth when it comes to this overall part of this community. Are you part of it? Do people like you? Oh yeah, sure, all that, this and that. But does anybody owe anything? I've never called you.
I didn't ask you to owe me anything. I didn't ask Bob to. I don't ask Bob to fight for me. I don't ask anybody to do anything for me.
I mean, you had stuff on your channel that I would have loved to know about, and I know so little about your channel. I didn't even realize you had it on there. I didn't even know you had a channel.
You did. I played it for you when I told it, and you told me I could have edited it better.
Yeah, I know. I remember you saying that. Do you understand from my point of view how much content I do? You understand I do 50 hours a month. So if you had a conversation, it'd be like if I met Nick Cage and I said, that Nick, and I'm not trying to compare myself, but just look at it from this point of view. Hey, Nick, remember when I met you on that set in New Orleans and he met 50 people that day? Well, I'm doing 50 hours a week. That conversation you remember, but I don't.
That's fine then if I would have told you and we were talking about it and you were that interested at that time, you could have took anything because I told you to I had a channel at that time. You could have subbed.
I didn't remember. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I know.
The overstate. Now, if you were going on live every Thursday and it was a destination like Crystal Ann became, I would be a lot more aware of it. But and I'm not trying to say you're not important, but in the overall arcing thing of me being able to remember everything, I didn't take that in. How could I? There's like 1,100 hours of live streaming content.
Well, I'm not asking you to.
Remember
I'm not asked. I never asked you to. I never asked anybody to.
But it doesn't mean that I'm lying. I just can't. I can't take all that in.
Okay. Well, sometimes you better listen and quit being suspicious and quit being that we're haters or we're working with people behind the scenes to do what? To do fucking what? Nobody can do anything to you guys. You are handling it yourself.
Well, not
Bobby was more vulnerable.
Sure, they could do things to me. I had something that I'm not going to state happen to me today.
Okay. But you handle it. You're handling your business.
It has nothing to do with this specific YouTube community. It has to do with something else. It's more movie related. And something happened to me today. And I'm handling it. But I realized, and this is what I realized, if I were to tell everybody my little problems that I have, maybe the people I'm telling my problems are the people who are going around and starting these issues. I don't think that that's you. I don't think that's you. But it could be. That's why it's easier not to take the call. But you feel like you deserve the call.
I'm not asking him for information. I'm not asking him for any information. None. I don't ask him for information. I don't get nothing from him. So that doesn't make sense to me.
I think that I'm like, I have a very clear train of thought here, and somehow we're not understanding each other. And I think maybe that's part of it.
Okay.
I think that, and I don't know if you do this with Bob or you do this with other guys. I don't know you well enough. I mean, I know you, but I don't know you that well. And I
don't get treated like that.
No, I don't think I'm treating you badly. I think I treat you like you're like an older sister. And I'm just saying, here's this relationship that you have with a guy friend that and this is why he's not taking your calls. I'm not trying to be mean to you or anything. I'm just saying you value more of your friendship, and maybe you have the right to do that, than he does at this point.
Oh, hell yeah, it's obvious. You just said it. I didn't mean anything. I was worthless. I didn't.
It's like chicks have said to me when I was in high school.
Mr.
X, she's just not that
into to lose. Whatever. If he's not into me, I don't give a shit. I could have been told. That's all I asked it for, a little respect.
Right.
That was it.
That's what you're demanding.
That was all. No, I ain't demanding it anymore. It's over. I just freaking said what I said back to him because he came up here and said this shit about me.
Maybe he doesn't want this conversation that we're having.
You just said that. If Bob said, look, Leanne, I don't want nothing to do with anybody here, including you. He didn't say me. He said he didn't trust everybody. He didn't say I didn't trust Julianne. He did not once say that.
I don't think you're a hater, Daly. I don't think you're a hater. I think that you're one of the people, and I don't want you to take this bad because I don't think you're a bad guy. I don't dislike you or anything. I don't feel as strongly about you as Jim in that department. I think that a handful of you are these likable people, but are in this fringe area. I don't think you're haters.
What the fuck is fringe? You want us to completely do what?
The fringe area is where
we're not on the OTT.
You're not all the way.
YouTube is fucking YouTube. Bob's on YouTube. What don't you get? Do you own Bob's channel?
No.
Do you own Belvy's channel?
No, I don't. But
do you own Johnny's channel?
I do not. I
so
own
if
none.
They don't do what you say.
Nope.
They're treated like shit.
Well, I think
they're
no,
sketchy.
Not necessarily. I'm not treating anybody. If they want to have the backing and advice of whatever our success is in our audience, then hopefully they'll listen to us. Like I give you an example. I heard this, and I'll talk about wrestling again. Somebody went up to Ric Flair and said, "Will you watch my match tonight?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm going to come to you after the match, and you could tell me how I did. Did I do well or not? And so what happens is they watch the match, they go back to him, and Flair says, do this, and do this differently. And here's what happens. If the guy goes out there and doesn't listen to him, Flair will never talk to him again. That's the position we're in. This is if you want to have some of the similar success of us, and we can help you with the things that we pay for, like the robocall, then yeah, we want to have some say to be able to help you. Otherwise,
what's the say? What would your say be? Let me ask you that.
I'm glad you asked. Hey, we want you to call in and verify that this is you. Is this you, Texas Granny in the chat? Is this you, Barbara Buffalo? Ring. Oh, hey, this is Texas Granny.
Do you trust Texas Granny?
Ring. And,
do you trust her?
Yes. Yeah, I do. At this point, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Guess who verified for Dale? Texas Granny.
I understand. But
there you go.
At that point, and we're getting down the chain of command here, but at that point, Dale wasn't watching, no fault of his own. I mean, he can't watch every show. He didn't call in. So I said, you know what? Remove him. You should remove him. You're
the one behind it said remove him.
I think all of us said that at that show. I was walking through. I said, you know what you should do? You should remove everybody until you speak to every one of them. And when you speak to Dale or you have some kind of communication, then you know what happened after that point? Because I'm going to tell you what happened with me. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I get an email from Texas Granny and Barbara Buffalo, and they said, as soon as you left, Johnny modded Dale C. And I go, was he in the chat? Was he there? And I don't know if they knew or not. I'm not sure. But all of a sudden, Johnny didn't listen to us. And they're like, well, what are we doing here? How do we know that that's not a fake Dale C? What's the point of what you just went through? And I said, you know what? If it's a fake Dale C, Johnny's going to find out the hard way. Apparently it's not, but you know what I mean? That's how I looked at it.
Okay,
So,
they took your advice, they unmodded them, and then they made their own decision.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all I can do. That's the best I can do to help.
Okay, there you go. So where are you with that? I mean, what does that have to do anything?
I mean, well, we were talking about people who are friendly with us that we help, or that we, it kind of here's the exchange of this.
It's friendly. You talk about fringe.
Yeah. Well, you want to talk about fringe, or you want to talk about people we're friendly with?
No,
Shark Hitter's not on the fringe.
Well, you're telling me fringe because we're not on the OTT.
Right.
We are on the YouTube channels that we are on with the people that own the YouTube channels that pay.
That's why you don't deserve
StreamYard.
a call, because you're on the outside of this. You don't own the channel. You're not on StreamYard. You're not on the OTT.
And I didn't say I did deserve the call out of respect for everything that I have done behind the scenes.
That's where the impasse is for you. Let me talk about Shark Hitter. He takes a lot of shit from Jim, and I don't know if I would take that shit if I was in that position. But there was some good content in there, and there was some interesting stuff. But that we know what we're doing. That endears the audience to Shark Hitter more. We get to know more about him, then people come over here, and it becomes a thing. We know what we're doing. We're not trying to make fun of the situation that a family member of his is. We're trying to let the audience know more, not necessarily about the guy that's in that room, but more about Shark Hitter. And then you like Shark
Hitter. All that, Mr. Eggs.
We know what we're doing.
I mean, why you got to keep on telling me this?
Because you don't have a channel and you don't do this, and you haven't attempted to do this. You're a person who
so now it's because I won't attempt to get a channel.
No, it's just not because you're not attempting it. It's just not something you've ever done. That's just not what you do. It's okay. You do something different. That's okay. You're not doing this. You don't. I mean, some people do it for the extra money. Some people do it for attention. Some people do it because you enjoy talking to people, or whatever the reason is. I don't know.
I come up and I help people when they don't have anybody because I feel bad that they're sitting there talking by themselves. I guess that shouldn't have been, Well, thanks, Shark Hitter, but I'm panel poisoning.
I can name 5 people, including myself, that I don't know if they dislike you, but they would say that they're on the fringe, and they wouldn't make you their only mod. I can name 5 people.
Who's the 5 people? Tell me.
Jim, myself, Texas Granny, Barbara Buffalo, Sugar Plum. There's your 5. Right there, right off the bat. Obviously.
Is that what you want to take over people's channels like Bell V and them, and tell them who not to trust and who to trust?
I look at it like this. If I'm going to go on a show and be able to lend whatever abilities I have, or knowledge, or entertainment, or jokes, or whatever, if anything I can contribute.
If I was a channel owner, then I would tell you, go kiss my ass if I had friends.
But you're not, and you'd have 12 people.
I said, I'd have more than 12 people.
Try it. See
Bob
how it works.
Has.
Right.
When you guys haven't came on.
Bob had 12 people when he started with Ron Tello. He started working with Jim. Next thing you know, he was up to 200 or 300. Remember that? Then Bob became so well liked.
He owes you something?
No. You see that this is why people don't want to talk to you. No, he doesn't owe us anything. Bob spent the time, became so well liked that he no longer needed us because he became his own thing. That's what happened.
Okay, right.
But I agree with you there. The initial rocket boost at a time when there was less people. There's more people now. Christine's got a show. Shark Hitter. Jesse Roth. I mean, there's all these new people, and it's hard to keep up, and these people go live during the day. Bob came in at a different time. And that's why at first, look, how many people have trusted Ron Tello to start their shows, and how many people has that ever worked for? None.
So Texas Granny, Dale said Texas Granny and Barbara won't say that to me, what you just said.
I think that they would agree with me that they don't dislike Dale, but that he's on the fringe, and if they had a channel, they would not mod him. That's what I'm saying.
All
Not that
right.
he's not a bad guy, that he's not trustworthy, that he's not, this.
Well, then there goes your true colors, Dale. Then we see how Texas Granny and Barbara Buffalo really are.
Or Sugar Plum. I mean, you asked 5.
Oh,
Those
well,
are just 5.
that could be another one considered into the group. Then
a moderator when Rainbow Melon goes
see what
live.
you're doing is you're making it even worse and worse and worse.
What I'm doing is what you're not willing to do is to. You said 5. I said I'll give you 5 names, and I don't think that would upset any of them that I said that. Doesn't mean that they dislike Dale or they can't chat with him or be friendly with him. But I think if any of those women had a channel, or I have a channel, Jim's got a channel, whatever it is. I mean, our thing's different now, but they wouldn't mod him.
Oh, so he wasn't good when he modded at BJ's. He modded at Jonelle's.
Well, after time, you decide to go a different route. Hey, we like you. Thanks for being here. You're not coming to next year's Christmas party, but we
so
like
you're saying Johnny don't like us. You're saying that
I think
Belle
Johnny,
don't like us.
Johnny's
You're
a little
saying
bit more.
now, Bob. He just said he don't like us.
I'm not saying. I never said anything about Johnny. I think Johnny's a little bit more loosey goosey with this stuff. And if him and PZ are kind of their own thing, and I could say so, I could go on to Johnny's show more Jim and say, don't mod Dale C, or we're not coming back, and it won't happen. And the minute we leave, he'll add him. That's how kind of Johnny's a little bit more loosey like that, and that's fine. He can do whatever he wants. If
so
they
you're
don't want
threatening them. So what you're doing basically is threatening them.
No, what
you
I'm
want the
doing
mods that you only
I'm
want.
not threatening anybody. What I'm doing is an exchange. Here's what the exchange is. The people know what the exchange is. We'll try to help you the best we can, but you got to kind of platform us and deal with some of the bullshit that might come with us. That's
exactly. You're basically the bullshit.
If I don't feel safe and I'm not protected in a chat, when Barbara Buffalo's a moderator, I feel protected in the chat. When Texas Granny's a moderator, I don't feel like anybody's going to drop my real name. When I'm on Homegrown Cowboys, I don't feel that. When I'm on Angel Gotti's, I don't feel that. Even though some of those people, that's a different show because it's so much bigger, but I don't think.
So what don't you feel safe about? Somebody coming in and smack talking you?
Well, interrupting what we're doing.
Okay.
At one point, we would take on anything that would come in. That's why I got a phone number underneath my name. Nobody's calling it because they don't. So here's the best way to silence haters, and it's what Bob's doing is don't give them any access to you. Does that make sense? Don't give it. I'm not saying you're a hater.
Now we're haters.
No. The best way to eliminate haters is don't give them any access to you. I'm not saying you are a hater, but just in general, that's the way to do it.
So then Dale's but that's what you're saying. Access to you.
Here's what I'm saying. Dale's friendly here on YouTube. He's not saying anything wrong. He's not in also, and this is what Jim says, he's not in a position of power in any way to be able to harm us. And if he steps out of line or anybody, they could be gone. Bob's a little bit different that way. Bob's the only time that I've actually ever spoke to Fumble Nuts was on Bob's channel. Bob does it differently. I didn't like that. I felt ambushed a little bit, but that's how Bob's is. I didn't go back to Bob's for a little
because
while.
He wasn't going to bow down to your stipulations of you leaving.
Well, I look at it like this. If you want us to work with you and, you want to look at it like a co-production or, whatever it is, and we can help you and you can help us, then that's what we require. If you want to go a different route, then I don't have to go over there. Jim doesn't have to go. It's okay. You could do it on your own. There's a lot of people who do it without us that are very successful. You don't need us. Do it on your own. But let's look at the people who buck this. Bob is a successful example. Okay. Let's look at the people who
told us to block somebody. If we were allowed to block somebody that's harassing you, then we would do it. We do what the channel owners want us to do.
I hear you. I understand.
Why are you fighting with me?
I'm not. I'm not. I've never raised my voice. I'm giving you I'm giving you a fair argument of why I'm actually arguing almost for Bob of why you.
I know, but why?
What you think you deserve. Because
Huh?
I feel that it indirectly has to do with me a little bit too.
Why?
Because I know because I've been in Bob's shoes to an extent. Not the exact shoes, but I've been there with him. And I understand why you think you deserve a call, but you don't really deserve anything.
Okay.
You think you deserve it. And maybe you're right in this scenario. I don't know, but I could see why Bob is doing what he's doing.
Because I'm answering questions honestly. Would he don't want to hear that or what?
I don't know. But I like to go into chat.
You just said he don't owe me anything because of what I'm doing here with you.
I don't think we're communicating. Barbara Buffalo, what do you ask? Barbara, I was just saying that if you had a channel, if Texas Granny had a channel, Sugar Plum had a channel, if I had my own YouTube channel, if Jim had his own YouTube channel, none of us would probably mod Dale C first. I'm speaking for the group in that group of 5 people. I think most people, obviously Texas Granny can't mod herself, would choose Texas Granny first. They would feel the safest with her. Because here's what I don't want, and this is what I'm trying to talk about with the chat. We're having a good conversation. We're doing a bit with Marzi. We're having fun with her. She probably doesn't think it's a bit, but we're having fun. Maybe at her expense a little bit. It's kind of mean-spirited. But somebody walks in the chat, starts fucking saying people's names. And Dale C's friendly with some of these people, or at least has been in the past. And he doesn't block it, and that derails our entire modus operandi. We're all of a sudden derailed because somebody wasn't doing their job as a moderator. Or you go the opposite way.
Are they paid? And do they have to? You don't think he's defended you? If he missed a fucking name or if he fucking missed something?
He has defended us.
And
You're
there's
right.
5 more other people in there modding. So that's, I mean, no, I don't agree with you on that.
And that's fine. And what you should do, what I think you should do is start up your channel and have Dale C be a moderator and do it your own way. And do it for 2 or 3 years and come and talk to me after that.
For what reason?
You got haters
because
now.
I disagree with you.
What you should do is either have us on the show, platform us, and see the hate you get, or do it on your own.
You might not think I don't have it, honey, but I have it, and everybody else in these streets know I have it.
You could do it, but you haven't. You haven't.
But I have it. I have the hate without having a channel.
That's right. That's right.
There you go. So what's the difference?
I didn't say that. Dale, I didn't say anybody hates you. What I'm saying is I don't think that any of the people that I've mentioned, Dana Nicole, I'm gonna mention like 7 or 8 names. Barbara Buffalo, Texas Granny, myself, Jim, Sugar Plum, Dana Nicole, Rainbow Melon. Some of these people don't even have channels. I don't think, and this doesn't mean that they hate the person, that Dale would be their #1 draft pick if they can only pick one person to moderate. In fact,
they're in charge of. But then they're in charge of these YouTube channels?
No, I'm not. I'm saying every person that I've mentioned, you wanted me to mention some names, and so I mentioned some. I don't think anybody would say, you know what, I'm going to choose Dale C first. Not because he's not capable. It's because he's on that fringe. He's not in our community. He's on this outskirt YouTube community. Doesn't mean he's not a good guy, but I've never spoke to Dale C on the phone.
Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself?
I do, and I think that it's making clear sense. It's making clear sense to me. You know why, Leanne? And I know that you're taking this as disrespect to a way. It's because I could say it's because I've done this and you haven't, and I've done it at the highest levels. And I know
Barbara is just admitting it. Do you see, X? I don't care what you have done at the highest level. You're not getting it. It's not your channel.
Right. But what I think
you just said to protect you when you're on the panels, and you don't
want our help. If you want to be involved with what we do, then that's
so you better take the only mods that I want to give you. That's what you're saying.
Look at it like this: if you started a show and you said, "Hey, Mr. X and Jim, I want you to come up on the show. I know I'm going to get some hate for it, but I want you," and I started coming on your show, and I felt like like towards the end of LC, and I'm just battling haters all night, or like homegrown cowboys, and the whole conversation's me talking on a show and fighting with Danielle in the chat, eventually I'd stop coming to your show. That's not what I want to do. I'm not interested in
has it been that way, Mr. X, for a long time?
It has not, because we've done it this way. You got it.
Well,
now
you haven't. There's still mods. We're still mods. We're still out there. You haven't changed anything.
And there's also Bob is a little bit different. I feel like there's a shorthand because there's so much experience with him. He knows. There's times I didn't go on Bob's, but but there were times that you had to hash it out with someone.
Feelings hurt.
What's that?
You didn't think because you got your feelings hurt because nobody was deleting a comment.
No, not feelings. It's not feelings. I want to do this I enjoy entertaining people, and I want to do the kind of entertainment that I want. Like here, let's just say I'm a stand-up comedian. I want to do my act. I don't want to be able to do something where I'm fighting with the people in the fucking audience over. I want to be friends with the people in the audience. I want people in the audience to enjoy it. I don't want to fight with the people in the audience because Dale C's friends with somebody like Toe Jam secretly. That's what Bob's saying. That's what Bob's saying. It's a good analogy. I want to know that the doorman and the people that are there that are running the facility are going to be able to do my act, so I can have fun. Does that make sense?
I think the only way you would probably solve that is not watch chat when you're doing your bit. Talk to the people that are.
And I'm a little bit different than Jim like that. I'm way more interactive with the chat than Jim is.
Okay.
I go way out of my way, and because I want to. Where I like when I write out my notes for the show, I write in notes like stop here and touch base with the chat. Whatever you're doing, stop here after section 14 and touch base. Like because sometimes I miss stuff. Jim doesn't do that.
Sure, I agree. I think you are very active with chat. I really do. I agree with you 100%.
It doesn't mean that Dale C would not be a good moderator. It doesn't mean that he's not a good guy. I just know from my experience over doing this for a couple years, I feel the most comfortable with Texas Granny. I know she's solid. I've talked to her on the phone. I know a little bit about her.
She is mods for everybody.
Yeah, she is the best. And here's the other thing. We've dealt with so many other mods where they've been good and bad or just bad. People wanting to be mods for like Casey Lips and all this that are bad people. I'm not saying Dale's a bad person. I'm saying we've realized after all this time and kind of building this house, what the best way to build the house is, and it's with one moderator behind you. That's what we learned. Okay. And really, Texas Granny isn't even really she's a moderator, but kind of like a half moderator on the OTT because she doesn't have the power to block anybody, but she does what you talk about, which is kind of keep the chat going, put the cash apps out there. Some of these people aren't what we even consider mods. You guys have some moderators in here, Shark Hitter, and I've never seen anybody put up your cash app. I've never saying, hey, not recently within the last 20 minutes at least. They're just like
Granny.
Now, I don't know if she's still here or not. And Barbara Buffalo I'm not talking specifically about her, but Texas Granny keeps it going. And I thought that was the role of the mod. And to also police the chat to a little bit, to an extent. So the people that are on stage can focus on that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Texas Granny's been putting it up when she's in.
Yeah, when she's here,
she puts her cash apps in. She's very good. If somebody tells her not to block anybody, she won't block them. She will delete comments that are not that are bad.
How about this? Let's do this because I see what Dale sees and saying in the chat. Let's just make this real simple. You don't have to come up on the panel. My phone number is right below you. Why don't you call me right now, 310-741-0845, and we'll discuss this.
Why? Is you mad at him because he's giving? Why?
He can hear it from me instead of we could talk one-on-one live on a show instead of him talking to me through a chat. That's what I'm talking about. Him and I could discuss it fairly one-on-one on the phone instead of me talking to him through a chat. Why not? Why not? That would be the way. If he could call in, he could not call in.
Well, if I were to
say that to Texas Granny, she'd call in immediately.
On a fucking. You don't get it.
He's on a what?
He's called into Bob's. He's on oxygen.
Okay. And unfortunately, I understand, and I'm sorry that he's not healthy. If he's on oxygen and he's not physically able, when we're doing this, and this is a business for us, we need people. We need able-bodied.
Oh, don't go there.
No, hey,
call in. Come on,
I'll give you an example. Chuck 420. My phone number's public.
Why
My phone.
didn't you make him a fucking mod?
Here, look at it like this. Chuck 420, a good dude. He can't verbalize. He can't speak. I couldn't speak to him. I'd have to do everything over the phone, over the email with him. I couldn't do it over the phone. Yeah, we can't have that.
So you got rid of him.
He was never a moderator. He was never even a moderator.
I mean, on your OTT.
No, he's on, last I checked, he was on the OTT. I'm not sure if he's still there. But I'm just saying, like, in general, like, that wouldn't be a good choice for a moderator.
Okay.
You know, and there's some people like, I mean, and I'm trying to put this lightly. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
But you're saying he's an invalid.
Like Noelle wouldn't be a good choice for a moderator. Christine would not be a good choice for a moderator if they have some mental issues. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so you got to pick the person that is right for that. You know who was actually a very good moderator until we started learning more about her and we found out she was kind of crazy, was Divapus.
Well, yeah.
She was a good moderator. Then there was kind of a falling out because she was having those issues with computers and phones, and we tried to circumvent that. When that didn't happen, then we had to move on. Doesn't mean she's a bad person. Doesn't mean Dale C's a bad person. I think you're taking it too personally. I guess I'm looking at it different than you guys, but it's okay.
I think you are looking at it a different way than the rest of us on YouTube. I do agree with crazy mods, and when things happen and they catch them and they're doing something wrong, I think they should be gone. If there's not doing anything that is bothering anybody in a chat that they can only time out, or delete the messages, I don't see a problem with that. Because there's always other mods in there watching. They can take the screenshot of that. I mean, that's where I don't agree with you there, because there's nothing that's bad unless you're there.
By the way, I understand what you're saying. I completely. Dale C has not called me, by the way, yet. Let me tell you something quickly. Let me give you another analogy, because I've done tons of analogies. I'll give you one more. And then I'm not going to talk about wrestling this time. Let me talk about stunts. Okay. You know why it's so hard to get into stunts? It's very hard to get into it. Believe me. These people want to know that they are safe with you, that they're going to risk their body, and that you might be there to catch them if something bad happens. Right? You have to feel safe with them. And then there's like kind of a good old boy, and you build a relationship with them and all that stuff too. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know Dale C. He can't even call me. He's not. I mean, I don't know. You said he's not physically able to call.
He's not a mod for you.
I'm just saying, as an example, he could call me up and say, "Hey, listen, dude, I just get, I don't really want to be a moderator, but I understand what you're saying, or I like you, or I don't like you, but hey, let's keep in touch more, and I'll touch base with you later." That's never happened. Therefore, he's not the number one draft choice.
Okay, he's not a mod for you.
Right, and that's why I believe that he should not be a mod for other people, because he doesn't have that capacity. Plus, also, the other aspect of that fringe that we talked about, which I think I thoroughly explained, in him knowing some of these people and knowing information about people that have checkered pasts within this community. Doesn't mean he's a bad
basically
guy.
What you're saying, it comes down because he talks to other people that don't like you.
Correct. That's part of it. Yes, that's part of it. Yeah.
That's probably the majority part of it.
To be blunt, they're not
so
doing anything.
Basically, what you're saying, that anybody that talks to somebody outside your realm that you trust should never be a mod.
Well, what I'm saying is I own the pizza shop, and I want people to come in with money and credit cards, and we'll give them a good pizza, and we want them to be a part of the community, and we want them to be able to tell us what pizzas they like. And if somebody walks in there and they said they left their wallet in a car, but give them a pizza, I'm going to be a little bit, worried about who they are. If they're hanging around, I don't know, or they're doing business with other pizza joints that don't like us, I got to say, who is this guy? Who is this guy? I don't know if I want him hanging around here. Doesn't mean I can't be friendly with him, but I'm not going to give him access and power into my joint.
What kind of fucking power does a mod have?
Well, a mod could block people. Ask
No,
Rainbow
a
Melon.
managing mod can.
You're telling me somebody can't, a regular mod can't
I
block someone?
cannot block anybody. No, I can time them out or delete their comment.
I'm using the wrong phrase, timing out.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, don't give them that power at all. Then they can't even do that. Now you don't have any of these issues, especially if you can't talk to them.
So basically, if somebody says something bad about you, nobody should time them out or delete the comment.
How about this? Go into the press secretary and start shit talking Trump and start saying things and start hanging out with people that don't go with his agenda and see how long that you're in the press corps for.
We're talking YouTube.
I'm talking business.
What? Jesus Christ. Is your business making money on your OTT?
My business.
Are your business making money on YouTube? Yes, when you're on other creators' panels.
My business first before money is trying to do the most entertaining show I could do. If I make money, that's the bonus for me. I think if I do an entertaining job, the money will come. So it's not all about making money for me. Let me be clear about that. I want to have a good time. If Jim no longer does this, I no longer do this. I do it because I enjoy doing it with Jim. And if Jim is not having a good time because somebody can't moderate correctly and because they have their own little buddies who may or may not like us, then it's not good for me.
Well, then here, make the rule. When you come on panel, tell every creator that you're on their panel and take off the mods that you do not want on there because you don't feel safe.
I don't have to because the places I go that I'm comfortable with and that I frequent the most, I feel now after this trial and error of doing this, and I know we've been kind of focusing on Dale, and don't think that this is only about him. It's not. It's really there's a lot of those kind of people. Okay. And I want to phrase it wrong. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm just saying this is the experience that I'm having. And I want to go on shows where I could focus on what I'm doing. So I can say little comments and be goofy. And, I mean, here we are at Shark Hitter's show. We're not even really talking to him, focus on that instead of focusing on somebody who is in the chat, who's negative, who's only trying to bring down. I want teammates instead of haters in the crowd. And that's what I feel like.
So basically, do you think everybody on panel should be protected?
I don't know. I just know that if you want Jim and my help and Jim's help for the things that we pay out of our pocket for, then we need to be afforded that to that extent. And I think that we are.
Okay.
I don't know about you. I don't know because I don't even know all the stuff that you do. So I mean, I don't do
shit. I'm on panel. I can't.
I don't think that
in Angels I do more, but when I'm on panel and if I'm on a mod, I can't hardly do shit because I'm up here talking.
And I think that part of this is, and here we're having a conversation, and you're going to take this wrong, but I'm going to say because I'm trying to be honest, is that you haven't reached the level that we're at either. You're not going to be afforded that as much because you can't bring views, you can't bring money. If you were able to go to Angel Gaudi's and bring 600 people, Jim did that, not me, by the way. Jim did that.
Do you think people stay around because they like certain people?
You know what? I think this. I think that probably what Girl Ryan was saying about Angel Gaudi, about maybe disliking me at the beginning, is probably accurate. She probably said that. But Jim's so good at getting people there that they're going to give me a spot. They're going to give me a spot. And that's why.
Yeah, but don't you think that if certain people that are in chat and participate and give these YouTubers money, keep people in the chat unless they hate them completely and then they leave and don't come back?
That's happened. I mean, yeah, you're right. That's happened. I mean, I agree with you. We've also seen people that are good people that give money that we like that have been blocked. So I mean, it kind of goes both ways. I mean, you're not wrong.
In our chats, I've never seen anything except
I saw Rainbow Melon get blocked in Johnny's the other day. She didn't do. I was blocked in Johnny's. I'm not.
Yeah.
But
let's not go there. Who did it? Let's not go down. Dale, did you do it? Because I'm sure Texas Granny or Barbara was in there. They would have got a screenshot. It comes up on the screen when you're a mod.
Yeah.
We can see it. So did they come and say that Dale did it?
Yeah, I don't know. That I don't know. And I'm looking at the chat too. I'm getting a little bit derailed. And this isn't a bad thing. Dana HGT, not Dana Nicole. I feel like people just like Jim more than you. It's accurate. You're right. But they know that I'm the brain behind it. Therefore, that's why people like Fumble Nuts and Watch Her Crazy, in a way, focus more on me. You notice Fumble Nuts talks more about me. It's because the Oz behind the curtain that allows Jim to do it, or the guy behind the curtain that allows Oz to be out there is me in this scenario at this point. And that's what they really hate. And they know I'm smarter than them. They know I'm a harder worker than them. And that's why they attack me. So overall, is Jim more hated? Yes, but they come in. There's a lot of things you guys don't know about them attacking certain vendors that we deal with and dealing with stuff that they tried to do last month, April 24th, that failed. You know, I don't even want to say what it is, because this is one thing I won't say, because they'll just try to do it again. But they've tried to damage every one of our vendors, and they know that Jim didn't do it. I had to play cleanup. So they do hate me in a different way. And I just feel that if I do this enough and I spend enough time, that I want to be afforded that protection to have a good time.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, that I don't think that's a big ask.
Well, I think we had a good time today.
Yeah, I think we did too. And if anybody, like we do a show, and I'll wrap it up with this, like we're not going to let anybody chew up Shark Hitter. Probably the people who have been the meanest to Shark Hitter, or at least, gave him the most hell, were me and Jim. But like he's involved with what we're doing. Would we let Fumble Nuts come into a chat and just destroy Shark Hitter? No.
Would we?
No.
Probably not. No. Not at this point. not at this point. I don't know about 2 years ago. A year ago, you might have. Not now, though. No. I think what's happened after all this, and I know you probably want to go, Shark Hitter, is that now you guys have seen what we were already telling you, and you've seen it within the last year or two, what we were telling you about Fumble Nuts. I had to get in don't make me go down this road. I got to get in a fucking plane to prove to you guys that guy was a fucking coward. I was going to go there anyway. I
think everybody that's with us knew that.
But I proved it. That's why they're pissed. And it's not worth it for Jim to take the gamble of that. I can't. So, that's really it.
Congratulations, Barbara Buffalo.
What'd she do?
Her great-granddaughter was born.
Oh, that's awesome, Barbara Buffalo. And I'll just end it with this, and then I'm going to take off, Shark Hitter, if you got to go. But you're a good person, Leanne. I don't think that you're bad.
And I like you, and I like you too. I
actually enjoy.
I really do, and I love your debates sometimes because you test me.
And I'm not trying to, but like I would rather be on a show with you than Palomina. And don't take that as disrespect. But like,
Jesus Christ!
Well, I mean, I'd rather be on shows with you and Shark Hitter. I mean, like some of the people that Angel Gotti has, and I know she's probably, if she's listening, like iDubbbz isn't a bad guy, but there's really no rapport there. I don't know him. Some of the people she has on her show, like when that Tony guy came on there with a big back tattoo, you can't get a word in. Eric Foss, you can't get a word in. I talk a lot too, but I'm saying something. I'm trying to give you as many analogies and points as I can to be able to illustrate what we've been through. And maybe you know it, but I know it just a little bit more. I'd be like, I can make a film, but I don't make films like Steven Spielberg. And if he was going to tell me something, I'd listen.
Do you know why I like you though, Mr. X? Do you know why I like you? Me and you can have a conversation, and it doesn't have to be about yourself. It could be about any knowledgeable thing or anything that we're interested in. That's what I like about you.
Thank you.
That's what people like to listen to you.
And we're having. We talked the last hour and a half about something that's a very small subject, but this doesn't mean that. And it has nothing to do with Dale C's health, and it doesn't mean that he's not a good guy. I don't know him. That's
fine on your behalf.
I don't know him. I know him from here, but like I know Bob a lot better than him. I know Ty Corbin a lot better than him. And here's the thing, Ty Corbin, even though I know him, don't forget that Ty Corbin, and this is how we learned this, and we didn't know who, was secretly going in our chat or Jim's chat early on YouTube and deleting people he didn't like. He was doing that to us, and we were losing people that were contributors.
Well, sure, but
that's where we learned this.
The culprit wasn't even in suspicion until we got to the bottom of it.
Right, and then same thing with the Graham Knott. So I'm just saying we've been down that road before. I mean, we kind of learned this by process of elimination, and I don't even think Ty's a bad guy. Jim's kind of I think over it, but with him, but I still like to touch base with him. I think he's an interesting guy.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. What else? What else you got? Is that it?
That's all I got.
That's it.
Well, let's check the Cash App after. I mean, my throat's sore.
Yeah. No shit. Listen, after all that bad things you said about us, poor chat
you understand.
people.
You understand that I don't want to go. I mean, I'm sure you feel the same way. And Shark Hitter feels it. You don't want to go on a show and just the whole show be battling people you don't like, or even one person you don't like. I like to know.
No, it's ridiculous, and that's why it's been great, because it's been going perfect now that people are freaking deleting and doing the certain things they're doing now. It's been a while. It's been at least a couple months. You got to admit that.
Yes. And the other thing that I've learned too with this is,
but then to come up with Wrenchgate again, it was like, this is crazy.
I have a feeling this is going to happen every so often with YouTube, but the other aspect of this, and Johnny is what Johnny is. I'm not trying to make fun of him, but it's just like, it is what it is. The scenario with Shark Hitter or Christine, and Christine kind of, her scenario, Shark Hitter's different, or some of these people, they're kind of new. So they don't know who Salty Pancakes is if he pops in here. He could have him in here if he wants to. Shark Hitter could do whatever he wants, but like, we've kind of been down that alley with that mugger. Okay.
I've heard about him and I don't want him.
Yeah, I like just take our word for it. This is what this guy read off Jim's social security number on air. Okay. And sometimes people think they know better, then they get burned too. Same thing with Confluence and these other people. And they're not that bad people. They're okay. Okay, here it goes. There are some people out there, their only goal is to damage Jim Terry because Jim Terry annihilated them. It's their own, because they wanted to do something first.
But we're not going to stop the haters from trying to do that.
We've stopped them over in friendly chats. We stopped them over in friendly places. They won't even dare to come in here now.
I can't and won't say no more, but one of your people goes and watch your crazies. It's Fox.
Who is it?
I don't know. That's what I'm reading.
Where'd you read it at?
Dale. And then he says, I hope someone texts that.
Well, I would tell you this. There are, just like, and I know you don't know this, Dale doesn't know this because you're not over there, but there are people that volunteered. We didn't ask them. They volunteered. Maybe Jim asked them, and I'm not aware of it. I don't know. They watch those shows and they interact to an extent with the sole purpose of striking. How do we know that? They prove us the information. Just like they had a little team that were going on Discord. We don't need to do our Discord. Our Discord is the OTT and Jim's phone. And they go on there, and that's why you're seeing Betty Hayward going away. I did the bigger thing where I sent it to YouTube, but they struck her enough, and I didn't even know the striking was going on, and that's what got her knocked down. And when one of these people aren't suspecting it, just observing, they go over there and they get her next. I personally took down Candace Howard. I got her terminated. So I mean, or whoever it might be. The only one that's the mystery is Fumblenuts. And if he's the CI that they say he is, no wonder he's stuck around for as long as he has. I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't want to allege anything too much, but man, if there's anybody who should have been terminated now, it should be him. But maybe just one day it happens and we're not even suspecting it's something small. But I don't know of anybody except for maybe Jim that has been struck more than him.
Mm-hmm.
that I'm aware of. Maybe Salty Pancakes was, but like within the last year or two, there's nobody who's been struck more than Fumblenuts.
He's a trip, man. I don't get it.
And it's shocking that he's still around. It's almost like it almost feels like he's been struck so much, and there's been so many obvious, blatant violations, severe violations of YouTube. Maybe it just takes YouTube that long that.
But you can report someone without chatting. You know that.
Yeah, and they do, but I'm sure that it's a friends close, enemies closer type thing. I don't know. I didn't see it, so I really can't comment on that. But that's it.
Can we just get over the wrench gate, please?
What's that?
Can we get over wrench gate?
I'm not part of it.
Okay, I'm just saying.
My only assertion in this whole
scenario
is
the only thing about not modding or all this other bull crap is, Bob, you owed me a call. In my heart, you owed me a call. You could have said, Leanne, look, thanks for doing what you have done. I'm going to go do something. I can't trust you or anyone else. This is what I've come to. That's all simple, instead of making me worry or thinking I'm a bad person that I did something for a month. That's all. I would have never argued with you. It's your channel. It's your business. That's all I have to say.
All right, Shark Hitter, I'm out of here.
See you guys.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for everyone coming on. Thank you.
4:30 in the morning. Oh, mamma mia.
Yes.
See you. Thank you. All
right. Get a good sleep.
All right. Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone. Have a good morning sleep.